Chapter 1042. In the pavilion, they would quarrel for a while and then talk about something seriously. It was as if they were having a stroke. If outsiders saw this, their jaws would probably drop. However, this was how Yin Nuashing and his family normally got along. They would be serious, but more often than not, they would be heartless. Sooner or later, the people around him would also become heartless. Xiao Xian, it seems that your Dark Cloud Immortal clan has brought quite a number of middle and high-level gods with them. Yin Nuashing glanced at the other parts of the courtyard. In some small buildings nearby, powerful auras were vaguely emitted. They were all experts of the Dark Cloud Immortal clan. Xiao Xian laughed bitterly. Originally, there weren't that many elites who came with me. It was just me and a few of my maidservants. Not long ago, the strange phenomenon that spread throughout the realm of the gods alerted the elites of our clan. It wasn't a big deal at first, but the secluded factions of the gods sent out a group of young elites to roam the land. They were worried about me traveling alone, so they sent a group of people to protect me. Although I feel that with Little Star around, no one can threaten me. In the end, he even muttered a sentence, which made Yin Nuashing laugh bitterly. It turned out that this was another person who treated him as a protective talisman. Judging from the words of the dozens of people who knew him, the area within 30 meters of him was an absolutely safe area and would obtain an incomparably reassuring effect. So, where does this sense of security come from? Yin Nuashing scratched his head. This guy has no self-awareness. In the spiritual world, Ziyi heard this voice and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He didn't pay attention to this guy whose mind was full of other strange things and went to Shi Lai and Shi Yun. Anyway, this guy had no self-awareness for a long time. So, you're running around the land of Ultimate Plane just to collect those things? Lan Shiner asked. Xiao Xian shook her head. Those things were excavated from a place a long time ago. There was a seer in our clan who traveled a long distance in that domain. He speculated that there were dozens of places that might be related to those 6 ancient artifacts. We searched for them in the Ultimate Plane region and eliminated those places one by one. At first, we had another plan. If anyone knew these things and could give us some useful information, we could bring them with us to that place. She looked at Yin Nuashing, and the 3 of them suddenly understood. Later on, he came. He alone could take on a group of people, so there was no need to bring those people along. Yesterday, we estimated that you would have reached here by now, so we planned to let the experts of our clan go back first. However, we didn't tell them that the Godfall Sky is a rather famous forbidden area. They felt that it would be safer to go with us, so they stayed behind. Xiao Xian covered her face with her hands and sighed. She knew that Yin Nuashing didn't like too many people and didn't like trouble. Yin Nuashing thought about it and shrugged. It doesn't matter. Xiao Xian, I believe that you can handle it well. Let's not talk about this for now. When you plan to leave, we can leave tomorrow. We don't have any other plans. The most important thing for us to stay in Demon King City is to wait for Little Star and you. The second thing is to rest and look for people who know. Xiao Xian shook her head and said, It's almost evening today. Let's rest for the night. It won't take much effort to reach the Godfall Sky from here. We can reach it in the morning. Yin Nuashing nodded. You can arrange it. Xiao Xian nodded. She got up and led them to a pavilion that only had 2 floors. This was where she would rest. Yin Nuashing and the others didn't have any special requests. They just said that they might go out for a stroll. When Xiao Xian heard this, she seemed to have thought of something. She quickly took out a snow-white token from her bracelet and stuffed it into Yin Nuashing's hand. This is the token of my clan. Yes, Little Star, with this you can come and go as you wish in the Dark Cloud Immortal Tower. It also has some other special uses, although you might not need them. After Xiao Xian finished speaking, she walked out of the pavilion. It seemed that she had something to do. Yin Nuashing slumped on the sofa lazily. Lan Xen also sat down and leaned against him. She looked at the door. Xiao Xian's figure had already disappeared. Lan Xen gently stroked Yin Nuashing's long hair and teased. Brother Nuashing, how do you feel when you suddenly found out that the little fox you once picked up is actually the divine lady of the Dark Cloud Immortal clan, and is as beautiful as a fairy? Yin Nuashing waved her hand to show that she didn't feel anything. However, She was stunned for a moment and raised her head. If I have to say, it's fate. It's wonderful. Lan Xan covered her mouth and chuckled. Probably no one would have thought that the little fox was actually the divine lady of the Dark Cloud Immortal clan. She didn't even recognize the four divine beasts. Where are the deities? The inheritance of the demon clan is so amazing. Xiao Xian's lifespan is less than 300 years, right? Probably. Among the people we know, no one is more than 300 years old. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. She lay face down on the sofa and said lazily, probably 3 times older than Qian Qian. For deities, those who are less than 100,000 years old are considered young. Those who are less than 60,000 years old are considered geniuses among the elites. Those who are less than 10,000 years old are considered special circumstances. For example, Xiao Xian. Yin Nuoxing yawned and turned over. The power that comes from the inheritance is not cultivated by oneself. It requires a period of time to master it accurately. Moreover, this kind of super inheritance is risky and has many conditions. Xiao Xian has the bloodline of the deities of her clan. That's why she was able to receive that kind of inheritance. Before she can completely master that kind of power, she won't be able to make any progress in her realm. However, because of the seal, if she doesn't use special methods to break it, she will have to wait for a long time. She can use this time to familiarize herself with her power as much as possible and continue to cultivate. Xian, you are very scary yourself. Not counting the age of your soul, your actual age is less than 40 years old. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the little girl. He laughed and said, a 30-year-old hellish king elite. What do you think? It's not a special circumstance. Other people reach this level when they are 1 million years old or 10 million years old. Lan Xian rolled her eyes and lowered her head. She touched his forehead with her forehead and said, I don't have any thoughts. It's just hellish king. For Brother Nuoxing, it's nothing. You little girl, I am only a demigod now. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't always use me as an example. The glory of the past is always in the past. After talking for a while, it became quiet again. Little White was curled up on the sofa and sleeping. As he was worried that other people would look at him, he did not transform into his original form. Lan Xian lifted Yin Nuoxing's head and placed him on her soft thighs. She stroked his bangs and looked at his beautiful and charming eyes. She was slightly lost in thought. As soon as Yin Nuoxing's mind calmed down, he didn't know where he had drifted to. His mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts. The previous incident with Navila made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, he wanted to contact that idiot, but he seemed to be in a deep sleep. In this era where the rules were suppressed, he probably wasn't feeling too well. He was even injured. Judging from the voice he heard last time, his injury might not be light. The void fog, he whispered in his soul. Yin Nuoxing frowned and sighed in his heart. It was another thing that he had never seen in the ancient era. He was a little concerned about it, but he could not care about it now. Maybe he could find out about it when the world orb crashed into him. At least, he could not do so now. His drifting thoughts turned to himself. He thought of the broken sun god bow and could not help but wrinkle his nose. The sun god bow had been repaired by Su Ming and Ling Hong. The 7th red star sword still retained some consciousness. Su Ming checked it and found that it was seriously damaged. It was almost the same as her. It had been repaired for dozens of eras, but it was still not fully repaired. It needed to be nurtured in the receptive spirit godly body for some time. Of course, this some time was quite a long time. Su Ming had been in his body for more than 20 years, and he had not yet repaired it. Moreover, he recently found that the dozens of eternal divine weapons in his body seemed a little strange. They were flickering and moving, but he did not find any dangerous situation. There were 3 eternal divine weapons in his body and 1 divine power weapon. Just in case, he had also stuffed a few God's Park weapons into his body. It turned out that the receptive spirit godly body could store God's Park weapons at will. However, it could also be because he had forged those God's Park weapons himself and left his divine soul imprint on them. So, they did not reject him. The same could not be said for the other God's Park weapons. There was also the problem of the Great Guardian Formation. After solving it, he had to go to the small divine land. That was the collection point of the Great Guardian Formation. Even if he activated all 5 Great Guardian Formations and cleaned the surface of the God world, it would not affect the small divine land. This was the function of the collection point. In the ancient era, the small divine land was used to protect those who had nothing to do with it. How come Xian and the others have been cultivating for so long? Yin Nuoxing's consciousness went into the soul world and circled around. He came to the mansion and found the temporary secret room where Zi Yin and the others were hidden. He took a look at them one by one, which made him frown. Chu Chun, who had the smallest capacity, had been cultivating for a long time. Originally, it was scheduled to take more than 10 days, and it should be finished in less than 20 days at the latest. However, it had been a month, and he still hadn't woken up, which made him puzzled. Maybe it's a matter of time. Z stood next to him and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He said calmly, "I still remember a little about celestial fate. At least it still existed in the later stages of the ancient era. I don't know about the past few eras, but according to some of the ancient books we found and collected, celestial fate should not have existed in the past 2 eras. In other words, celestial fate might not have existed in the ancient era." Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. Are you trying to say that because no one has used celestial fate for a long time, or at least the current generation has not had much contact with it, such pure celestial fate would need a long time to be used to it? To put it bluntly, it's just picking up something that was once used but abandoned. It would take a long time to pick it up. Z spread his hands. Anyway, that was what he meant. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and twirled a strand of hair with his fingers. It's not impossible. If that's the case, the Book of Epics. He shouted and took out the Book of Epics. He pointed it at Chu Chun, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. He looked inside and made a simple deduction. Then, his expression became a little strange. It'll take about a month, it's expected. Z shrugged and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and take care of the children. Yin Nuoxing. Children? Shi Lu and Shi Yin? When he thought of this, he felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but sigh. He'd better think of other things, such as the astral origin technique. He had almost finished studying the astral origin technique. Oh, he had also placed the star creation chart in that palace, borrowing the astral origin evolution of the star palace to deduce the chart. The palace he had entered at that time seemed to be a bedroom, and there was a person lying on the bed. It was the old ghost, and there was also a servant energy creature that the old ghost had created, which had intelligence. At that time, when he went to borrow the astral origin evolution, that energy creature readily agreed. It was probably the old ghost arrangement. He didn't know how it was after more than 10 days as he thought about it. He activated the astral origin art. His soul entered the space and directly arrived at the place where the astral origin art was hidden. It was a massive room that was 1,000 feet long and wide. Every inch of the floor was covered in dense golden runes and all sorts of runes. At first glance, it looked like the floor was made of golden tiles. Buzz! Someone suddenly appeared here. A glowing energy creature also appeared on the wall. Although it was humanoid, it was only humanoid. It didn't even have facial features. When it saw that the person who had suddenly appeared was Yin Nuoxing, it bowed and prepared to hide back into the wall. Hey, wait. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly called out to the energy creature. How's that old, your master? He's still in a deep sleep. Master's sleep is getting longer and longer. We're very worried. The energy creature gently buzzed, and a series of words directly sounded in Yin Nuoxing's mind. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and took out something from the pendant. Although it was only a soul body, it could be directly taken out from the soul body if it was a spatial container that was connected to the soul body. However, there weren't many spatial containers that had this function. Of course, there weren't many souls that could allow the soul to travel such a long distance. He had only used the astral origin technique to teleport here. He took out a light purple flower that was the size of a wash basin. Put this beside that old cough, your master. See if there's any effect. After thinking for a moment, he added, "If there's any effect, just take it as a gift from him for throwing this place to me. If there's no effect, then just pretend that nothing happened." The energy creature glanced at him and nodded. Then, it disappeared with the flower in a flash. Yin Nuashing sighed. In fact, that energy creature had the combat strength of a post-god level expert. After all, it was a life created by an expert above the heavenly god level. How could it be simple? It was just a lump. There probably wasn't such a thing. In the room where the astral origin technique had evolved, all the runes flickered with an extremely strong light. There was a star field that had expanded to a range of 10 feet. Those golden runes were connected to that star field. That star field was a place that he was very familiar with. After all, he had once holed up in that star field for 1,000 years. It was so dry that even people would grow moldy. It seems that there's no progress. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. The last time he came here, the runes in this room were not all lit up. It seemed that even if it was a high-level deduction made by an expert above the heavenly god level, it would still be very difficult to unravel the secrets contained in the astral origin technique. After staying in this room for a while, Yin Nuashing yawned. Unconsciously, he was lost in thought as he looked at the star field. Before he made the next 1,000-year days, it was better to retreat quickly, lest Lon Exener and the others think that he was a living dead with an out-of-body experience. His soul only went out for a while. When he came back, Yin Nuashing had just opened his eyes. He saw Lon Exener's big black eyes that were flickering with spiritual light. She was very close to him, or rather, she was glued to him. Seeing this, he was stunned. He wanted to say something, but his mouth seemed to have touched something. This made him roll his eyes. How many times has it been? What's wrong? After a long while, Yin Nuashing finally opened his mouth and asked. His finger gently tapped the girl's head. Nothing. When I saw that you were motionless, Brother Nuashing, I wanted to confirm whether you were asleep or dead. Lon Exener sat up straight and said lightly, as if nothing had happened. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and was about to say something. Suddenly, Lon Exener pulled him to stand up and rushed out of the pavilion with a smile. A small whirlwind was created and caused a big commotion. And asterisk, at percent and asterisk, Little White jumped up in fright from the clanking sound. He looked around in a daze and started to mumble nonsense. In the end, he realized that everyone was gone. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, where did you two go? Elope? Wait for me." Yin Nuashing was speechless. This white-haired guy, if he really wanted to elope, why would he wait for you? Moreover, he was dragged out. Lon Exener pulled Yin Nuashing and ran around the Demon King city. To put it bluntly, she was playing. She wandered aimlessly in the pavilion and felt bored after sitting for a while. They played happily in the Demon King city for a while. In fact, they were shopping and eating from one end of the street to the other. This afternoon gave them a feeling of peace and comfort. Yin Nuashing also felt inexplicably at ease, as if it should have been like this a long time ago. He was slightly absent-minded, and his soul was touched. It seemed that he had been like this in the past. However, he didn't remember living such a peaceful life. He guessed that it was the other memories of the 70 eras of reincarnation. The memories that were imprinted in his soul were things he didn't know about. Perhaps that period of time was rather peaceful and comfortable. However, who knew? He didn't have that part of his memories. He guessed that he wouldn't be able to find them. Since Zero had said that he had once hidden in the mortal world of the Three Elements realm, he probably lived a peaceful life there. After a long while, Lon Exener was carried back to the Tantric Immortal Tower by Yin Nuashing with an unsatisfied look on her face. There were also lively places in the Demon King city at night. It seemed to be in the south of the city. However, they were in the north, so they didn't know what was happening there. Anyway, it was quiet here. The streets were still lit up, and there were unique decorations of the demon clan everywhere. When he returned to Xiao Xian's place in the Cloud Immortal building, a white figure pounced on him as soon as he entered the door, giving Yin Nuashing a fright. However, that white figure seemed to have noticed the person on his back. Only then did it stop in front of him and heave a sigh of relief. "Little Star, you are back. Come take a look at this. The white figure was naturally Xiao Xian. She hurriedly pulled Yun Nuoxing to the front of the table. Wan Exen also jumped down for his back obediently. There was a triangular device on the table. It had an aura of decay. The aura of time was very strong, and it was very ancient. Upon closer inspection, it was a pyramid. A piece of the grayish-brown surface was peeled off, revealing a layer of brilliant gold underneath. It was emitting a faint glow. Isn't this the ancient device that was sealed in the holy grade, glazed crystal? Yin Nuoxing frowned. That's right. It was just peeled off because it sensed a strange movement. The one who replied was not Xiao Xian's voice. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He turned his head and realized that there was a second person in the room whom he had not noticed just now. We discovered that the device seems to be showing signs of coming back to life. Chapter 1043. Faint golden light filled the small pavilion. The pyramid on the table was wrapped in a layer of something grayish-brown, but it couldn't stop the golden bottom layer from releasing light like the stars in the night sky. The light it released wasn't dazzling, but it was eye-catching. This pyramid was an ancient artifact sealed in the smallest piece of holy grade, glazed crystal. At first glance, Yin Nuoxing could see a lot of things through the Book of Epics, but he didn't see any energy reaction from the glazed crystal. Unlike now, he didn't need the Book of Epics to look at it, but he could feel a familiar and deeply hidden energy spreading out. That energy was enough to command the world. That was the power of godly right. You said it came back to life? What do you mean by that? Yin Nuoxing frowned. It suddenly came back to life and released light and energy. It broke the shell of the holy grade, glazed crystal and fell out by itself. The elder of the dark cloud immortal race shook his head and said, she looked very young, at least on the surface, and her aura was very powerful. She had the aura of an emperor god. I've never encountered such a situation before. We were very careful when moving the glazed crystal. We used an energy layer to isolate it, Xiao Xian said quickly when she saw Yin Nuoxing looking over. Yin Nuoxing frowned. After staring at it for a while, he said, can I take a look? Xiao Xian nodded quickly. The elder of the dark cloud immortal race saw this, and his face twitched imperceptibly. After thinking for a while, he took a deep look at Xiao Xian and nodded. Please. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. Some light surged in his right hand. He secretly made a dozen layers of defensive measures. Then he gently reached out and grabbed the pyramid. With that grab, he knew that all the defensive measures were in vain. This thing surged with pure, godly right power, but it didn't have the intimidating power of a weapon. Either this thing wasn't a weapon at all, or it wasn't a weapon anymore. Its core and everything else had been destroyed, and it had returned to its original form. If it was really a godly right weapon, even if the god or god was dead, it wouldn't be so calm when touched by others. It would more or less release a huge amount of energy to tell others that although its owner was dead, it wasn't. That was why he cautiously made a defensive posture. He was afraid that the power of the god and godly right would explode in an instant and blow up the pavilion and half of the city. However, the pyramid didn't move. It's not a godly right weapon. Yin Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He changed his sitting position and pinched the grayish-brown skin with his fingers. He gently pulled, and a piece of it peeled off, revealing more of the gold at the bottom. It looked like a pearl covered in mud. The elder of the dark cloud immortal race wanted to stop him, but when he saw that his divine lady was staring straight at Yin Nuoxing and the thing in his hand with great interest, his face twitched again. He stammered and didn't say anything. He couldn't help but sigh and look at Yin Nuoxing strangely. This girl's appearance couldn't escape her eyes. She had seen everyone as soon as she came in. She didn't know when her divine lady had gotten involved with this guy. Naturally, she could tell that there was something wrong with the way her divine lady looked at him. I've opened it. This grayish-brown skin is just a layer of ordinary stuff. Yin Nuoxing's voice was slightly serious. When the others heard this, their expressions also became slightly serious. They all took a deep breath and couldn't help but imagine what would happen in the next second. Patter! The grayish-brown skin was completely shaken off by Yin Nuoxing's strength, and pieces of it fell onto the table. The pyramid appeared in front of their eyes, intact. Nothing had happened, but the golden light became even more intense. It was like a small sun, and the light that shone out from the pavilion could illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The intense light only flashed for a moment before it was suppressed by Yun Nuoxing's weak energy. The light disappeared, and what appeared in his hand was a neat pyramid. That's it. Little White moved his hand away from his eyes in a daze. What other special reaction did you expect? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said helplessly, "Did you think that there would be some strange phenomenon like a landslide, a tsunami, or an earthquake?" Little White thought for a moment and nodded seriously. He instinctively felt that this thing should be extraordinary. In the end, there was no reaction. Yun Nuoxing sighed speechlessly. He looked at it carefully, and then used the Book of Epics to take a look. He was stunned, and his face twitched slightly. In the end, he casually threw it on the table with an indifferent look. "How is it? Is there something wrong with this thing?" Xiao Xian was also slightly stunned when she saw his indifferent look. She didn't quite understand what he meant. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This is nothing special. It's just a small toy. It's just that the owner has been carrying it around for a long time, and it's been tainted with a part of its aura. The owner of this item was once a god, and this toy has been tainted with a very, very weak aura of the god and the power of the divine right. Perhaps there was more at the beginning, but it has all disappeared with time. It's tainted with the aura of the god. That means this can be a divine artifact?" Lonax Iner asked. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "It's not the same. If it's tainted with the aura of the god for a long time, it can indeed turn into something that doesn't belong to... If you really want to put it this way, it's a divine artifact. It's an instrument tainted with the aura of the god, and it doesn't belong to the mortal world." "That's right. You can understand it this way. Other than that, it doesn't have any other meaning. It's very different from a weapon, and they're not of the same nature. No matter how much it's tainted with the aura of the god, it can't become a divine artifact that can be used to attack. That's not right. It's very hard. If you throw it out, it might be able to kill a high-level god." The last sentence made the people in the pavilion speechless. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing said seriously, "I'm serious. I'm not joking. This thing is tainted with the aura of the god, and it can deal with the defense of a high-level god as easily as cutting cabbage with a divine sword. If this thing is thrown out, no one within a radius of 10,000 feet will be able to survive." Everyone, in the end, Yun Nuoxing thought of something and asked Xiao Xian to take out the things sealed in the holy-grade mysterious crystals. The elder of the Dark Cloud Immortal tribe wanted to refuse, but Xiao Xian had already rushed out like a white whirlwind, leaving her in a mess. The elder had already inquired about some information related to Yun Nuoxing from Xiao Xian, and she was the one who had gone to inquire about it. After all, she suddenly saw her goddess being very close to a young man who looked like a girl, and she didn't know why, so she was more or less on guard. In addition to some information about Yun Nuoxing, she also saw some clues herself. That was, the way her goddess looked at him wasn't quite right. They didn't look like lovers or friends. Anyway, she felt strange from the bottom of her heart, especially when she saw the two of them sticking so close to each other, and her goddess was so obedient to him. Not long after, Xiao Xian rushed back with a whirlwind and stuffed a space ring into Yun Nuoxing's hand. "Here, it's all here." Then, she opened Mei Mao's eyes wide, and they sparkled brightly. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pinched the girl's cheeks, making the elder feel very sick of it. It didn't take much effort to cut open the holy, grade, mysterious crystals and take out the things hidden inside. There was a pagoda, a broken sword, half a pot, and two things with bumpy surfaces and broken shapes that couldn't be seen at all. It was really hard to tell what they were. Some people would even believe it if they said they were a pile of mud. After the grayish-brown surface was removed, the things that appeared on the table were the same as described above. Except for the two things that were still in a messy shape, the rest of them could be roughly recognized. They had the aura of ancient times, and the strong aura of time hit them in the face. These things were really very old. They had been deposited in the passage of time, and even ordinary people could easily feel the antiquity of these things. After looking at them one by one, Yin Nuoxing shook her head. The energy has all disappeared. Even if they used to be weapons, they are now too damaged to be used. What I can be sure of is that since the energy will disappear with the passage of time, everything will be corroded by time in the end. These things have nothing to do with divine weapons and divine weapons. The quality of eternal divine weapons and above will not be corroded by time. Among weapons, except for eternal divine weapons and weapons of higher grades, which could be preserved for eternity due to materials and various reasons, all other weapons would gradually disappear in the long river of time. First, the energy would disappear, and then the various structures would collapse. Finally, the core would be extinguished. Once the core lost its power, the weapon would become completely useless. It could only be recycled by weight. Repairing it would not be easier than making another one. But I can be sure that these things should have come from the same person. There is still a very weak aura on them. Probably the spiritual deity you mentioned, said Little White. The elder of the dark cloud celestial race glanced at Xiao Xian, who immediately tensed up. But after a while, she slowly relaxed as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the elder couldn't help but sigh secretly. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore and went out of the pavilion. She felt that she would go crazy if she looked at them a few more times. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing more. These ancient weapons were just a catalyst. They had already played most of their roles. Through them, they had already deduced the final destination, and the task had already been completed. Yin Nuoxing dissected them one by one out of curiosity. In the end, he didn't get any more useful information. He pondered for a while and stuffed them back into the holy grade glazed crystal. He even carefully sewed the crack with his energy. It was impossible to tell that this holy grade glazed crystal had been dissected before. He used a special method to make a hole. In fact, it was restored to its original state. Why did you seal it back? Yin Nuoxing was doing delicate handiwork. When she heard Little White's question, she couldn't help but look up at him and sighed. I didn't get any value from it. If I didn't, it's a sealed ancient weapon. Little White, oh my God, it's worth collecting. We know that others don't know about it. If it's useless, we can sell it and let others collect it. Yin Nuoxing said matter-of-factly. This thing is much more valuable if it's sealed without others knowing about it than if it's opened. This isn't a scam. This is a godly scam, a heavenly scam. Little White spat out a mouthful of tea. Ignore him. Take it back. If your clan wants to collect it, you can keep it. If you don't want to keep it, you can sell it. After all, it's really useless. All the energy, all the rules, all the karma. It doesn't matter if it existed in the past or not. At least there's nothing left now. It's useless to keep it, Yin Nuoxing said to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian smiled bitterly. However, this was something left behind by the last heavenly god of the Goblin clan. Even if it was useless. Anyway, she would keep it first. She knew what she was going to do with it. The others in her clan would definitely not sell it. Most likely, they would bring it back to their clan and keep it as a pile of broken stones to collect dust. We're going to God Falls Sky tomorrow. If there's nothing else, go wash up and sleep. Yin Nuoxing yawned. Although he said he was going to rest, it was actually another night of meditation. Even he couldn't solve that eternal nightmare. Xian and Feng, or seem to be in the spiritual world now. It seems like I can sleep for a long time. When Yin Nuoxing thought of this, he inexplicably felt happy for a moment. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would he feel happy for such an ordinary thing? The border of the God Realm had always been a mysterious area. However, it wasn't mysterious at all. It appeared mysterious purely because not many people had been there. High-level gods and other powerful beings wanted to leave the God Realm and go directly to the star field through the teleportation gate. No one would be bored enough to fly out from the border of this flat continent. The God Realm is surrounded by many forbidden spatial spells and other things, making it look like a normal world. However, there's one area that is different. Yin Nuoxing turned his finger and pointed at the realm of the gods shown on the treasure map. He circled around the edge of the realm of the gods and said, about 10,000 to 30,000 miles away from the edge of the realm of the gods, you will be able to see the true view of the realm of the gods. That is probably a special arrangement. Who knows? If you look in all directions from that circle, you will be able to see a boundless galaxy, regardless of day or night. Furthermore, there is no difference between day and night in that place. Demon King City is similar to many of the cities in the border zone. It's very close to the border zone. However, among the 4 major regions, only the border cities in the Ultimate Plain region are the furthest from the border zone. Of course, that's probably because there aren't many cities in the Ultimate Plain region. Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment before smiling mysteriously. However, there's a place that we're quite familiar with at the border 30,000 miles away. Oh, you might not be familiar with it. What place? Xiao Xian and Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly. Yin Nuoxing grinned. It's located outside of all the forbidden zones. In the entire God realm, it's the place that's the closest to the border of death. In fact, it's the place that's spreading its wings, the Nightwalker Alliance. Xiao Bai and Lan Xian, Er's heads fell. They had forgotten about that. Was it because they hadn't dealt with the Nightwalker Alliance for a while? Now, when they entered the forbidden zones, they directly charged in. Whether it was the abyss of elements or the burial ground of heaven, there was actually a foothold established by the Nightwalker Alliance. They weren't too far away, but they weren't very close either. They were roughly between 10,000 miles and 35 to 35,000 miles away. Those footholds were relatively small, equivalent to a small town. They were used as footholds for travelers or those who wanted to go to the forbidden zones to seek out death. Because the members of the Nightwalker Alliance could go anywhere, they would often collect some mystical items that would make people jealous. There were only 5 people on this trip. Other than Yin Nuoxing and the other 3, only one elder of the Dark Cloud Immortal clan came along. The others stayed in Demon King City. The one who came along was the elder they met last night. Along the way, he stared at Yin Nuoxing with a vigilant gaze. However, the latter didn't care at all. After all, Xiao Xian, well, she was a character between a pet and a family member. She seemed to think so too. Although she was a goddess of a clan, she unexpectedly didn't care much about these things. At this point, Yin Nuoxing didn't care too much about whether she was exposed or not. She gradually became more and more unscrupulous in doing things. She directly rushed at the speed of light. In just an hour, they arrived at the foothold established by the Nightwalker Alliance. When a slightly shabby but neat little town appeared in front of them, they all sighed. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. This simple little town was also set up with defensive fortifications. There was a protective formation hidden under the town. There were also many shops inside. Most people who had secondary professions could find the supplies they needed here. Yin Nuoxing and the others were just here to settle down and look at the god-falling sky from 10,000 miles away. Wow, this place is really as Little Star said. Xiao Xian raised her head in surprise. It was still daytime, but the sky was filled with twinkling stars. A huge cluster of light hung above their heads. It was incomparably bright. Although the sky was black and it seemed like night, the surroundings didn't seem dark at all. It was as if this place shared the sunlight of the day with other places. When one raised their head, they could see the starry sky at night. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. It was extremely dazzling. Rich starlight descended and fell on Yin Nuoxing's body. The spirit receiving godly body started operating on its own again, slowly absorbing countless starlight into his body. His body lit up again. From time to time, a ball of rich starlight, half the size of fist, would float out like a group of fireflies. In the Nightwalker Alliance's small town, the human race and the demon race mixed together. They lived together peacefully. Yin Nuoxing slightly used her soul force to sense that there was actually an Emperor God powerhouse overseeing this place. Although he was only an early Emperor God, he was still a powerhouse who could intimidate a region. Oh, God-falling sky. Yin Nuoxing looked into the distance and saw the God-falling sky thousands of miles away. But when he looked in, his vision suddenly turned dark. He was slightly startled. After a moment, he calmed down. He frowned and opened his evil spirit eye. In the end, he could only see a black and white image. It seemed that he hadn't woken up yet. His eyes were misty, and he couldn't see clearly. He could only see a mountain range and nothing else. What's in the god-falling sky? Yin Nuashing tilted her head and asked the elder of the Dark Cloud Immortal clan. The emperor god Elder shook his head. I once stopped at the edge of the god-falling sky and looked into it. I can see many things if I look at it from a close distance, but I can't see anything if I use my god origin or soul force. We don't know what's in the god-falling sky. Once I even sensed the aura of a king of the demon race. Her beautiful face palpitated. She still had an impression of that aura. It was irresistible and irresistible. The only thing she could do was to kneel down. The super strong pressure that spread from her bloodline made her unable to move. That's probably the aura of a transcendent divine beast expert when he's holed up in there. It could also be the aura of a dying, transcendent divine beast. Anyway, there's no evidence that this aura has anything to do with the four celestial gods. Yin Nuashing snapped her fingers and thought seriously. After walking around the small town for a while, she heard that many people were standing at the edge of the god-falling sky and looking into it. She also heard that several mysterious people had joined forces to break into the god-falling sky. Yin Nuashing thought about it for less than 5 minutes. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Let's go in first." Chapter 1044. At the edge of the Nightwalker Alliance's town, Yin Nuashing and the others were slowly heading toward the godfall sky. Strange beasts roared around them, and a group of people riding strange beasts rushed out of the town. There were about 30 of them, and they were only 10 feet high in the air. Dust billowed as they rushed toward the godfall sky. Little White heard the commotion and turned around. He squinted his eyes when he saw a mouthful of dust. He was instantly enraged. He looked at the strange beasts in the distance and suddenly snorted. Roar! Woo! The 30-odd strange beasts suddenly trembled and fell from the sky to the ground. The riders didn't even have time to react and fell flat on their faces. They scrambled to their feet in a sorry state and saw their mounts curled up on the ground. They looked at each other in dismay, only to find it baffling. The immortal ritual elder of the Dark Cloud celestial race looked at Little White seriously. She had clearly sensed a fluctuation that made her heart palpitate from this young man's body. It was as if she was facing an abyss that made her blood and divine origin tremble and almost stop circulating. When she saw the group of strange beasts fall to the ground in front of her, she was even more confused. She couldn't help but ask. That was Little White snorted and crossed his arms. His tail and ears shook gently. A group of mixed-blood demonic beasts dared to fly over my head. They must be tired of living. Yin Nuashing knocked on his head and smiled at the immortal ritual elder. Don't mind him. This child likes to put on airs. Well, when you know that he has the blood of a sacred beast, you will probably understand why he likes to put on airs. The immortal ritual elder's expression trembled slightly. The blood of a sacred beast? No wonder there was such a strong pressure. That pressure from the bloodline almost made her unable to move. She recalled the feeling when she faced the aura of the godfall sky that day. Little White grinned at her, revealing 2 shiny canine teeth. Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. Anyway, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The 4 celestial phenomenon gods had their own arrogance. Feng couldn't be bothered with them. Little White had directly shaken them down, but he couldn't be bothered either. After all, this had nothing to do with him. When they passed by the group of strange beasts, the group of 30 or so people were still standing in place, staring at them helplessly. A few of them tried to whip the strange beasts, shouting and cursing at them, but the strange beasts were all huddled up on the ground, shivering. No matter what they did, they refused to stand up, as if they had yet to recover from the shock of Little White's power. There seems to be a lot of people going to the godfall sky recently, Yin Nuashing said faintly after they were far away. Based on the information we've gathered so far, apart from a few mysterious people who have entered the godfall sky, there have been about 20 groups of people who have entered the godfall sky, including the group we just saw. Little White grabbed Yin Nuashing's hand, took out some precious medicinal herbs from 2 rings, and stuffed them into her mouth like snacks. Then, she said vaguely, but most of them are watching from the edge of the godfall sky. I don't think there's any news from those who went deeper into the Godfall sky. Xiao Xian stared at the spiritual herbs in Little White's hand. Mei Mao blinked. Yin Nuoxing saw this and smiled helplessly. He waved his hand and took out a spiritual herb that was close to 10 million years old and stuffed it into Xiao Xian's mouth. Xiao Xian grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. Yin Nuoxing was stunned by her eagerness. Only now did he remember that the demonic beasts of the Yao clan seemed to like eating spiritual herbs that contained huge amounts of energy. Oh, I forgot that you too like to eat spiritual herbs. Yin Nuoxing looked at the two of them, and her face twitched. The spiritual herbs in Little White and Xiao Xian's hands were extremely precious. Their ages were frighteningly high. Although the spiritual herbs that were 10 million years old didn't really mean that they had lived for 10 million years. It was just a saying that represented the level of energy they contained. However, it was a fact that they had existed for many years. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and turned to Elder Xianyi. Elder, do you want them? Elder Xianyi's face twitched, and her face twisted slightly. Do you want to keep me as a pet too? Oh, I'm just asking casually. If you don't want them, then forget it. Yin Nuoxing turned around calmly, and she was speechless. Even though she knew that she was special, she had never been ignored by a demigod before. She was a demon the Arch after all. How could she be ignored like this? It was as if her realm didn't exist. The few of them walked on the road for a while, and the people who were still around when they left the town suddenly disappeared. Looking around, the starry sky occupied the horizon. Everywhere they looked, they could see the bright stars. It seems like some people are more daring. They are actually so close. Yin Nuoxing pointed to the side of the road. Quite far to the right, there was a camp. Elder Xianyi glanced at it and said calmly, "Those are the other races that have been stationed outside the Godfall sky all year round. They have been coveting the Godfall sky for a long time. Ever since they sensed the aura of the demon the Arch, it has been like this. Rumor has it that there is an item of the demon the Arch inside. It has been a long time, but they haven't given up yet. They have also sealed off the Godfall sky to prevent others from getting close." Speaking of this, she glanced at Yin Nuoxing and smiled. What she meant was, under such circumstances, how are you going to enter the Godfall sky? Yin Nuoxing raised her head and thought for a while. She didn't say anything. She just smiled faintly. After a few minutes, they walked for another 100 miles. They were already very close to the Godfall sky. After another minute of walking, they would probably enter the Godfall sky. Those camps were also quite close to their path. They were less than 2 miles away in a straight line. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from those camps and rushed toward them. "Stop! It's forbidden to pass through this place." The 2 middle-level gods shouted. Yin Nuoxing frowned. She didn't expect them to be as domineering as Elder Xianyi had said. Many people must have entered the Godfall sky. Not to mention other times, even in the past 10 days, some people had come. However, those who came here seemed to have tacitly agreed that this road at the edge of the area was sealed off by some demon the Arch. Of course, there were other roads that could be taken. Those places could be bypassed by the demon the Arch and sneaked in quietly. The demon the Arch wouldn't care about those places, but they wouldn't allow anyone to enter the Godfall sky through this place. However, she was too lazy to go around it. She had heard that it would take another 2 hours to walk. Their blockade was quite long. The 2 middle-level gods landed in front of her and said with gloomy faces, "This place is forbidden. If you want to enter the Godfall sky, go in from the other side." Yin Nuoxing stopped and glanced at them. She sighed softly and said, "Can't we enter from here? Cut the crap. This is the rule that has been set for tens of thousands of years. Turn back quickly." The middle-level god shouted. Lan Xian frowned. The holy vitality in her body was about to surge out. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yin Nuoxing's strange smile. She calmed her holy vitality that was about to surge out. Yin Nuoxing nodded. She lowered her left hand and gently snapped her fingers. She opened her mouth and said, A strange fluctuation quietly spread out, and the space within a radius of 100 miles seemed to distort inconspicuously. Then, the eyes of the 2 mid-level gods suddenly became confused, and their bodies swayed. It took them a while to come back to their senses. Why did we run out? One of the middle-level gods asked the other one curiously. They seem to be guarding the gate. I don't know. Let's not talk about this. Let's go back quickly. We're guarding the gate today. It won't be good if someone sneaks in. The other one shook his head blankly. He waved his hand and hurriedly flew back to the camp. The other one hurriedly followed. If this intersection wasn't so close to the center, our Blood Wolf tribe wouldn't have spent so much effort to seal off the Godfall sky. We can't rest here. Stop complaining. Why don't you pray that the experts of our tribe will find that thing soon? Then we can go back to our tribe. We don't have to stay in this barren place. Seeing the two of them coming over aggressively and then retreating with a dumbfounded expression, the few of them widened their eyes. The immortal ritual elder opened her mouth and looked at Yin Nuashing in confusion. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Yin Nuashing shook her head and grinned. We have never been here before. Naturally, we didn't do anything. They didn't find anything either. In the end, they still had to go back to guard the gate. The immortal ritual elder felt that something was wrong. She recalled the distortion of space just now and said with a surprised tone, Did you just distort the rules or cause and effect? Then what is it? Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and continued walking forward. There were many campsites nearby, but no one came to stop them along the way. The closest campsite was so close that no one paid them any attention, even when they passed by within 10 feet of the other campsite. Those who stood guard at the entrance scanned the surroundings with eagle-like eyes, but they did not notice them. Lan Xin blinked. She knew what Yin Nuashing had done. Of course, she could understand the language of the gods. It was just a very common sentence, 5 very common words. We don't exist. However, it was these 5 words that affected the rules of heaven and earth's judgment of them. Other than them, no one else could clearly sense them. This seemed to be a trick of the post-god level. She had heard him talk about it occasionally. Moreover, the language of the gods had a great influence on the rules of heaven and earth. That language was too profound, and every word contained a lot of meaning. I just heard them say that this road is the closest to the center. Xiao Xian turned around and looked at the camps in the distance. Then, she looked at Yin Nuashing and said, I heard them say that this road is the closest to the center. Yin Nuashing stroked her long hair and said calmly, Probably. I think there is something hidden on the road from this intersection to the center. They can't get it for now, but they don't want others to know about it. So they sealed this road. Are we not going to use the array this time? Lan Xin asked. Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes and sensed for a while. They had already entered the boundaries of the Godfall sky. However, they didn't sense any terrifying energy reaction. The rules of heaven and earth here were also, for now, they were relatively calm. There were no signs of distortion, and she didn't sense any distortion of the origin energy. So, for now, we should be safe. However, just in case, I should still use a layer of defense. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he took out a scroll from his pendant and opened it gently. With a flash of light, a thin, almost transparent barrier enveloped the area of 10 feet around them. After putting away the scroll, Yin Nuashing looked at Little White. She patted his head and said, It's your turn now. Find the right time. Let me try. Little White grinned. He didn't feel confident. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Strands of mysterious energy undulations spread out. When he tried to find the azure dragon and the black tortoise, a deep blue color appeared in Yin Nuashing's eyes. In the end, she realized that the space in the distance was still blurry and dark. She couldn't help but frown. She opened her evil spirit eye as well. In the end, she still couldn't see anything. She was a little happy. Just as she was about to use a more powerful method to penetrate the mysterious barrier, Little White opened his eyes. A ray of blue light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. However, after the joy, Little White's little face frowned. He stretched out his hand and pointed at 2 places with uncertainty. I can sense these 2 places, but only one of them is the azure dragon and the others. As for the other one, I think. He turned to look at Xiao Xian. The other one might be the heavenly god of the demonic clan that was born last. Oh, are you sure? Little Qing and the others are in there? Yin Nuashing looked at him with a little surprise. She then looked into the distance. It can't be wrong. It definitely can't be wrong this time. All the senses are coming from the front. Furthermore, this is the westernmost part of the westernmost part. It's close to the edge of the realm of the gods. There's no place further to the west. So it can't be wrong. Little White nodded with an unusually serious expression. He was just short of raising 3 fingers to swear that there would be no problem this time. Elder Cien, he was completely dumbfounded, especially when she heard the name of the 4 celestial gods. However, when she saw that her goddess didn't have any special reaction, she held it in and didn't ask anything. Yin Nuoxing twirled her long hair. After thinking for a moment, she pointed at one of the places that Little White mentioned and said, "Then let's go there first. Based on my feeling, this should be the right place." Little White spread out his hands. The 2 places seemed to be quite close to each other. However, he felt that there should be a certain distance between the 2 places where they would arrive at the end. Yin Nuoxing walked in front. Xiao Xian and Lan Xian followed beside her. Elder Cien, he was 1 to 2 meters behind them. This was to deal with any unexpected situations that might occur behind them. As for the matters in front, they would leave it to Elder Cien for the time being. In her opinion, that young man was too mysterious. Even though her goddess had explained some things to him, it was still the same. The 5 of them walked and stopped. Yin Nuoxing walked for a while and stopped occasionally. She stood at the edge of a small hill and looked into the distance with her hands behind her back. Even though the small hill was less than 20 meters tall, they were still in the starry sky. It was a vast galaxy with countless stars. The starlight that shone on this place was boundless. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously felt that the brightness of her body seemed to have decreased. The starlight that was originally gathered on her body dissipated in all directions. The layer of light that was originally 1 meter thick became less than half a meter thick. The power of the stars seems to have been attracted by something. Yin Nuoxing looked behind her intentionally. At this moment, they were about 400 to 500 miles away from the edge of the god-falling sky. For the time being, she did not see anything. "Do you feel anything?" Yin Nuoxing clenched her fists and looked up at the galaxy. Lan Xian, and Xiao Xian shook their heads. They did not feel anything special after entering the god-falling sky. Little White would calibrate their direction after walking for a while. At this moment, they were still proceeding according to the direction they had chosen at the beginning. In another direction, there was a very obvious deviation. It was obvious that they were not going the same way. The flow of our divine essence seems to be a little sluggish. Elder Cien, also clenched her fists. She felt that something was amiss. Yin Nuoxing nodded. She also felt the same. However, Lan Xian, and the rest obviously did not feel the same. She did not know what this situation was for. After advancing for another 300 miles, the 5 of them stood in front of a 10,000-foot wide abyss that suddenly appeared in front of them. They could not help but stare into the abyss. Gulp, gulp, rumble. Some strange, muffled sounds came from the abyss. It sounded as if a huge beast was sleeping here. It also sounded as if there was a strange sound of energy exploding. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. Yin Nuoxing tried to look at the bottom of the abyss. However, when she opened her other eyes, she still could not see anything. This place seemed to have an absolute suppression effect on some probing techniques. The rest of them also tried, but it was the same. If they wanted to take a look at the bottom of the abyss, they could only jump in. Let's go around it. The wind element in this place has disappeared. The energy of the other elements is also almost exhausted. The energy that we brought with us has been used up. We will not be able to replenish it for a while. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we should use it sparingly. Yin Nuoxing twisted his neck. After walking for 800 miles, it was temporarily peaceful. Or rather, it was too peaceful. It seems too quiet. Lan Xian frowned and said what Yin Nuoxing was thinking. Last time, when we were in the sky burial ground, there was one situation every 3 steps. Why is this fallen god sky so quiet? Didn't they say that there was a sacred beast suppression? Immortal Ritual Elder pondered for a while. That aura should not be there all the time. If it was there all the time, the camps at the edge would not have been left. As long as a trace of that aura was released, the people of the Yao clan would not be able to withstand it. Under the oppression of the sacred beast, they would die. But this place is really desolate. Xiaobai held the back of his head with both hands and sighed. At least there was a vast star field in the sky, but the ground, it was a desolate land. The mountains and rivers were desolate. There was not a trace of green. The ground was dark and lifeless. Even living in this place is a problem. The aura of life is so thin. It is so thin that it is frightening. If an ordinary person walked in, their life force would be stripped away. If there was no barrier, we would have at least lost a third of our life force before we could react. The sky burial ground is also very desolate, but there is something there to suppress it, so it is not like this. But the twisted rules there are reflected on the surface. If you walk in without protection, you will die immediately. Xiaobai said, "Are all the forbidden areas like this? Desolate, dry, desolate, and lifeless. There is nothing. Why would such a place be formed?" Lon Xian murmured. These places were too ominous and lifeless. Not many people like to come to these places. Yin Nuoxing looked up and said, "Forbidden zones, forbidden zones, forbidden zones of life." As the name suggests, how could there be any life in these places? There aren't even many traces of life. These places are caused by the laws of the realm of gods changing during its evolution. However, it's not that the laws of the realm of gods are wrong. It's just a form of abnormality that caused the places covered by the laws of the realm of gods to become strange and deformed. Most normal life forms would not be able to survive in these places, but since the laws of the realm of gods aren't wrong, they wouldn't be automatically fixed. Since no one knows how to fix them, they've been left there, and as time passed, they became forbidden zones with strange laws that no one cared about. Most of the forbidden areas were formed because of mistakes in the rules. The only difference is that they were man-made and formed naturally. Some of the forbidden areas have other reasons. A gust of wind blew, and the gray sand rolled and jumped on the ground. A strange sound came from afar, and the ground trembled faintly. However, Yin Nuoxing and the immortal ritual elder sensed something in advance. They turned their heads together and looked in the direction they had come from. They squinted their eyes slightly. At the end of the horizon, a red line appeared. It stretched out for a very long time. No one knew where it came from. At that moment, Yin Nuoxing thought, if he saw a white line at the end of the horizon on the surface of the sea, it would be a little fun. Therefore, it was quite fun at this moment. The only difference was that the line was red, rumble. The heavy sound of the ground took a long time to reach them. Yin Nuoxing and the immortal ritual elder trembled. They turned their heads and saw the red line that connected the sky and the earth. They all shuddered. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand calmly and said, "Run." Chapter 1045. The blood-red demonic light covered heaven and earth, and the sound of rolling waves mixed with the stench of blood came from the horizon, flattening everything in sight. The terrifying blood-red demonic light dyed half of the star sector scarlet, and the power in the air was ominous and terrifying. The rolling momentum made one's scalp go numb. Yin Nuoxing had just finished speaking when she suddenly stretched out her hands and carried Xiao Xian and Lon Xian in her hands. She then wrapped Xiaobai in her wings and shouted softly. Light elements surged, and in a flash, they rushed across the 1,000-foot-wide abyss in front of them. The immortal ritual elder also jumped over. What is that? Xiaobai turned around to look at the monstrous blood-red waves, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. What was this blood-red wave that suddenly appeared in this godforsaken place? The bloody aura that rushed to the sky and carried a stench that made one vomit, as if it was real blood. You're asking me? Yin Nuoxing's face stiffened into a strange smile. She shook her head and said, I can only give you the answer that I can discern. That is probably the blood of thousands or tens of thousands of extremely powerful demonic beasts. Oh, I don't think this is the time to talk about this. She had just finished speaking when she hurriedly retreated with the other three. The immortal ritual elder looked at the blood-red wave behind her and hurriedly retreated as well, quickly entering the depths of the godfall sky. Isn't there an abyss there? It should be able to block the blood wave, right? Xiaobai clung to the edge of her wings and looked out. It's hard to say. The immortal ritual elder shook her head and said, if we can't block it and get sucked into the blood wave, we don't know what will happen. The divine essence that we detected instantly evaporated upon contact with the blood wave. If that is really the blood wave of thousands or tens of thousands of powerful demonic beasts mixed together, her expression was solemn, and she unconsciously swallowed her saliva. In any case, it will be bad if we get sucked in. Yin Nuoxing also nodded. Xiao Bai and the other two saw that she had the same reaction and did not say anything. They only looked back at the shocking blood wave from time to time. At this moment, the blood wave had already rushed to the abyss, and in an instant, there was a violent collision. Bang! Boom! The huge sound of the blood wave crashing against the mountain wall on the other side of the abyss shook the earth, and the sound of splashing water reverberated between the heavens and the earth. The blood wave created by the collision was tens of thousands of feet tall, and a small part of it split apart in the air, turning into a rain of blood that fell on the earth. In the blood wave, one could see some white bones that were thousands of feet tall, and there were also some golden bones that were as large as small mountains. They looked as if they had been swept out from the depths of the mountains by the blood wave. Boom! The giant wolf that was tens of thousands of feet tall fell from the sky and slammed into the ground on the other side of the river. Waves splashed everywhere and then flowed into the abyss. When Yin Nuoxing and the others saw this, they stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to put down the three fellows that they were carrying in their hands and wrapped in their wings, an even louder roar suddenly came from the place where the bloodlight filled the sky. The few of them were stunned and looked at it in confusion for a few seconds. Then, an exaggeratedly huge blood pillar burst out from the abyss and shot into the sky. That blood pillar was tens of thousands of feet tall. After a while, huge blood pillars also burst out from other parts of the abyss. From afar, it looked like a blood wall that was tens of thousands of feet tall. When Yin Nuoxing and the others saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Boom! Quong! Gulp! The strange sound from the abyss sounded again. It was dull, and it seemed to be coming from the ground. It was as if the entire ground was making this strange sound. The blood wall that was tens of thousands of feet tall slowly collapsed from the sky, collapsing toward the other side of the abyss. F*CKU. Seeing that the blood wall was showing signs of collapsing, Yin Nuoxing instantly ran away. She did not even have time to put down the person she was carrying. Elder Immortal Ritual also hurriedly followed her. They were really looking for trouble, forcefully allowing the blood sea to sweep them to the other side. Fortunately, they had already retreated a distance away and were not swept into the blood sea. Crash! The collapsing blood wall slammed against the ground, creating an even bigger blood wave. It was relatively close to Yin Nuoxing and the others. If they stopped for 1 or 2 seconds, they would be instantly swept into the blood wave behind them. Furthermore, the blood wave was gradually increasing in speed. Sensing the terrifying aura that was gradually catching up behind them, Yin Nuoxing's face twitched slightly. She angrily shouted, F*CK, it's about to catch up. I don't care anymore. Are you planning to? Elder Immortal Ritual was also stunned. She tilted her head to look at him. Before she knew what he was planning to do, she was swept over by a wing. Then, a surge of bright golden particles filled her vision. The energy caused her pupils to contract slightly. This was the light element. The light element swept the 5 of them in a flash, and they disappeared from their original positions in an instant. Apart from Yin Nuoxing, the 5 of them had their eyes tightly closed. By the time they reacted, they had already landed on the ground. Yin Nuoxing turned around. They were currently standing on a mountain range, extremely far away from the blood wave. The light element swept them across an extremely long distance, and the blood wave could not catch up. It would stop halfway. He was not looking at the blood wave, but the almost invisible abyss. Above the abyss, Yin Nuoxing could vaguely see a figure. That figure had his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry sky. His back view was desolate and lonely. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the figure. After a long time, he sighed softly. If you're sleeping, then just sleep. Why are you doing these strange things? No one will disturb you. He had thought that this blood wave was the same as the blood river under the abyss that they had seen when they had just arrived at the ultimate plane region. What's that? What strange thing did you see again? Little White could not help but ask in his soul when she saw him like this. Yun Nuashing shook his head, and the voice of his soul was softly heard. It's nothing. It's just an old guy who was in a deep sleep. He might have sensed something strange about me and mysteriously woke up for a moment. After all, I also have some weak godly power on my body. He probably sensed it. Now, he's probably asleep. Don't worry about him. Another heavenly deity? Lon Sheener was a little speechless. Could he be so lucky to meet another divine god? Speaking of which, he always met so many sleeping divine gods and divine gods. Was this good luck or bad luck? Xiao Xian wrinkled her nose and said in his soul, but didn't Little White say that there were only 2 high-energy senses in the Godfall sky? Little Qing and the others have not been found in this direction. The one who is said to be the divine god is not in this direction? Yin Nuashing nodded. The sleeping god can't sense it. The only possibility is that there's something in that place that contains a lot of energy. Little White must have sensed it. Furthermore, he might have sensed wrongly. This white tiger that suffered from heat stroke hasn't been in the pit for a day or 2. Little White ground her shiny teeth and stared at him maliciously. I'm definitely not wrong this time. Yin Nuashing shrugged and spread his hands. He looked at Xiao Xian and pondered for a while. Then he said, Xiao Xian, there are some things that I have wanted to say for a long time. Xiao Xian and Mei Mao stared at him intently. Yin Nuashing turned around and said, the whereabouts of a divine god cannot be divined by anyone other than a divine god. Even if they can find the place where they are buried, it will not be through divining. The laws of causality on their bodies can shield them from prying methods. Xiao Xian was stunned. But the divine master in my clan is indeed. Yin Nuashing waved his hand, indicating that he hadn't finished yet. There's only one situation. That sky god is in a half-dead state, and all kinds of origin powers are not very stable. At that time, it is possible to deduce some things related to them from other things. As for the rest, I don't think I need to say more. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in shock. If that was the case, did it mean that the divine god could still exist in this world? Moreover, it was very likely that she was in the Godfall sky. Perhaps she was in the other place that Xiao Bai had mentioned. Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked into the distance. The surroundings were still empty and very quiet. The blood-red wave did not spread over, but the ground in front of him was dark red, as if it had been tainted by the blood-red wave. The entire horizon in the distance was burning with green flames that rushed into the sky, like a few huge fire tornadoes that swept into the sky. We are very close to the edge of the realm of the gods. I can already feel the aura of the stars. The barrier that covers the entire realm of the gods is not far ahead. Yin Nuashing clenched his fists. A powerful aura rippled and filled the air. That aura caused Elder Xian Yi's body to stiffen. That's the aura of a demon king. It's not the one I felt before. But why can I still move? She turned around blankly and looked at Yin Nuashing. The latter pointed at the almost transparent barrier. She immediately understood. So it was this energy barrier that had blocked that powerful aura. Space and time are normal. There are signs of instability in the laws. I suspect that they're affected by a powerful energy. If we continue forward, I don't know if we will be affected by anything for the time being. Yin Nuashing looked at the ground in front of them and the green flames in the distance, and calmly said what he had observed. However, it's not surprising that anything can happen in the forbidden area. There is no turning back now that we are here. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and turned to look at the 4 of them. He said softly, let's continue forward. We will be fine as long as we don't leave the barrier. However, we should still be careful ahead. The others nodded. Yin Nuashing took the lead and jumped down from the mountain range. The elemental energy in this place was thin. He had just brought the others and sprinted for a short distance. He had used up 1/5 of his light element and had yet to replenish it. Furthermore, he did not know what would happen ahead. It's never wrong to be careful when walking in the forbidden area. Although I can use a special method to convert my star energy into elemental energy at a ratio of 1 to 1, there is no way to replenish the energy in this place. I feel that it is a waste to use some herbs. Yin Nuashing spread his hands. He also knew how to be frugal. Even if he had many things in his storage that ordinary people could not see, he would still feel heartache if he casually used them. After all, there were some things that could not be found in this era. Every time he used them, he would have less of them. They walked as fast as flying. Even though they had already cautiously slowed down, with their strength, they could travel several dozen kilometers in a few minutes. Soon after, Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped and looked to the side. Their half of the mountain range had been forcibly torn apart. Green flames were lingering around half of the mountain, continuously melting the mountain range. In the distance, green magma could be seen. That was the mountain rocks that had been melted by the green flames. They flowed on the ground, giving off steam. Yin Nuashing walked over with a frown. A layer of multicolored radiance surged on his palm. He lightly touched the magma that was still giving off terrifying steam. His frown deepened. The remnant energy is still quite fresh. This energy was left behind recently. It hasn't even been 3 days and has yet to dissipate. Someone is here? Immortal Ritual Elder also frowned. Feeling this energy at such a close distance, she should have trembled. However, with this layer of barrier, she did not lose her composure. She only frowned slightly. It's hard to say, whether it's a human or a demon. Who knows? Yin Nuashing shook his head. He waved his hand and continued to walk forward. However, this energy is indeed Little Qing's energy. Little White, do you think Little Qing and the others have lost their memories of their previous lives? Yin Nuashing looked at Little White and asked. Little White was stunned. He roughly knew what he was worried about. It's hard for me to say. After we broke free from Yu Ying's seal, our vitality was greatly damaged for a period of time. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be enough to kill us. Moreover, the 3 of us were unconscious at that time. We don't know where we went to hide and recuperate. After muttering to himself for a while, he shook his head. Unless they encountered something when they were resting and were ambushed. They were severely injured and on the verge of death. Otherwise, they shouldn't have lost their memories. Yin Nuashing nodded and continued to walk forward. They saw another piece of land that was being burned by green flames. The continuous mountain range was completely enveloped by a circle of green flames. That was the circle of flames that they saw from afar. The burning green flames rose thousands of miles into the sky and formed a terrifying wall of fire. It seemed to penetrate deep into the star sector. Lan Exine wiped away her sweat. Although this barrier could block the destruction caused by the high energy and could also isolate the destructive heat waves, it could not isolate the surrounding temperature. Waves of hot wind blew towards them, causing them to sweat profusely. Yin Nuashing stomped his feet lightly and activated another array to cover this area. After isolating the extremely high temperature, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief. If they stayed here for too long, they might be roasted alive. There! Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. She stretched out her jade finger and pointed at the bottom of a short mountain. There was also a pool of flowing lava. Moreover, the surrounding area was already covered with lava. More than half of the mountains had melted, and the flowing lava had formed a lava lake. At the bottom of the short mountain, there was a white skeleton. It was being burned by the green flames, but it was not extinguished. Yin Nuashing was slightly surprised. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the white skeleton was just an ordinary skeleton. It was not the skeleton of a god. Judging from the remaining weak energy, the owner of the skeleton was, at most, a mid-level god when he was alive. He looked at it for a while and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a ball of light floated out from the skeleton. After the ball of light left the skeleton, The skeleton was burned to ashes and disappeared. He called the ball of light into his hand and looked inside. Xiao Xian and the others also came over and looked inside curiously. A token? There's a very powerful charm in it. Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes. There was a token in the ball of light. The token itself might not be anything special, but there was a very high-level charm engraved on it. It was this charm that had blocked the destructive green flames. A god level 9? No, this smell, it is above a god level charm. This is a god level charm. No wonder it could block Xiao Qing's flames. Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up. Xiao Qing's flames were of the same level as Feng Er's true phoenix fire. If they were on the list, they would be ranked 15th. However, Xiao Qing's flames were hers, and others could not obtain them. Therefore, it was not listed on the list. Feng Er's flames were different. The true phoenix fire could be obtained by others, and only 2 people could control the true phoenix fire at the same time. If one did not have a soul contract with the phoenix, it was impossible to control this kind of flame. For example, at this moment, he could use this flame that could burn everything because of the soul contract. God level. Lan Xin murmured. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes and thought of something. Brother Nuoxing, could it be those peoples? Those people? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. 2 seconds later, she reacted. Oh, you mean those descendants of the deities? We can't rule out this possibility. God-level charms are rare, and they can't be sold on the market. Even if they do exist, they're the treasures of some big sects, and they would not be taken out casually. If they were taken out, brought here, and died here, the possibility is very high. Could it be those mysterious people who entered the Godfall sky a few days ago that we heard in the small town? As Little White spoke, her eyes suddenly became dangerous. In other words, a deity or descendant of a deity is plotting something to kill Azure Dragon and the others, or to subdue them. A low and deep tiger roar came from his throat. When Yin Nuoxing heard it, he knocked his head and said, "Calm down, little Qing will be fine. Other than the methods of the divine rank, nothing can hurt them. Back then, you were knocked unconscious by me and Feng Er with our full strength." Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Why did he have to bring up what happened back then? Look here. Elder Xian, he waved at them from the side. Yin Nuoxing and the others hurriedly ran over and squatted down to take a look. On the ground that Elder Xian he was pointing at, there were dozens of burnt black marks on the ground. Moreover, they were burnt very cleanly. It was really too clean. There was not even a speck left. These dozens of marks together were more than 100 meters wide. However, there were still some things left. A few meters away from this big pile of ashes, there were a few strands of dark red hair lying on the ground. The immortal ritual elder's jade-like hands were covered with a thin layer of light. She picked up the dark red hair and looked at it. Her expression changed slightly, and then she threw it away with slight disgust. She clapped her hands and said, "This is the hair of the Blood Wolf clan." Oh, the gatekeepers. That means this pile of ashes. They were all wiped out. Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of the 2 gatekeepers who claimed to be from the Blood Wolf clan that he saw before he came in. Boom! Puff! In the distance, a huge green fire tornado suddenly swept across the land. The violent energy impact blew a few huge spatial cracks in the space, and the whole world rumbled. The dull sound made Yin Nuoxing and the others change their expressions. They turned their heads and saw the green fire filling the sky. No, this flame was no longer green. It was a green flame, and the color was gradually deepening. The energy was also becoming more and more terrifying, and it was enough to burn the entire sky. Vaguely, they could hear the roar of a dragon. Yin Nuoxing did not react to it, but Little White's expression changed instantly. Some moon blue energy gathered on his body, and he seemed to be ready to fight at any time. Green Dragon is injured. Yin Nuoxing was stunned, but she quickly understood what had happened. A monstrous energy surged and scattered the green flames in the sky. The green sea of fire turned into a rain of fire and fell to the ground, causing a series of violent energy explosions. Phew! God-level energy fluctuations. Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes. She waved her hand, and the netherworld ruins sword appeared. She said in a deep voice, "It seems that this trip is not going to be so peaceful." Chapter 1046. The green sea of fire appeared like a prairie fire, and a huge fire tornado shot straight to the sky. In the sky, the dissipated sea of fire turned into sparks of fire and fell to the ground. However, each of the sparks was at least 300 meters in size. They were like small meteorites, and when they hit the ground, they released an extremely tyrannical energy impact. The green fire tornado spun crazily as the violent energy impact spread to every corner of the world. The violent fluctuations caused the space to vibrate and reflect an even more violent energy impact. In the middle of the dense fire tornado, there was a slender and beautiful figure standing in the air. Her long black hair danced behind her, and a green dragon tail that was more than a meter long swayed behind her. A green dress wrapped around her perfect and tall figure. However, the strong wind blew the dress close to her body, drawing out her beautiful and sexy curves. Waves of deep dragon roars were emitted from her throat. Her exquisite and devastatingly beautiful face did not have the slightest blemish. Her skin was lustrous white, although she was frowning slightly, and there was a powerful fighting spirit circulating around her body. There was no ferocious feeling. Her elegant and calm temperament seemed to have been carved into her bones, and it had not been completely washed away even at this moment. The vertical slits in her green eyes contracted slightly as the four figures in front of her were reflected in her eyes. A bright light flashed across her eyes. Even though she was in a disadvantageous situation, she did not show the slightest bit of panic. From the first time they met, they could tell that this girl was rather smart. Compared to charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, it seemed that a scroll was more suitable for her to stay behind others. After all, her temperament lacked the sharpness of killing. Even though the surrounding environment was so dangerous, she was still calm and indifferent, as if she would never panic. Clang! Yin Nuashing fiercely hit the head of the white tiger that was probably still asleep. What kind of strange description is that? Little White sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. She glared at him and suddenly jumped up. That's what you said back then. Yin Nuashing was stunned. She scratched her head and pushed him back. I haven't recovered too much of Feng Yuying's memories yet. Let's pretend that I don't know for now. Little White looked at him with disdain. He was simply deceiving himself and others. He would come back sooner or later. What was the difference between now and the future? Ignoring his gaze, Yin Nuashing looked at the girl who was wrapped in a strong wind. In a trance, a figure floated into his mind. It was a little unfamiliar, but also a little familiar. The beautiful green figure seemed to be just like what Xiaobai said. She always stood behind him to his right, less than half a meter away. She was obedient and dignified, and her presence was not particularly strong. She looked just like a female housekeeper. Speaking of which, did he say this himself? Or was it Little White? All right, even he himself was a little confused. Feng Yueying's memories were fragmented and couldn't be pieced together. To him, Little Qing was a familiar name, but an unfamiliar acquaintance. He already couldn't remember why he was looking for the Azure Dragon in the beginning. Maybe it was because of Feng Air. After that, he met Little White and obtained some of Feng Yueying's memories from the pendant. Maybe that was the real beginning. Moreover, he said that he was looking for it, but he was actually running around the entire world to do other things. Appearing in front of the green fire tornadoes were 4 humanoid life forms. From the aura that they released, they should also be humanoid. They held 4 weapons with extremely strong energy reactions in their hands. Even the robes on their bodies were emitting strong energy waves. There was the power of gods circulating within them. It was obvious that they were genuine first-grade weapons. That powerful energy made Little Qing and Little White extremely solemn. They had just recovered not long ago, so their abilities had not recovered much. Even their forms were not considered mature yet. Now that someone had come knocking on their door, if they didn't have good intentions, then they would really be in danger. 4 gods, close to the Netherworld King realm. Little White gritted his teeth his face full of resentment. If it wasn't for Yun Nuoxing stopping him at this moment, he would have already rushed up to bite the four fellows who took advantage of the situation. For God's Park weapons that are completely unleashed, do you think you can deal with them? Hearing that, Whitey turned around and stared at him with sharp eyes. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled faintly. At least wait until they finish talking. I'm very curious. Who was able to find Little Qing and the others before us? This is a very interesting matter. Such a major event couldn't have been done by 4 heavenly gods on their own, and they even brought God Park weapons with them. Perhaps it was an order from one of the old geezers. Well, let's just listen for now. We'll be in the dark and have the upper hand. Little White hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He suppressed the anger in his heart and remained silent for a while. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at Lon, Xian, and the others. He said softly, "Later, don't go out. Don't go out. Just stay in a magic circle. This magic circle is still a place where the laws are distorted. You won't be discovered by anyone, and you won't be harmed by any energy." Lon, Xian, wanted to say something, but when she saw his extremely serious expression, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded obediently. If it was a battle between God Park weapons, they would only be a burden to him if they went up. Azure Dragon of the 4 gods of celestial phenomenon, you have a deep friendship with that tough turtle shell, but unfortunately, the young man who was holding a 1-foot-wide black ancient book smiled faintly. It is said that since the beginning of the world, the 4 gods have never met. What I heard today has overturned those meaningless words of the past. Originally, we just wanted to talk to you about something. Well, it's good. If we can capture another 4 gods, Master will be very happy. Now, he can't wait for another 4 gods to appear here. Every bit of your flesh and blood is priceless. With 2 4 gods, Master will definitely be able to improve further. Those crimson eyes made Shao Qing and Xiao by days for a moment. They didn't remember it, but was very familiar. They seemed to have seen it before. Was it a memory from their bloodline? Azure Dragon, I'll give you a chance. Submit to my master's might, and you'll still have a good home to return to and live on. Otherwise, we'll definitely peel off your scales and take your blood. The young man with the halberd sneered. Those overbearing words did not anger Little Qing. She only smiled warmly as if nothing had happened. However, the words that came out of her mouth were completely devoid of warmth. Your teacher? You're just a half-baked god. You're still struggling at death's door. You sealed your origin and sealed it under the earth. You're suppressed by the will of the world, and you're like a dead dog crawling on the ground. You want to control the 4 gods of celestial phenomenon? The moment you sign the contract. Her last sentence was said very softly, so it wasn't heard. She smiled disdainfully, then continued. No matter what happened in the past in this world, there's only one person I acknowledge, and I am willing to accompany. You can try to catch us and bring us back. Let's see if you can walk out of this godfall sky. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a burst of light. The young man wearing silver armor and holding a large saber slashed out with a saber. The piercingly cold saber light illuminated the whole world. As soon as it appeared, the earth, which was covered in flames, suddenly became silent. The young man holding the ancient book also flipped it in his hand. Wisps of God's majesty flowed out from the book, adding to the saber light, making it even more terrifying. With a slash of the saber, the space cracked and the time barrier collapsed. The majesty of the God's majesty almost suffocated Lon, Xian, and the others. Roar! Little Qing gritted her teeth as the cyan flames coiled around her right hand. She didn't take on any form. She merely grabbed the flames with one hand as though she was grabbing a halberd. A dragon's roar filled with rage rang out from her throat. The 4 celestial goddesses of celestial phenomenon, would actually be treated as something else and be listed as a hunting target? She should have been furious, yet her heart was extremely calm, as though she wasn't surprised at all. The shocking saber light came crashing down on her in 2 or 3 breaths of time. The terrifying aura locked onto her, and it was useless to escape. Before the saber light even touched her body, she felt that her body was on the verge of cracking. The dragon scales hidden under her skin were showing signs of cracking. Just as she was about to forcefully resist the blade light, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of her. She only felt that she was in an absolutely calm domain. The shocking energy, the monstrous power, all dissipated and the world quieted down. In her line of sight, a colorful back suddenly appeared, causing her to be slightly stunned. "All right, let's stop here." Yin Nuoxing's figure flickered and appeared in front of Shaoqing. He held a fist-sized black bead in his hand. The energy vacuum domain bloomed from his body, rushed into the black bead, and then released into the space. A wave of energy was suddenly released, and when it came into contact with the shocking saber light, it actually caused the saber light to tremble and disappear. Even the entire area became much quieter. "You're courting death." The young man holding the halberd was slightly stunned. In the next instant, his figure violently shot out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing. The 3-meter long golden halberd in his hand bloomed with a terrifying energy that could change the color of heaven and earth. It carried the feeling of eternity, and it was like a shocking bolt of lightning exploding out. Yin Nuoxing's eyes contained the light element. No matter how fast the halberd was, it was just moving in slow motion in his eyes. He lifted the black bead in his hand, and it gently left his hand and floated forward. He softly chanted, "Darkness origin bead, devour." Ding! The spearhead, which was half the size of an ordinary person, violently collided with the darkness origin bead that Yin Nuoxing was holding in the air. Under the frightening strength bestowed by that shocking might, it actually only caused the bead to emit an extremely clear sound. It was like the sound of fingernails gently touching glass. This was not a power that anyone could resist. As long as a strand of God's Park weapons power was released, it was not something that non-gods could resist. Everyone could only submit to this supreme power. However, Yin Nuo Planet was not affected at all. Not only did he have dozens of God Park weapons protecting him, but he also had divine authority weapons and even divine swords like the Netherworld Divine Sword. The black bead stood in front of him like a heavenly wall, releasing dark energy into the space. It was so dark that it was resplendent, so dark that it was deep, blocking that terrifying power. "You're getting in the way." Yin Nuoxing coldly glanced at the person. He pushed forward with the darkness origin bead in his hand, and the web-like black energy suddenly condensed into a shockwave. With a rumble, it sent the halberd-wielding person flying. He vomited blood, but he was protected by the God's Park weapon as well, so he did not immediately collapse. Rumble! The other 3 were surprised as well. They raised their weapons to protect themselves, but they were also blown several thousand meters away by the shockwave. The surrounding mountains and azure flames were all reduced to dust, and the ground rumbled as it shattered. Little Qing stared blankly at the person who had appeared before her, but that blankness only lasted for a moment. She saw the purplish-red pendant floating in Yin Nuoxing's collar. That pendant was extremely familiar, and she immediately widened her eyes at Mei Mao. She cried out involuntarily, If you have something to say it later. Anyway, take little Xian to that place first. Little Bai is there." Yin Nuoxing blinked and pointed in a certain direction with a faint smile. "You're back." Little Qing's eyes changed slightly, becoming extremely gentle. She unconsciously intertwined her hands in front of her and smiled warmly. Yin Nuoxing smiled back, but now was not the time to talk. He waved his hand and tossed the darkness origin bead to little Qing, then drew the Underworld Ruins sword from his body. Several divine swords had already fused together, and the power they released surpassed the darkness origin bead. God's Park Evolution, Eternal Awakening. The young man with the ancient book in his hand shouted loudly. The entire black ancient book lit up with a bright light, as if it was about to burn. A great and terrifying fluctuation rumbled through the world, as if a god had awakened. In the rising, dazzling flame, Yin Nuoxing could even see an old figure faintly discernible. A pair of intimidating eyes contained an endless amount of pressure. Ordinary people would be afraid of you. But to me, you're just a mere... If your real body appeared before me, it would be more difficult for me to deal with you. Unfortunately, Yin Nuoxing shook his head. The figure in the ancient book became more and more solid. The ancient book actually had a consciousness, and it was specially made. It seemed to have awakened all of a sudden, and the vast power of a god caused heaven and earth to tremble. A terrifying pressure spread for 90,000 miles, and heaven and earth wailed. The blurry figure disappeared as soon as it appeared, and the ancient book also released several times more energy in an instant. Its power was monstrous. They were forcibly extracting all the energy in heaven and earth. Relying on their own power, they could not support the awakening of a colossus like a God's Park weapon. The energy it contained was shocking. "Who are you?" The young man holding the ancient book glared at Yin Nuoxing with his long hair fluttering in the wind. His hands trembled slightly. Even if this was something his master had given him, he could not use its full power. If it were not for the existence of a special charm in the ancient book that prevented it from extracting his energy, he would have been sucked dry a long time ago. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? He's just a mere demigod. What is he? Let's capture him and take away his God's Park weapon. The young man holding the halberd shouted angrily. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was in a very sorry state after being hit by the dark origin bead. Even if his life was protected by the God's Park weapon, he was close to death. That level of energy could cause serious injuries just by brushing against it. What am I? Yin Nuoxing lowered his eyes and sneered. He held the divine sword in his right hand and spread his arms slightly. I'm nothing. You're nothing. The people behind you are nothing. This world is nothing. This time is nothing. 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 The violent power of the stars broke free and broke through to an unimaginable level. The terrifying aura was even more frightening than the awakening of the God's Park weapon. It was like a giant beast that had been sleeping since ancient times. When it opened its eyes, all the realms in the universe would tremble. Yin Nuoxing sneered and suddenly turned around. The divine sword drew a perfect arc in the air and slashed at the space behind him. Clang! With a startling tremor, tens of thousands of dark yellow openings opened in the world. Purple light illuminated the world. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. The person who suddenly appeared behind him was holding a palm-sized black token in his hand. He slammed it straight into the sword of Netherworld. The sword seemed to split the heavens and earth apart, splitting the chaos that had just been created. The sword swept across thousands of miles, and even cracks appeared on the barrier of the primordial realm. The barriers of space and time were blasted into ashes. Puffed. That person coughed up blood. The black token lit up at the critical moment and protected his body. He flew back tens of thousands of feet, almost flying out of the god realm. Under the illumination of the cold light of that sword, one could see the scene of the myriad realms collapsing. The berserk aura that was released was like the blood of gods, the destruction of galaxies, and the dimming of gods. It had cut down countless experts and drank their blood. That grand vision was so terrifying that it made one suffocate. That divine force was not something a mere heavenly deity or deity could resist. Even if they had a God Park weapon, it was still impossible. Yin Nuoxing saw that he was not dead. She was stunned. She saw the black token in his hand and narrowed her eyes. She said with a surprised tone, "The token of 3 lives? No, that's not right. It doesn't have the endless aura of life like the token of 3 lives. That's the token of 3 lives. And it's a replica. It can cause a lot of damage to gods if it's used in an ambush. It could be considered exquisite for such a low-quality item to be able to withstand the sword." Yin Nuoxing chuckled. She thought that she was lucky enough to see the legendary item today. She seemed to be praising it, but in the next second, her colorful eyes suddenly turned cold. Die. Buzz. With a sweep of the sword light that covered thousands of miles was like an endless abyss. The aura of death was irresistible, and the medallion was directly shattered into pieces. That person was also annihilated by the boundless sword light. Kill. The halberd-wielding young man's eyes were bloodshot, and with a roar of rage, he charged forward. His blood and chi surged, and he poured all of his essence, energy, and spirit into this attack. Running away was definitely not a realistic option, so he poured everything he had into this attack. Even his Godspark weapon was about to burst into flames. The other three also roared and charged forward with weapons in hand. You want to stake everything on this one attack? Yin Nuashing murmured coldly. Suddenly, he grinned. I'll let you see the truth of this world before you die, he murmured softly. The 6 wings on his back slowly spread open, and the 5 divine halos gradually appeared. They were extremely dim, but under the light of the star field, they were extremely dazzling. The 5 black divine halos fell into the eyes of the 3 people, and they felt a chill. 5 divine halos, that was the symbol of a god. Kill. The 3 people's eyes were already blood-red. After seeing the sword light, they knew that they were no match for it. Now that they saw the 5 extremely dim black divine halos, anger rushed to their heads. They didn't hesitate to burn everything they had and put everything they had into this attack. They knew that Yin Nuashing was definitely not a god. Otherwise, his divine halos wouldn't be so dim. If they fought with their lives on the line, they might be able to find a way out. Of course, he didn't use the 5 divine halos to show off. He wasn't interested in that. He just released his power to the limit. Then, he grabbed the divine sword formed by the fusion of the Netherworld ruins swords with both hands. He held the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other. He made a gentle pulling motion, and the moment he did that, the power in his body disappeared faster than the ebbing tide. Walala! The sound of energy surging was like water splashing, and a monstrous aura suddenly disappeared to the point where it was almost imperceptible. His colorful long hair also turned almost completely white in 2 breaths of time. Yin Nuashing calmed himself down and gently pulled open the sword sheath with both hands. Sky Splitting. Chapter 1047. The brilliant light seemed to tear the entire world apart. That eternal light was too dazzling, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Little White and the others, who were hiding in the dark, quickly closed their eyes after a glance. The sky and the earth shook, and the world seemed to have turned upside down. The tremors did not stop, and space and time were wailing. They also saw that a huge hole had been cut open in the magnificent purple crystal barrier. The hole led to the void, but it led to the void of another place in an instant. This place became countless times brighter than it was during the day. Even the stars in the sky were hidden by this light, disappearing from the sky. Even hundreds of thousands of miles away, one could see this dazzling light. It was as if 1,000 giant suns had exploded in the sky. However, this was only a flash of light. The terrifying energy fluctuations spread out at an almost infinite speed, spreading throughout the entire extreme plane region. In the extreme plane region, near the edge of the extreme plane region, there were many creatures that felt this world-destroying energy fluctuation. They all turned their gazes in horror. At this moment, who knew how many people turned pale with fright? They all looked towards the far west of the extreme plane region. That powerful and unparalleled aura startled all the creatures. The old monsters, who had just calmed down, were shaken awake again. Their eyes flashed with a terrifying light as they looked towards the horizon in silence. They felt as if a god spirit was awakening, using all of its power. That power made their hearts throb. That was the aura of a complete god spirit. Was someone at the same level awakening and using all of its power? The aura of a god spirit. A group of experts flew out of the Nightwalker Alliance outside of Godfall Sky, as well as other camps nearby. They stood in the sky, wanting to see what was going on inside. However, the powerful ripples suddenly swept over them, causing them to tremble and fall from the sky. They half knelt on the ground, unable to move. Some people even opened their heavenly eyes to see what was going on inside. In the end, they were almost blinded by the godly might. Blood flowed from their eyes, and they could not help but scream. In the Godfall sky, special detection methods such as souls couldn't detect what was happening inside. Even if there were countless eyes looking at this place, it was difficult to see what was happening inside. Even the gods couldn't do anything about it. No one could see what was happening inside. Even the experts at the edge of the Godfall sky could only see the dazzling light as if they were staring at the sun at a close distance. They couldn't look directly at it. They could only vaguely see that the mountains inside, which were more than 10 zhang tall, had all been evaporated. That space seemed to no longer exist, and many things on the ground had been flattened. If it weren't for the energy barrier protecting the camp and the town, and the fact that most of the energy was directed towards the sky, hundreds of thousands of li in radius would have been destroyed in an instant. Not even dregs would be left behind. Rumble. The dull sound was still reverberating in their ears. It was the sound of energy rolling and exploding. The ground gradually calmed down, and the dazzling light dimmed a little. However, at the edge of the Godfall sky, they should have been able to see the starry sky directly. Now, because of the light, it was as if it was daytime. The sky was white, and it didn't dim so quickly. Little White, who was hiding in the dark, rushed forward to block the wind the moment the energy exploded. At that moment, his cheeks were blown out of shape by the wind, and his long hair was sticking straight behind his back. He looked like a white hedgehog. When little Ching saw this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Holy sh*t. Why did this guy use so much energy? He's really not afraid of drying up this place. Hearing the laughter, Little White slowly came back to his senses. He rubbed his stiff face and muttered, "My hair is messed up because of the wind. Lon Xin, guess part of the reason. Maybe it's because of the Godhead weapons. Brother Nuashing doesn't need to use so much energy to deal with 4 gods, but if it's to deal with 4 Godhead weapons, it's necessary to use so much energy. Does that mean he destroyed them directly?" Little White looked like he had a toothache. 4 Godhead weapons, and he destroyed them just like that. Didn't he feel any heartache? He almost wiped out the ultimate plane region. Xiao Xian calmly stroked her snow-white hair. She still had a lingering fear. Of course, she knew what had happened to Yin Nuashing. However, that was only known by her demon incarnation. Now that her real body had come to see, her eyes were almost blinded. At that moment, the scene she saw was black and white. The world had faded under the strong light. If not for Yin Nuashing pouring most of her energy into the 3 people and then turning it to the sky, there might have been a big hole at the edge of the region. She might have even dug out a piece of it. She looked back and saw that Elder Xian, he was still in a daze and hadn't reacted yet. She couldn't help but stick out her little tongue. It seemed that she had a lot of things to explain later. That was why she didn't want to bring anyone here. It was too troublesome to explain. The turbulent energy gradually calmed down, and the sky slowly became dark. However, this place didn't become dark at all. It was just that the sky returned from its extremely bright state to the scene of a starry night sky. Yin Nuashing slowly landed on the ground. Only the roots of her snow-white hair were left with some color. This time, she had also used up all her energy. Her life force was almost depleted. To ordinary people, they wouldn't dare to play like this. After all, if their life force was depleted, they would die if they weren't careful. However, to him, it had become a common occurrence. No matter if it was now or in the ancient era, it was still the same. Indeed, it was a problem that couldn't be changed. The divine sword in his hand had already returned to his body. He lowered his head and looked at his palms. He clenched them tightly. For some reason, some confidence rose in his heart. This was the first time he had used such a large amount of energy. He didn't expect that the godly body of the reception spirit could activate the weapons to such an extent. If only I had the godly body of the reception spirit back then. Perhaps I could have killed them directly. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At that time, he was holding 4 great divine weapons. However, he still fought with a group of gods above the divine realm. Both sides suffered great losses, and he almost died. He had a lot of resentment. If it was him now, he should be able to, There were many conditions and restrictions when using the power of divine weapons. If they were used carelessly, they would be damaged. For example, the Netherworld sword, Ling Hong's sword, and Red Star sword were all damaged by him back then. It was also like the Sand Time sword that was damaged a few years ago. Divine weapons were indeed powerful. However, if one didn't use the correct method to use them, it would be very easy for them to be damaged. Recklessly activating the power would only cause the power to go on a rampage in the divine sword and destroy oneself. What a powerful yet fragile thing. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. After all, it was very easy for him to kill himself. Just like now, even if his body was very strong, he couldn't stop his muscles from destroying his ligaments. This was why even deities would get cramps. Among the many powers of the reception spirit godly body, the power to control weapons was the most terrifying. If he had also practiced the reception spirit godly body back then, he might have been killed by others before reaching the divine realm. Things are really unpredictable. However, to be honest, if he had already practiced the reception spirit godly body at that time, with the 4 great divine weapons in his hands and the many divine power weapons in his hands, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to kill hundreds of experts above the divine realm. No matter what, with this physique, it was not impossible for him to exert 100% of the power of weapons. It was even possible for him to exceed the limit of power by 4 times. Back then, he couldn't even exert 80% of the power of Netherworld Sword and the others. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Little White ran over with the others. Lan Xian was the first to jump in front of him. She circled around him, pinched his arm, and looked at it. When she found that it was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Really, you're just as reckless as before. A gentle and elegant voice rang out, causing Yin Nuoxing to turn his head slightly. He saw the lady in the green dress walking over gracefully. Her hands were hanging in front of her body, and they were crossed naturally. She looked at him with a gentle smile and repeated, "You're back." Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. "You can say that. I'm back. It's just that it's not complete." Little Qing tilted her head and looked at Little White. He shrugged helplessly and told her many things that happened to Yin Nuoxing in his soul. He emphasized the matter of Feng Yueing. As the two of them were talking, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but look at Little Qing. His palm unconsciously stroked his long hair. How should he put it? Although he said that he saw her, he didn't feel much emotion in his heart. There were too few memories of Feng Yueing's previous life left behind. Most of them were left behind as Dao fruits. If he wanted to recover his memories, he might have to wait until then. Speaking of which, Little Qing is really tall. Yin Nuoxing muttered in a low voice. She's half a head taller than me. She's the same as Bing Air. Lan Xian glanced and pressed her hand on Yin Nuoxing's head. Then she smiled. Maybe the members of the dragon race are all very tall. Yin Nuoxing spread his hands and took out the pendant. He glanced at it, then looked at Little Qing, who had a warm smile on her face. He suddenly remembered that this pendant sealed a small portion of Feng Yueing's memory. That memory could eliminate the hostility in the hearts of Little White and the rest. The premise was that they had it. Now, it seemed that Little Qing didn't need it. This was a good thing. He glanced again and saw Little Qing's long tail. With a rough look, it was wrapped around her right leg like a tattoo. He looked at her back and didn't seem to see any wings. He couldn't help but say, "So, Little Qing isn't a big lizard." Lan Xian glanced and nodded. "It seems to be a long snake." "Little girl, isn't it inappropriate for us to say that?" Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. Lan Xian rolled her eyes at him. Brother Nuoxing was the one who brought it up first. "I'm just following along with what you said." On the other side, Little Qing and Little White seemed to have finished their conversation. Little Qing walked in front of Yin Nuoxing and lowered her head slightly to look at him. She stretched out her hand and rubbed his snow-white hair. Her gentle smile never disappeared. "No matter what, you're still you. Your style of doing things is very similar." Yin Nuoxing stuck out his tongue. "I've heard many things from Little White." "You." Little Qing pursed her lips and muttered to herself for a while. Then she said, "Do you still need our strength in this life? However, we have yet to return to our mature forms. I don't know if we can become your strength. You could decide on these matters. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. I'm just here to complete the task that I entrusted him with. He asked me to say thank you before I could say anything. If possible, I'd like to tell you a little about what happened in the past to dispel the hostility in your hearts. As for what happens in the future, you are free in this life. You can do whatever you want. There will always be a place for you by my side. If you're tired from playing, you can come to my place to rest. It's not a big deal even if you don't do that soul contract. Yin Nuashing closed one of his eyes and spread out his hands, smiling faintly. Little Qing also laughed softly. She stretched out her hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. At the same time, she also touched the black star pearl. Her other hand held the back of his head and pulled him into her embrace. She spoke softly. The faint sound of a dragon's roar quietly circulated in this place. It's actually quite dangerous to be by my side in this life. Yin Nuashing muttered. Originally, he had planned to travel alone. He didn't expect that there would be so many people by his side unknowingly. Then, in this life, don't abandon us so casually. Little Qing smiled faintly. The faint sound of a dragon's roar resounded in Yin Nuashing's soul. In his soul, beside Little White and Feng Er's imprints, another green imprint silently appeared. If one looked carefully, one could even see an azure dragon slithering within the imprint. Zi raised his head and looked at the few imprints. He was a little speechless. After a long while, he sighed softly. Congratulations, congratulations. The 4 celestial phenomenon gods are finally complete. Oh, there's still one left. His soul was filled with a warm feeling. Some dusty memories were inadvertently awakened. He seemed to have seen Feng Yuang. There were also people by his side. Those seemed to be precious memories that had been hidden away. The people by his side were all people he treasured. Therefore, when that day came, he didn't want them to know about him. After this, there was no possibility of turning back. Rather than making them wait endlessly for him, who didn't know whether he would return or not, why not let them know nothing and just hate him like this? That would be enough. Although things don't go as planned, it's still a pretty good result. Yin Nuashing sighed softly. He took a deep breath and said unhappily, Since you knew this would happen, why did you choose to meet me from the start? The warm light enveloped the memories. He looked at these memories and tilted his head to look at the figure that appeared beside him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Feng Yuang. This guy was really persistent. In this state, it was natural for him to appear and take a look. Well, everyone will be attracted by beautiful things. Of course, we're no exception. You should know this better than I do. Feng Yuang grinned. He could only be awakened by the familiar energy at times like these. He would always be hidden in the deepest part of the memories, and no one would know. Yin Nuashing looked at him with narrowed eyes. Feng Yuang looked at him and grinned foolishly. After a moment, the former sighed and shook his head. Of course, he knew. It was because he knew that he felt that he was a little silly. He knew that they would be separated one day, but he still yearned for those beautiful things. He hated it the most. What once had. These words were meaningless. If he couldn't stay until the end, everything would be meaningless. Memories were ultimately just cold memories. No matter how beautiful the words were or how much self-definition was added, it was useless. Well, we're ultimately the same. The only difference is that you're more complete. I seem to be more like a part of your consciousness hidden in your heart. Feng Yuang smiled faintly. Anyway, the result is not bad. That should be enough. Little Qing doesn't hate me. This is also expected. After all, her temper is a little too good. Little Bai is different. That child is too impulsive. Yin Nuashing let out a long breath. Looking at these warm memories, she said faintly, And then? There's no and then. You continue on your path, and I'll continue to hide. I didn't leave behind these soul fragments just to come out and say a few words. It was originally a protective measure, but it doesn't seem to be of use. Feng Yuang scratched his head and grinned. Then I'll go back first. The next time I come out, it might be the last time we see each other. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and watched him disappear into the depths of her soul. Her expression was indifferent. After a long time, she finally regained her senses. Looking at the beautiful memories hidden in the depths of her sea of memories, she sighed softly turned around, and disappeared. Slowly coming back to her senses, Yin Nuoxing looked at this girl who had the aura of a big sister. That gentle gaze seemed a little more familiar at this moment, with a hint of undetectable doting. This made him feel a little awkward. He was a little unaccustomed to this gaze. It was a little like how Sister Lu Li in Divine King would looked at him, with a hint of doting, as if she was looking at her own junior or something. Azure Dragon, where's that fellow who's 4 beats slower? Isn't he with you? Little Bai wandered around the surroundings. In the end, he couldn't find that tortoise. Puzzled, he ran back. His senses were definitely not wrong. Previously, he had sensed that Azure Dragon's aura was together with Black Tortoise. How could he not be here? Little Xian, he's here. Little Qing blinked at Mei Mao. With a wave of her hand, she took out a huge pale white egg that was about 3 meters tall. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. Why is an egg again? Yin Nuoxing covered his face. Had he been with eggs all his life? He didn't even know how many eggs he had seen. Little Bai opened his mouth in astonishment. He's 4 beats slower and still hasn't recovered? Oh, he's the same as me. He recovered more than 10 years ago, but he was a year later than me. However, 3 years ago, he felt that there were some problems that weren't handled properly, so he went back. Little Qing said softly. Went back. The group of people widened their eyes. There was such a thing? Originally, it wasn't necessary. After all, only Feng Feng has the ability to transform into an egg. After we came out, we couldn't transform into an egg anymore. Little Xian didn't throw away his shell, so I helped him seal it. Little Qing Tian said with a smile. Everyone, speaking of which, Feng Feng is in your soul. Little Qing rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head. At the moment when the soul contract was formed, she read a lot from Yin Nuoxing's memory of this life. When she learned that he had found Feng Feng, she was a little surprised. As for the memory of the ancient era, he had always sealed it himself. No one else could touch it. And in this way, Lan Xian counted with her jade fingers. In this life, Feng Er is the oldest, then Little Qing, Little Xian, and Little Bai, you are the youngest in this life. Little Bai's face twitched violently. He wanted to refute, but when he thought that even if it was 3 years ago, he was also the youngest, he had nothing else to say. He pulled his long hair in distress. After a while, he jumped up unwillingly and defended himself. This doesn't count. It has to be calculated according to 3 eras. Feng Feng is the youngest. Little Bai, you are the youngest. Do you know that? Yin Nuoxing slapped him down. According to this life's calculation. No, but seeing that Little Bai was about to explode, Little Qing looked at him gently and pressed her jade hand on his head. She said with a smile, you are being naughty again. Then, the white hedgehog, who was still exploding, suddenly shrunk into a ball and broke out in cold sweat. When Yin Nuoxing saw this, he couldn't help but pick up the scar. A few years ago, I don't know who was suppressed by Feng Er to the point that he couldn't move. Little Bai was speechless. He couldn't say anything. He shrank in the corner and drew circles with a bitter face. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1048. All the memories in this world will become relics that are not worth mentioning in the fated reality. No matter how beautiful they are, no matter how great their influence is, they will eventually fade away with time. In an ancient cave, a colorful altar was set up with bones. There were ancient patterns and patterns on it, and it was a memorial to the past. There was nothing special on the altar. It was just a memory, an inheritance that was enough to shock the demon realm. It was an inheritance of the demon god that was enough to allow ordinary small clans to stand strong in the divine world. It was an inheritance of the demon god that would not decline even after an era. Yin Nuoxing clapped his hands lightly, put his palms together, and chanted silently. He sighed heavily. When the people beside him saw his action, they quickly did the same. When they heard his soft murmurs, their emotions were in turmoil. Things that have passed away will eventually pass away. I hate it when something is only left in my memory. I hate it because I know it. Yin Nuoxing lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed again. Lan Xian, and the others did not know what he was sighing about. They could not see through his thoughts. They only felt that his emotions were very complicated. He learned a few things from the golden bead that contained the inheritance. This was an inheritance used by the Yao clan, and there was a 90% chance that it belonged to the Yao clan's last divine god who had ascended to godhood in the 110th era. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and tossed the golden ball to the immortal ritual elder. He wrinkled his nose and said, "I know you are looking for this. I'll give it to you now. However, this cannot be used by Xiao Xian." Yin Nuoxing pulled Xiao Xian to his side and poked her face. He said, "You don't need to use this. It's not necessary. Moreover, it's not safe." Not safe. The immortal ritual elder took the golden ball. She was excited for a moment, but when she heard what he said, she was stunned again. According to the original plan, if they really got this thing, they would indeed give it to the most powerful young person in the Dark Cloud Immortal clan, which was Xiao Xian. However, when she heard what he said, there seemed to be some hidden story. After witnessing the battle earlier, Elder Xiani was unable to remain calm, especially when she heard Xiao Xian mumbling about some obscure things. Clearly, this young man was not the person she knew on the surface. Furthermore, it was her goddess who told her. She could not possibly not trust her own clansmen. Thus, when she heard Xiao Xian's words, her willowy brows furrowed. Moreover, he felt somewhat regretful. He had spent a great deal of effort and wandered around the Ultimate Plane region to finally find this thing, but it was actually said that he couldn't use it. It sounded quite depressing. An inheritance left behind by a god, or something. It sounds quite tempting. Yin Nuoxing sneered. She shook her head and sighed. A god wouldn't do anything meaningless. The inheritance he left behind naturally has its own reasons. A god wouldn't do anything meaningless. As for what the meaning is, I don't know. Who knows what that damned spiritual god was thinking? He didn't leave behind any words, only a memory of the past. No matter how I look at it, I find it suspicious. The so-called gods are the kind of people who are extremely stubborn and willful. They have already come into contact with reincarnation, so they can arrange their own affairs and face reincarnation fearlessly, waiting for the day of their return. Even if there is some hidden story that leads to a will or something like that, they should clearly state it. At least, that's what I've come into contact with. Someone who doesn't say anything and doesn't mention anything. I really don't feel at ease. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. First of all, she was very suspicious. People like the gods were too purposeful. They would sacrifice a lot of things for it, even if it was related to themselves. She had stepped into that realm, so she naturally knew the temperament of the so-called gods. It was undeniable that there were many people with eccentric personalities. However, when it came to inheritances, they were all very stubborn. Abruptly leaving behind something and not mentioning anything, this probability was simply ridiculous. That old bastard in the Star Palace was currently in a deep slumber. When someone came to find him for something, he would quickly explain everything. That old bastard was a master above the gods. At their level, they would either leave something behind with a strong purpose and assign the inheritor to do something according to fate or by force. Otherwise, they would simply leave nothing behind and wait for reincarnation to complete everything themselves. Yin Nuoxing only felt that it was suspicious to leave something behind without knowing what it was. Either there was some scheme that involved the inheritor, or wasn't anything good. Basically, they wouldn't tell the inheritor about either of these situations. Xiao Xian didn't need that damn inheritance to reach the post-god level. I don't need that thing. Yin Nuoxing pulled Xiao Xian into his arms and stroked her snow-white hair. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the golden ball. Anyway, I've already told you some obscure things. I've also given you the thing. I won't allow Xiao Xian to touch this thing. If you really want to use it, find another one in the Dark Cloud Immortal Clan. By the way, I've already reminded you. If anything happens in the future, don't come to me. I won't take responsibility. When Elder Xiani saw that Xiao Xian was so happy that she was rubbing against his chest because of his biased words, her cheeks couldn't help but twitch wildly. She really wanted to say, "When did my family's goddess become yours? Why do you have to make arrangements for her?" However, She didn't dare to say it out loud because she had just witnessed that guy's terrifying battle and the four celestial phenomenon gods beside him. This kind of person who possessed great power, but was only at the demigod level, was too frightening. Perhaps he was the guy who said he was after reincarnation. This kind of person couldn't be provoked. After rubbing against Yun Nuoxing to her heart's content, Xiao Xian obediently extricated herself from Yun Nuoxing's arms. She didn't feel any regret about giving up on this seemingly very tempting inheritance. After all, he was once a heavenly god. She felt that his words made sense. She nodded and said, yes. Little Star said that she doesn't need it, so she doesn't need it. Elder Shinny couldn't help but cover her face and sigh. She put away the golden ball and said, since that's the case, we'll think about it carefully when we go back. If Divine Lady doesn't want to, no one in the clan will force her. Although some stubborn old people might complain. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll just take Xiao Xian away. Yun Nuoxing pinched the girl's face and said with a faint smile, while we're at it, we'll beat up those who gossip. Elder Shinny's face was in a mess. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at Xiao Xian. He originally thought that she would stay by his side or something. He had already thought of many things in the future, but it seemed that this girl still couldn't leave. Only half of the Dark Cloud Immortal Clan's inheritance has passed. There's still a little more to go. Little Star, don't worry. This is an inheritance that only our clan members can use. It's different from that thing of unknown origin. There won't be any problems. Xiao Xian stuck out her tongue and stretched out her snow-white hand to pinch his nose. Little Star, you still have things to do. I can't leave the Dark Cloud Immortal Clan for the time being. I can't delay you. When the inheritance is over, I'll put down some things in the clan and travel with you. Yes, I'll try to find you before the demon world descends. Elder Shinny almost vomited blood when she heard this. This girl had already calculated the future. If this went on, wouldn't she have to give up her identity as the goddess? This was the position of the future manager of the Dark Cloud Immortal Clan. Anyway, her mind was already in a mess these few days. This time, she would probably bring a lot of problems back to the clan, not to mention other things. She looked at the two who were talking intimately and sighed. Just the goddess herself would probably bring back a lot of problems. For example, what she said just now. No, actually, I'm not that worried about you. Yun Nuoxing stared at this girl and shrugged. She could even survive the difficulties of the divine flame. What else in this world couldn't she survive? The matter in the Godfall sky could be considered to have come to an end. Overall, the process was quite exciting, and the ending was quite peaceful. The commotion caused by the battle must have spread to many places. At this time, it didn't seem right to rush out of the Godfall sky rashly. I used a lot of strength just now. The waves of a complete deity's level will still spread. Now, not to mention other places, at least a lot of old monsters in the Ultimate Plane region will be looking here. To avoid some unnecessary trouble. Yun Nuoxing muttered to herself for a while and looked around. Are you planning to stay here for a month or two? Little White joked. Stupid. Do you want to see whose patience is better by staying here for a month or two? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and knocked on Little White's head. Then, she turned to look at the edge of the depths and said, let's go that way. We'll go around the Source Ice River and go around the edge of the realm of the gods. Then we'll go to the south of the Ultimate Plane region. The Godfall sky blocks the line of sight of all those who want to pass by here, so there won't be a problem if we go from the outside. Lon Sheener heard a new name and was a little curious. What's the Source Ice River? A river? Where does it come from? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She turned around and saw that everyone was looking at her curiously. She blinked and asked curiously, you don't know? Little Blue and Little White scratched their heads and laughed dryly. We have some impression of this name, but we're not too sure. Yun Nuoxing slapped her face, but then she thought that it was quite normal. Oh, it's normal that you don't know. After all, no one would come to these places. The Source Ice River originates from the two extremes of the realm of the gods. It's a huge river that flows from the North Ice Realm and the South Ice Realm. It's the one that separates the four origin regions. Those who have been to the two ice realms should know about it, right? Yun Nuoxing gestured with her hand. Everyone nodded. They knew about the two rivers and had seen them before. Outside the North Ice Realm, there was a 1,000-jong-wide river that separated the North Ice Realm from the Sourcepeak region and the Kuan Origin region. The river in the South Ice Realm separated the other two origin regions. Yun Nuashing continued, "Do you know where the two rivers flow to?" Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. They had only looked at those places from afar and had never really studied them. They only knew about them. Lon Exon thought for a moment and suddenly realized. Could it be that the two rivers are the Source Ice River, and they go around the entire realm of the gods? That's right. I'll give you a thumbs up. Yin Nuashing grinned and rubbed her head hard. The Source Ice River is located at the edge of the four origin regions of the realm of the gods. The real edge is thousands of meters wide and is less than 100 meters away from the edge. When the North and South Ice realms are in turmoil, the waters of the Source Ice River will flood. At that time, the overflowing water will spread out for 100 meters and fall from the edge of the realm of the gods, forming a very beautiful and huge waterfall. The drop is almost equal to the height of the realm of the gods. In the end, the water will flow along the forbidden barrier that covers the entire realm of the gods and fall to the bottom of the barrier, disappearing into the starry sky. If the water falls along the cliff, it will flow back to the underground of the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing explained as she twirled her fingers and led everyone to the edge of the realm of the gods. I haven't seen that place yet. Lon Xian, and Mei Mao's eyes were sparkling. They were already imagining the scene there. The waterfall at the edge is also known as the Sky Falling Waterfall, and it rarely appears. After all, the Northern and Southern Ice Realms are the most famous and occupy the largest area. Relatively speaking, they are not as ferocious as the Forbidden Lands. It's just that the rules are a bit unusual, and the living environment there is just too harsh. There are very few people in those places, and there are also very few movements. Naturally, there won't be any disturbances, and it's also very rare to see the Origin Glacier flood. It's rare to see the Source Ice River. Yin Nuashing shrugged. I was lucky enough to see it once. At that time, I was busy entering the star regions and didn't use the teleportation gate. Instead, I flew out from the edge of the realm of the gods and saw that magnificent scene. While they were talking, Yin Nuashing and the others climbed over a mountain. From the edge of the short mountain, what appeared in their eyes was a clear river that reflected the entire starry sky. It was so calm that it was hard to imagine. There wasn't the slightest sound of flowing water. Many stars were reflected on the surface of the river, twinkling and sparkling. This is the Source Ice River. Little Bai's eyes widened. How should he put it? Ordinary. Little Qing saw the astonishment in his eyes and said it for him. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. It's just a river. What else do you think it is? Huge waves that never stop rolling all year round, sweeping the river water into the starry sky, and then slamming it down so hard that it makes the earth tremble? Little Bai laughed dryly and scratched his head. He had really thought of that before. He felt that something that caught his eye shouldn't be so calm. No matter what, it should be something big. That's an ocean, not a river. If you want to see the waves, go to the East Sea of the Divine Land. There's no such place here. There's only a quiet river that has been flowing since ancient times. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and calmly walked towards the Source Ice River. This was really a very ordinary river. However, it flowed at the edge of this world. It flowed past the most uninhabited places, and it flowed past places that were illuminated by starlight all year round. Very few people knew about it. She squatted down slightly and reached her hand into the Source Ice River. She could still see a small trace of the river water that was illuminated by starlight. She could feel the ice-cold river water flowing through her fingers. It even had the aura of the North Ice Realm. The Source Ice River in the far west was the water of the North Ice Realm. The Source Ice River in the far east was the water of the South Ice Realm. It's ice cold. It's actually the water of the North Ice Realm from a long time ago, said Yin Nuashing. About a few thousand years ago, Little Bai counted with his fingers. This Source Ice River flowed so slowly, and it came from such a far place. Could it be tens of thousands of years ago, or hundreds of thousands of years? Can this water still be drunk? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. The water of the Source Ice River flows once a year. Damn, this can't be real, right? The outermost region of the realm of the gods is so big, and it's done a year? Little Bai almost fell into the water. What kind of joke was this? No, how did you know? And why is a year? Yin Nuashing fell silent. She awkwardly turned her head and placed her hands on her lower abdomen. She laughed dryly. I was bored back then. Then, everyone let out a long, oh. Elder Xian, he only followed suit. Little Bai, Lon, Exen and the others clearly knew that this heavenly god would do many unimaginable things when he was bored. Just like this one, who knew if he had sat here for a year to verify this matter. I was bored back then, so I threw an invisible object here. After waiting for a year, it returned to the same place. The soul attached to it didn't sense anything strange. It didn't enter the South Ice Realm or the North Ice Realm, so I knew it was a year. Yin Nuashing scratched her face. This guy really sat here for a year. Lon, Exen, and the others looked as if they were about to collapse. Could it be that when the deities were bored, they were really bored to death? Also, you asked me why? How would I know? It's because this is the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing said confidently with her hands on her hips. Everyone fell silent. Because this was the realm of the gods, it was not surprising that anything could happen here. But there should be a limit to this. Looking at how slowly the river was flowing, it did not look like it could circle the edge of the realm of the gods once a year. But then again, the realm of the gods had so many illogical places compared to other normal worlds that they could reach the sea. Brother Nuashing, there seems to be something over there. Lon Exen sharply noticed something floating over from the upper reaches of the river. She couldn't help but be startled. She pulled Yin Nuashing's hand and pointed in that direction. The group turned their gazes. Although there was a starry sky above their heads, the surroundings weren't dark. At this time, it was almost dusk outside the Godfall sky, so the light here was slightly yellow. However, the sky was still pitch black. They could clearly see something floating on the crystal-clear water upstream of the Origin Ice River. An ice block. Yin Nuashing was startled. It seemed to be a block of ice. However, there seemed to be a broken arm inside. There's something inside. Little White narrowed her eyes. Everyone saw it and was shocked. It was a broken arm sealed in ice. It seemed to have floated out from a North Ice realm. It didn't change back to its original form. It was just a human arm, and it seemed to belong to a human. Yin Nuashing frowned slightly. She waved her hand, and a wave of energy came out. She lifted the ice block and threw it to the shore. Why is there such a thing in the Origin Ice River? It's even sealed in ice. Could it have floated over from the North Ice realm? Little White's nose twitched, and he frowned. He smelled a stench. He quickly took the ice block from Yin Nuashing's hand and smashed it with a slap. The arm fell out and released an extremely cold air. There were still remnants of energy circulating in it. Its aura wasn't weak. The owner of the broken arm should have been a high-level god when he was alive. Strange. Little White was stunned. He did smell something disgusting. However, after the arm fell out, there was no reaction. Little White, throw it away. Just as he was about to open it and study it, Yin Nuashing suddenly squinted her eyes and shouted. She slapped the broken arm and sent it flying. She clenched her hand, and 12 types of elements and several types of divine flames swarmed over and surrounded it. A mournful roar came from the broken arm that was wrapped in terrifying energy. It sounded like the screams of ghosts and the cries of vengeful spirits. It made everyone's hair stand on end, and goosebumps appeared on their skin. The arm released traces of black aura, but it was purified into nothingness by the divine flames and 12 types of elements. Little White's first stood on end. He lowered his head and looked at his hands that were holding that thing. He instantly felt disgusted. He quickly went to the Origin Ice River and rubbed his hands vigorously. He didn't forget to curse. What the hell is that? After the powerful energy purified the arm, there was nothing left. The black aura also floated and disappeared. The cries and howls were also gone. However, everyone couldn't help but shiver. They only felt that their bodies were a little cold. It was as though a ghost had touched them. The arm belongs to a human. However, there's a strong aura of the demon clan in it. Yin Nuashing said calmly. However, everyone was surprised when they heard this. I'm afraid that the owner of the broken arm fought with a demon clan expert. The arm might have been cut off by that demon clan expert. It was tainted with some of his aura. It shouldn't have been too long ago. It should have been done 3 to 4 months ago. However, would such a powerful demon clan expert appear in the divine world at this time? The person with the arm should be a high-level god, right? Lan Xian and Mei Mao asked. Who knows? Yin Nuashing shrugged. There were indeed demon clan experts hiding in the divine world. However, logically speaking, they shouldn't be of such high status. However, he wasn't sure. Let's not care about this. Compared to this, I have to move faster. I feel that something is wrong every 2 to 3 days. When the Guardian Array is revived, there will be nothing to be afraid of, Yin Nuashing said in a deep voice. Chapter 1049. In a vast and boundless galaxy, endless light shone into every corner of the starry sky. There was a huge world floating quietly in the starry sky. Millions of stars were orbiting it rapidly from a great distance away. The huge object was like a giant beast, but it was not completely still. It was just floating very slowly in the starry sky. If one wanted to see it moving in the starry sky, they would have to accelerate time 100 billion times or more. Is this the starry sky outside the realm of the gods? Yin Nuashing and the others rushed out of the realm of the gods. The energy barrier was opened subconsciously, and their robes fluttered. The world behind them was so big, but the gravity did not affect them. The aura of the galaxy was completely surrounding them. Thousands of stars fell on them. Among other things, the former's body was brighter, like a small sun in the night sky. Lan Xian's curious eyes kept looking around. She compared the starry sky she saw with the one in the 5 elemental realms. However, she found that there was nothing different. If she had to say, it seemed that the starry sky of the 8 elemental realms was stronger. The power of the stars and the origin energy in the galaxy were very active. Those who were sensitive to the power of the stars could feel a slight vibration when their arms brushed past them. If we're talking about the realm of the gods, then it is the world behind us. Yin Nuashing turned around and waved her hand at the boundless world behind them. Looking at the realm of the gods from outside the starry sky, one would find that it had become somewhat transparent, like an illusion in the water. It was untouchable, and one could not see the end of it. Why did it become transparent? Whitey was stunned. That is the effect of the barrier in the realm of the gods. The barrier left behind by the god of destruction is much larger than the realm of the gods. After all, it was left behind in that era. After a few reincarnations, the realm of the gods has shrunk a lot. However, if you come out of the realm of the gods, you will see the realm of the gods is transparent, and we are still inside the barrier. As Yin Nuashing spoke, she took out the Book of Epics and glanced at it. I have used the Book of Epics to read it. This thing cannot be analyzed, but I can see the effect of the barrier. It is more exaggerated than the barrier of laws. The barrier of order involves the power of the origin factor. This thing can block all the senses of those who are not from the realm of the gods. All the beings in the 8 elemental realms will still remember the realm of the gods, but they will not be able to sense its existence. The closer they are to the realm of the gods, the 8 elemental realms. The realm, however, they will not be able to sense of the realm. What if someone was once from the realm of the gods, but came to live in the realm of the gods for a period of time? Little Ching asked. That would have to be traced back to the previous era. There is no example, but I can give you an answer. After coming to the realm of the gods, this world will imprint its mark on you, but this is only temporary. It is equivalent to a temporary pass. If you leave for a long time, you will still forget about the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing turned around and said, as far as I know, there will occasionally be people in the realm of the gods who bring people back from the realm of the gods. However, I do not have a more specific understanding of what happened to those people. Perhaps some people left because they were not used to it, or perhaps they felt that it was a good place and decided to settle down. Even though the laws of the realm of the gods have been whittled away by this world over and over again, compared to the realm of the gods. Let me confirm it. As he spoke, his body lit up, and he drilled out of the energy barrier. The book of epics in his hand emitted a faint golden light. After a few seconds, he drilled back into the energy barrier. The light on his body dimmed, and he opened his eyes. He nodded and said, "That's right. Even when it is so weak, the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods are still much stronger than those in the realm of the gods. However, it cannot be compared to the primeval age. During the primeval age, the difference between the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods and the realm of the gods was like heaven and earth. After all, it was created by the first great deity. It is a specially made world." Lan Shiner nodded. Yin Nuoxing looked at the starry sky outside and sighed deeply. "Perhaps in 3 or 4 years, I will have to leave the realm of the gods and go to the realm of the gods." "The realm of the gods? Where are you going?" Little White crossed her arms and glanced at him. "I'm not too sure. According to the old man's prophecy, I have to make a trip to the starry sky. As for where I am going and what I'm going to do, I'm really not very sure. However, on my journey to the starry sky, I will inevitably visit other planets with life. Perhaps I will even visit the Saint Spirit realm and Chanyuan realm." Yin Nuoxing shook his head and smiled faintly. "There's no need to rush. There's still some time left. I need to quickly deal with the matters in Pantheon. For example, right now, let's take a detour and go back." After circling around the realm of the gods for a while, they landed at the southern end of the extreme plain region. This place was close to the southern ice realm. The majestic glacier towered into the clouds. Even before entering the realm of the gods, they could see the majestic Tianmu Peak. It stretched high into the starry sky, almost piercing through the barrier. Yin Nuoxing felt that this ice mountain might be about the same height as the Pillar of Creation. In the realm of the gods, the 2 largest regions were the ice realms in the north and south. They covered the entire length of the extreme plain region. However, they were also the places with the least people. They were accompanied by wind and snow all year round. Speaking of which, Xian seemed to have said that he wanted to visit the Tianmu Peak. After entering the extreme plain region, Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look at the southern ice world that was very close. That towering glacier that reached the clouds could no longer be seen. It was blocked by many huge icebergs that formed a continuous ice wall that spanned tens of millions of miles. It was very huge. Half of it was hidden in the snow clouds. 10,000 years of wind and snow could not see the sun. Speaking of icebergs, the southern ice world was thicker and grander than the northern ice world. It was majestic and grand. The northern ice world had a large snowfield. The disorderly arrangement of the icebergs had evolved into strange terrains. "Brother Nuoxing, last time you said that you wanted to go to the southern ice realm." Lan Xen opened her mouth and was stunned. She quickly waved her hand. She remembered that he said that he would not go for the time being. Nothing, I just mentioned it casually. You want to ask me why I want to go there?" Yin Nuoxing patted her head with his palm. He looked at the southern ice realm with his deep eyes and said faintly, "There is a secret hidden there. I did not have the time to go there back then. If I have the chance in this life, I will definitely go there." In the southwest region of the extreme plain region, a few days later, Yin Nuoxing and the others arrived at a bustling city near the edge of the extreme plain region. They were slightly away from the location of the Pillar of Creation. However, it did not matter. They only came to this city to send Shao Xian and the immortal ritual elder back to the clan. They also landed here to rest for a while. After a few days, the storm caused by the huge commotion that day had not yet subsided. It was still a hot topic for people to talk about. The higher the realm of the cultivators, the more they knew and the more they guessed. They talked about topics from all over the world, and there was a lot of discussion. Many people knew that those experts who could destroy the heavens and earth and destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a single hand were still alive in this world and had not passed away. The word God, which represented the peak of combat strength, appeared very frequently, and it affected the nerves of many people. Almost everyone who talked about it trembled slightly, and their faces were filled with reverence. Those were the most powerful existences in this world, and their strength was unimaginable. So after a few days, there's no more news other than guessing that the aura of the god spirits has appeared in the godfall sky. Some people speculate that there were two god spirit level masters fighting in the godfall sky. That aura was enough to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. The mountains in the godfall sky and the part of the mountain range that was more than 10 feet high all evaporated. Some time ago, some unknown powerful young masters appeared in various regions. It is said that they might be the disciples of the god spirits, or even the children of the god spirits. Those god spirit level characters were shocked by the huge phenomenon that day. They sent their disciples to investigate. The southeast region of the extreme plain region has been turned upside down. Who knows how many people have gathered there? Could that be the place where the phenomenon occurred? It is said that many high-intensity battles broke out there. Even some Underworld King-level masters were shocked when they saw it. What was that phenomenon? I don't know. I only heard that a powerful character might have fallen. There was a strange power in the godfall sky that blocked all eyes. No one knew what happened there, and those who knew wouldn't say anything. The parts that were involved were known to those who were involved, or those who were behind the scenes. However, they didn't say anything, so only a few people knew the truth. In recent times, the god realm had indeed become much quieter, but this was only from a general perspective. Conflicts and battles of various sizes had always existed between different regions. Whether they were known or not, they would only cause a small amount of unrest. The storm would not be too big. Incidents like a single stone causing 1,000 ripples had not happened for some time. But recently, the godly land hasn't been peaceful. There was a big battle not long ago in the Phoenix Ridge of the Western region. It was said that it was caused by the disciples of the 9 sacred temples. They were all young people, but in the end, some of the great elders of the big sects were drawn out. That ancient land was almost sunk. You're talking about the incident that happened more than a month ago, right? It said that the great tomb of a peerless character was found in the Phoenix Ridge. Some people even speculated that it might be the great tomb of the phoenix of the 4 divine beasts. In the end, even the elders of the 9 divine temples were alerted. The battle that day, TSK, stained the sky with blood, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who knows how many people died? Half of the mountain was dyed red with blood. Even an emperor god from an unknown power perished, killed by the aura of the great tomb. But it is said that something escaped from the Phoenix Ridge. Do you think it might be the eternal weapon that was buried in the great tomb that escaped? If that's the case, then anyone could have picked it up. Well, the probability is too low. Don't dream about it. In the restaurant, Yin Nuashing was stunned when he heard these words. But after thinking about it, since no one from the 9 sacred temples had contacted him, there should be no problem. So he didn't take it to heart. Tranquility. On the surface, it was indeed very tranquil. However, when the sea was tranquil, there were also surging undercurrents. These surging undercurrents would become earth-shattering waves. Even a sunny day would suddenly be struck by a thunderbolt, followed by a violent storm. Tranquility was all nonsense. It was just brewing the next storm. When the time came, all the winds and waves would roll together. At least, the signs of disaster have been appearing frequently recently. Not to mention some low-level practitioners, even high-level gods, might not be able to sense that something was wrong. Only a few people could sense it. Now that many of the younger generation have entered the small divine lands, the divine realm will be quiet for a while. Yes, the small divine lands is quite troublesome to communicate with the outside world. It is almost isolated from the outside world. I don't know what it is like inside now. It is said that the area of the small divine lands has expanded and some unknown changes have occurred. Huh? There could be changes in that place? Isn't it a place separated from the divine realm? Who knows? After tea and meal, Yin Nuashing and the others left the restaurant. He turned to Xiao Xian and said, "It will be very safe for you to go back from here. There's also a large teleportation gate in this city. Our destination is slightly off, so after this, we will have to part ways." Xiao Xian looked at him reluctantly, then burrowed into his arms and rubbed against him. After a while, she took a step back and stared at him, saying, "Then be careful." "The ones who should be careful are you." Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He reached out and stroked her snow-white hair, saying, "The undercurrent is surging, and it is getting more and more turbulent in the dark." Yin Nuoxing said carefully, "I have left you many things. When the time comes, you can use that to find where I am. Don't think that the things inside are precious and throw them aside. There are many things that can be used for self-defense, enough to escape the attacks of gods. There's also a protective talisman inside. Wear it when you are free. It can speed up your cultivation and comprehension. Not only will it speed up your cultivation, but if you are in trouble, you can activate it. It can protect you for a long time. I will do my best to rush over." "Yes, yes." Xiao Xian nodded quickly, not feeling impatient at all. After talking for a while, she took Elder Xian and flew to the area where the teleportation gate was. The Cloud Fairy clan was not in this city. They had to go through the teleportation gate a few times to return to the clan. After watching them enter the teleportation gate and leave, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and flew toward the horizon with Lan, Exine and Little White. As for Little Qing, she had already taken Little Xian's egg and was resting in his spiritual world to recuperate. That battle had consumed a lot of her energy, so she needed to carefully recuperate for a while. This city was not too far away from the Zenith region's last 3 pillars of creation. In fact, when they returned to the Zenith region after making a detour through the starry sky, they could simply go and deal with the 3 pillars of creation. However, when he thought about how Elder Xian was still there, it would be troublesome to explain. However, circling back would be troublesome. After thinking about it, he still chose to make a detour. It was better for fewer people to know about the pillars of creation. In the underground maze of Xiaoguang City, the pillars of creation had been exposed to everyone for the first time. However, there were not many people who had survived that time. Those who had seen the pillars of creation could now see the mysterious giant pillar at the end of the horizon. However, this number of people was not much of a problem. No matter how much they spread the news and made a ruckus, no one else could see it. Their spreading was equivalent to spreading the news in vain. On the contrary, Yin Nuoxing was not worried about this. "You have been a little calm recently." In the hidden location of the pillars of creation, Little White lay on the ground and said to Yin Nuoxing, who was repairing the pillars of creation. In order to save time, Yin Nuoxing did not fly over slowly. Instead, she directly tore through space and arrived in less than 10 minutes. "Calm." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was slightly taken aback. "What calm? I have always been very calm." No. In the past, you would stir up trouble every 2 or 3 days to shake up the entire God realm. After recovering your memories, you calm down. Now, the entire world is looking for you, but no one knows where you are." Little White shook its legs and said. Yin Nuoxing turned around to look at him, then turned back to look at the pillars of creation. Her hands did not stop moving. "In the past, it was all, oh, there was no other way. It was not like I wanted to cause such a big commotion." She paused and thought for a moment, then said, "Your summary is not quite right. Those are all coincidences. It just so happens that I am not causing any big commotion at the moment. Isn't this quite good? It is peaceful and quiet. I do my own things and others do their own things. No one is bored enough to tease me and get beaten half to death by me." "That's right. You have already activated cognitive blur and occasionally emitted that level of dangerous aura. Who will be tired of living and want to provoke you?" Little White rolled her eyes. In the realm of the gods, he was probably the most dangerous person. Anyone who provoked him would be courting death or was tired of living. "Very good," Yin Nuoxing replied faintly, and once again focused on repairing the pillars of creation. In less than half an hour, the pillars of creation lit up one by one with the light of the elements. There were a total of 10 colors, no more, no less. When Yin Nuoxing saw that it was done, she stretched her body and pushed back the large pile of formations that she had dragged out from the pillars of creation. She breathed a sigh of relief. "I really want to sleep. He yawned and said, "Then I will turn into a carefree, salted fish on the peak of a mountain, looking at the sun and sleeping every day." "You're already a pig." Little White's cheeks twitched violently. "That is the highest state that one can aspire to in life. After being busy for so long, it has been a little too peaceful recently." "You are right, too peaceful. It is so peaceful that I want to rest." Yin Nuashing shrugged and admitted very straightforwardly. The 10 rays of light in the pillar of creation gradually dimmed. Yin Nuashing stood and looked at it for a while, nodded, and was about to turn around. Just as he turned around, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the 10 rays of light seemed to be slightly brighter, which made him slightly stunned. "Hey, this thing is still shining. It didn't seem like this in the past." Little White pointed at the pillars of creation and reminded, "In the past, only the golden runes would be left, waiting for the great guardian formation to be repaired. The light of the 10 elemental seals would gradually dim." Yin Nuashing also noticed it. She turned around doubtfully and reached out to pat the metal lump. "Strange, this has never happened in the past. The 10 energy lines should be dimming very soon." But then she was stunned. The 10 elemental lights were getting brighter and brighter. Moreover, they were faintly releasing a wave of energy that flowed in the air. The 10 lights suddenly broke away from the pillars of creation and turned into 10 huge energy pillars. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Boom! A violent vibration sounded in the hidden place. Yin Nuashing was so shocked that she jumped back a distance. Her face was full of astonishment. The 10 elemental energy pillars pierced through the sky and pierced through the top of the pillars of creation. Then, like water snakes, they wrapped around the pillars of creation from a distance. They coiled around the pillars of creation like circles of spirals. The 10 colors spun slowly in front of them, dazzling them. The light of the 10 energy pillars that gradually streaked across their eyes shone on the 3 people's stunned faces. The pillars of creation also started to rumble and tremble. The layer of black metal on its surface gradually turned white. The entire body emitted a crystal-clear light. It was so white that it was almost pure. It reflected the light of the 10 energy pillars to every corner of the hidden place. It was so colorful that it could blind anyone's eyes. "Oh my God!" Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and uttered those words. His dumbfounded expression made Little White and Lon Exer dumbfounded as well. Damn it! How many more things are going to happen in this world? Chapter 1050. In this huge world, there was such a person. He liked this world, but he didn't like the lives in this world. He was a little neurotic, and his mind was filled with thousands of ways to destroy the world. He hid in a corner, ready to make a move. Those who knew him knew that he was a nameless hero. He had saved this world before, and his name was enough to be recorded in the history books. At this moment, he was busy running around for the safety of this world. The more situations that happened in this world, the busier he became. He walked in a deserted place and did things that no one knew about, but were related to everyone's lives. However, this world was not peaceful. Every 2 or 3 days, something would happen. He didn't have any complaints and ran around silently. Then, when the world trembled again, "Damn it, I quit." Yin Nuashing slapped the space in exasperation. The space only shook a little, and the wall of air that seemed to be solid disappeared in an instant. 10 huge energy light pillars, which represented the energy of 10 different elements, slowly revolved around this huge white pillar. Each light pillar was 100,000 feet or even 1,000,000 feet in size. They formed spirals around the white pillar and kept surging to the top. The constantly changing lights in front of them shone on the 3 people's dull faces. Yin Nuashing was so angry that he jumped around and stomped his feet. He didn't know how many times he punched the space in front of him. This damned and despairing world. I don't care anymore. Whoever wants to save it can save it. Boom. Let's go to hell together. Ha 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 ha. Looking at him jumping up and down crazily, Lon Sheener and Little White were petrified on the spot. This hero who saved the world and didn't want to be recorded in history seemed to be driven crazy. He gave up on himself, and plan to let the world destroy itself. Don't. After being petrified for a minute, White E's body trembled violently. The fur on her long hair and tail wriggled visibly. You've protected this world for so many years, and now it's going to be destroyed. Isn't it a pity? Ha! Cough, cough. What does it have to do with me? I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. Who cares who can go and save him? Yin Nuoxing ran around in a circle crazily, creating tornadoes. What a shitty world. Go to hell. Be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Lon Xian Er's outstretched hand froze in midair. Looking at his twisted face, she was stunned for a long time. She did not know what to say. Xiao was petrified again. It seemed that the end of this world was near. It could drive this guy crazy. This world was done for. We can't give up. Look at you. You're already so busy. This world is still very beautiful. Don't despair so quickly. Although the people living up there are stupid and black-hearted, and occasionally there would be internal strife, they would still want to wipe themselves out completely, and they even courted death recklessly. They even once made you wish you were dead, well, it's better to wipe them out. As Xiaobai spoke, she saw that he was becoming more and more deranged. She felt powerless and could not help but cover her face with a bitter smile. Lon Xian glanced at him and sighed bitterly. Is this guy trying to persuade me? Or is he trying to persuade me? Brother Nuoxing, at least tell us what is going on with the Pillar of Creation. She thought for a while and walked up to Yin Nuoxing, who was squatting and muttering, and asked softly. Yin Nuoxing's madness disappeared immediately, and the twisted expression on his face gradually returned to normal. He looked at Lon Xian, rolled his eyes, and sighed. The energy level of the Pillar of Creation has increased. I said it last time. The protection of the realm of the gods, the final defense of the Pillar of Creation has been activated. Yin Nuoxing pointed to the sky. Lon Xian nodded. For this reason, the Pillar of Creation had appeared. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed. The final defense was activated automatically because the Pillar of Creation had predicted that the realm of the gods would encounter a great threat in about a year's time. So, it activated the final defense. As long as the defense is activated, it means that there will definitely be something that will threaten the realm of the gods in a year's time. The Great Samsara is no exception, but it will not be able to completely defend against the Great Samsara. It will still wash the surface of the realm of the gods. At this time, the Pillar of Creation has entered a not very stable state. It automatically gathers all the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen the final defense. Even the defense itself will enter an unstable state. Although it can resist a greater force, it is very likely that it will enter a state of collapse after resisting the threat for a period of time. During this period, the rules of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods will become chaotic, and all kinds of rules and energy will become unstable. It will not be able to activate the defense for a period of time. Yin Nuoxing's voice was very serious, and Lon Xian and Little White's hearts skipped a beat. Lon Xian caught a few words and quickly asked, "How long is a period of time?" Yin Nuoxing's pretty face became more serious. The shortest is 1 era, and the longest is 3 or 4 years. The Pillar of Creation will first repair the rules of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods and calm the chaotic energy. Finally, it will reactivate the barrier. Because this project is the most time-consuming, if it starts to reactivate the barrier after 1 era, it may take hundreds of millions or even billions of years for the barrier to be completely restored. Lon Xian nodded and did not understand what this period of time meant. However, Little White's heart skipped a beat. F***CK is now the 139th era, right? If the final defense is gone now, the Great Samsara in an era's time will crush us. When Lon Xian heard this, her body trembled violently. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Yin Nuoxing. The latter swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat dripped down his face. His cheeks twitched violently. 80%. No, 99% is finished. He had broken down because he knew this. Everyone, everything in the realm of the gods. Everything, including the realm of the gods. Everything will be turned into ashes. Yin Nuoxing gritted her teeth fiercely. This time, the consequences would not be as light as blowing up a part of the realm of the gods that was not protected. Instead, the entire realm of the gods would collapse. Both of their faces turned pale. The realm of the gods had not been destroyed after so many great samsara. A large part of the reason was that the barrier of the realm of the gods had blocked most of the impact of the great samsara. Therefore, the realm of the gods had barely survived. However, because of this, a part of the realm of the gods had been destroyed. Little White's ears twitched, and he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. What about the barrier left behind by the first great deity? Isn't that damn thing is all forbidden spells and so on. Other than blocking the senses and knowledge of the realm of the gods, it has no other use. It does not have any defensive properties. Otherwise, how could a part of the realm of the gods have been destroyed? Yin Nuoxing's face was full of divine aura, and she was about to spit out her soul. In this situation, even if the gods came, they would not be able to do anything. Even the gods themselves are unable to protect themselves in the great samsara. F*ck. I can't do anything about it. There is no hope. This realm of the gods is finished. Ha ha. The group of people who were usually calm were all in a mess. Their heads were covered in cold sweat, and their brains were spinning several times faster than usual. However, this was all useless. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of any solution. Perhaps the person who might have a solution had already gone crazy just now. Asterisk at end. At asterisk, and hearing that this fellow was spouting nonsense in the language of the gods, Little White also despaired of this realm of the gods. Lon X looked around and was about to ask Little White to go and persuade Yin Nuoxing, but she found that the white tiger had already shut down on the spot. Her pretty face became even paler. She gritted her teeth and was about to say something to Yin Nuoxing when the latter suddenly quieted down. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Forget it. The collapse of the realm of the gods has nothing to do with me. This realm of the gods can do whatever it wants. 70 years ago, I have already been running around for trillions of years to protect this realm of the gods. I have also repaired the pillar of creation. I've already done all that I can. I don't care about the rest. After all, there is still one more era before the great samsara. Lon Xin'er was stunned. Then what about the realm of the gods? What do you mean what to do? Let it perish on its own. If it gets sucked into the impact, nothing will be left. No one will feel any pain. It will only take a moment. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. It has nothing to do with me. Lon Xin'er was about to cry. She hurriedly grabbed his arm and shook it. No, Brother Nuoxing, without the realm of the gods, where will we go? This realm of the gods. But, can't you think of a way? Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and sighed. Little girl, you have to know that what you're saying is that you're using my life to exchange for the life of the entire god realm. Lon Xin'er was stunned. She hurriedly shook her head. No, Yin Nuoxing sighed again. Who do you think I am? I am the dark crescent moon, the monarch of darkness and chaos, the heavenly god of primal chaos, and the guardian of the realm of the gods. Is there anything that I cannot do? Little White and Lon Xin'er were stunned. However, looking at him, it seemed that he was hiding something. Hence, they did not rush to speak. As long as I know the reason why the pillar of creation is acting like this, and what the threat is, I have a way to avoid it. Unless it is a group of heavenly gods who are risking their lives to destroy the realm of the gods. In that case, I will not care. I will immediately bring all of you and the people of the 9 deities' temple to another realm. I will not repair the pillar of creation. Why should I care? I can't do anything about it. Either I activate the guardian array and destroy it, or I run. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and coughed dryly. But no matter what, to solve this crisis, there's an 80% chance that we will need to use the power of a heavenly god and the power of the god realm itself. In the god realm, I'm the only one who has the authority to do something like this. Even those who are stronger than heavenly gods cannot forcibly control all of the power of the God realm. This is something that only I can do, and this is something that will result in an 80% chance of death. Even if I am lucky enough to survive, there's a 90% chance that I will be left with severe side effects that will be difficult to recover from. If I survive, it will be a difficult life, and I may have to sleep for hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. Hearing this, Lon Exioner and Little White fell silent. It was just as he had said, his life in exchange for the life of the realm of the gods. However, if he did not do it, no one else could. The realm of the gods would still collapse. Neither of these outcomes was what they wanted to see. After we forcefully survive this crisis, is there any way to speed up the repair of the realm of the gods' barrier? Little White asked again. At this time, Yin Nuashing looked up at the sky. Hearing this, he shook his head slightly. I have said it once. The pillar of creation is connected to the realm of the gods. It is the guarantee that the realm of the gods will not fall into chaos in this world. It protects the realm of the gods and maintains all the stability of the realm of the gods. After the unstable final defense is broken, the pillar of creation will collectively collapse and its effect will be cut off. The realm of the gods will fall into a certain degree of chaos. All the energy of order and law will become chaotic, and it will definitely affect all the lives that are attached to it. The pillar of creation will first repair the surface of the realm of the gods. Finally, it will set up the barrier. Who can repair the special laws of the realm of the gods? I can't repair it. Even 100 million heavenly gods can't repair it. Those who are stronger than the heavenly gods can't interfere. This world, created by the first great heavenly god, is special. None of us can change it. Simple repair can't do it. In short, I won't help. I can't accept the 80% chance of dying. I still have many important things to do in this life. If the realm of the gods is gone, then so be it. This is just a place to stay. I still have other places to go. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, he looked up again. After a while, he said, "Oh, by the way, tell me the good news." "What good news?" Little White looked at him in surprise. In such a gloomy and dark time, in such a hopeless situation, he actually brought good news? Yin Nuashing swayed his long hair. The source of the threat has been found. The pillar of creation told me that they can predict threats. Naturally, they can also find the source of the threat. It is none other than the world fragment that has crashed into the realm of the gods. That world fragment has already destroyed about 1/10 of this starry sky along its way. Chaotic laws permeate the starry sky, and the activity in the starry sky is gradually slowing down. There is a behemoth blocking its path. It originally had a long lifespan, but unfortunately, it encountered a tiger blocking its path. Yin Nuashing sighed again and again. That world fragment, the strength of the energy attached to the world barrier of the shattered world, has increased by a lot. It has reached a level where it can hurt a heavenly god champion, and it is still gradually strengthening. Thanks to it, the world barrier has become stronger, and the energy is also becoming more chaotic and unobservable. The energy carried by that world fragment itself will probably be difficult to reduce in the following journey. If it collides head-on with the world barrier of the gods, it will collide at the source peak region of the realm of the gods. The mutated world barrier against the ultimate defense of the realm of the gods will result in a lose-lose. After that, a large amount of energy and a lot of meaningless things will pour out through the shattered world barrier like a flood. 2/3 of the energy of the world fragment will mostly smash into the source peak region and the realm of the ultimate planes. When that happens, the two realms will be completely destroyed. The turbulent energy waves will also sweep through the other regions at the speed of light. Other than the deities and those under their protection, everyone else will basically be wiped out, unless the realm of the gods has some kind of defense that I don't know about. You've seen through everything? Little White's face twitched violently. It hadn't happened yet, but he already knew everything. Yin Nuashing pointed at the pillar of creation and said, "It told me that their predictions are always very accurate when it comes to major events like this." They won't be affected by the outside world. They knew from the beginning, but they only started to increase their power now. The Pillar of Creation's predictions are almost absolute, but that's all. It won't tell you what to do next. It will only notify you that you're in a critical condition. It's up to the people of this world to decide whether to save you or give up on treatment. Oh, by the way, we don't have to worry about our own safety. The barrier of the 9 temples is enough to withstand the aftermath of the Clash of Worlds, but it won't be able to withstand the torment of the great samsara after an era. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and sighed. However, this was of no use. The most important thing right now was to deal with the world ball of light that would crash into them in less than a year's time. Since the Great Guardian Formation can kill experts above the Heavenly God realm, it shouldn't be a problem for it to destroy a world, right? Little White's tail turned, and he suddenly said, "Also, from what you said, activating the Great Guardian Formation doesn't seem to require the power of the Heavenly Gods." Yin Nuashing nodded with a helpless expression. Logically speaking, that's right. The world ball of light is relatively weak in our eyes. It's a fragile structure that can be easily destroyed. However, the energy adhering to the world barrier caused the world fragment's world barrier to undergo an irreversible change. That's why it can have a substantial collision with other worlds. In the past, there were no substantial collisions. If the worlds passed through each other, they would only be illusions, and they were basically invisible. That energy is too strong. It destroyed 3,000 worlds in the distant void zone in an instant. It also inexplicably injured a powerful heavenly god. Yin Nuashing's expression was no longer serious. He sat down on the grass and looked at the 10 energy whips that were revolving around the Pillar of Creation. His eyes were in a daze. He held a black bead in his hands and rolled it around in boredom. After wandering around for a long time, Little White also sighed heavily. He leaned back and lay on the grass. He closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. There's nothing we can do about it. Although we, the 4 celestial gods, are also representatives of the realm of the gods, we have never encountered such a situation. There's nothing we can do about it. Lon Exeter saw that the two of them had given up struggling helplessly. After thinking for a while, she decided not to think about such a complicated matter. She leaned against Yin Nuashing and sat down. She also sighed. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Forget it. After sitting for 10 minutes, Lon Exeter and Little White silently turned their gazes. When they saw that Yin Nuashing was still in a daze, Lon Exeter could not help but ask that, "Brother Nuashing, is there anything else you want to say?" Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He tilted his head and looked at the girl who was leaning on his shoulder. He asked curiously, "Something else? What do you want to say?" "I've said all that I can say. What else do you want to say?" "It's too early to make a will now. It's just that I might not be able to get through this great samsara. It doesn't mean that I will die in a year." Lon Exeter smiled bitterly. In the past, you would always leave behind a sentence or two to give people hope. It seemed that this time, there was really no other way. She shook her head helplessly. "Oh, so you think that I have something else to say, right?" Yin Nuashing finally understood what they were hoping for. But it's a pity that this matter involves too many people. There's really no other way. I've said all that I want to say. If I save the realm of the gods alone, I'll have to sacrifice myself. If not, I'll have to mobilize all the lives in the realm of the gods. Maybe I can still protect the defensive barrier of the Pillar of Creation. As long as it's not broken, it'll be much easier to repair it. That's very simple. Let the 9 deities temple, the phaseless cult, the Qin family, and the Xian family. Little White jumped up excitedly. Before he could finish, Yin Nuashing sighed bitterly and shook his head. He was stunned and at a loss. First of all, I don't really trust anyone, especially this kind of threat that can't even be seen. Even in a moment of life and death, there will still be some differences. Selfish people who only care about their own gains and losses, and who are busy scheming against others. Old grudges and new grudges will always be stirred up regardless of the occasion. There will always be more of these kinds of people. I'll laugh my head off if they can mobilize 1/10 of the lives in the entire God realm. And if even 1,000th of them can remain calm and not cause trouble, I'll laugh until the mountains collapse. Do you believe it? I'll laugh if I laugh. He pondered for a while and continued. Secondly, when I said all the lives in the realm of the gods, it includes all the lives in the demon world, and the demon world, it's over. Just wait for the soup. After Little White heard this, he immediately laid down on the grass. Considering the fact that the celestial realm and the demon realm were mortal enemies, no matter how he thought about it, this was completely impossible. Since he had saved this world, he might as well give up and move. Chapter 10:51. In another place where the pillars of creation were hidden. This was still the hidden place in the southwest region of the ultimate plane region. The three pillars of creation were very close to each other. At this time, they had all become one huge snow-white pillar. 10 energy light pillars slowly revolved around the pillars of creation. Oh, before Yin Nuashing repaired the light element seal, there were only 9 light pillars. As the last pillar of creation in the ultimate plane region was repaired, the huge formation in the sky sent down a bolt of white lightning. It landed on the pillar of creation, and a strange energy quietly gathered. After that bolt of white lightning, the ultimate plane region's heaven separation great formation was declared complete. It quietly hid in the void of the divine realm, accumulating energy. The third protective formation has also been repaired. Little White crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at him. There were some strange colors in her eyes. You were crazy and powerless just a moment ago, and the next second, you're here to continue repairing the pillars of creation. Yin Nuashing looked up, thought for a moment, and said casually, what needs to be repaired still needs to be repaired. Even if the divine realm is going to explode, it won't happen in a year or two. If there are no accidents, this disaster will be avoided by the ultimate protection of the pillars of creation. The great reincarnation that will come an era later will be the main force that will destroy the divine realm. Anyway, when the time comes, you'll definitely rush up according to the situation. Little White poked his waist with her elbow and teased. That's impossible. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and extracted the ancient law fragments that were gathered in the pillars of creation. He said faintly, unless I can gather enough energy to help me, otherwise I won't rush up. I'm not a selfless person. This kind of thing to me right now is something that will definitely happen. At least, something will definitely happen to me. Little White smiled bitterly. You're really decisive in your denial. Lon Exeter thought for a moment. Brother Nuashing, what's the minimum requirement? How many people do you need to gather, and what level of power? The total power of 10 million ordinary gods. Yin Nuashing said faintly. Lon Exeter, and Little White were speechless. Isn't this a little too scary? You think it's scary? In that case, I'll use another excuse of the same level. Yin Nuashing glanced at the two of them and continued. 1,000 early heavenly gods or 10 peak heavenly gods. Moreover, if they're special, they should be on a similar level to me in the past. Isn't that even scarier? Whitey grimaced in pain. Although it sounded like the level was much lower, why did the quality soar by a large margin? An ordinary god and a peak heavenly god were not on the same level at all. That's why I said that it's basically impossible. Even if all the lives in the deity realm were to gather all of their strength, they would only barely reach the standard. Yin Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. If the gap between a heavenly god and a god was so huge, then the gap between a god and a non-godly god would be even more insurmountable. Even if the amount was to be accumulated, the number would still be astronomical. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and sighed. The ultimate sublimation of the godly right allows one to recover the full power of a heavenly god in an instant. However, the duration is limited. This is like walking on a tightrope. It's as dangerous as walking on a strand of hair. After a period of time, I will be extremely weak, and there will be a conflict between my godly soul and my body. This body may not be able to withstand that kind of power, and this is just on the surface. If I use up all the energy in my body in that kind of situation, there will only be one outcome left. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and waved it. This was the reason why he needed to gather such a huge amount of power. He could not use up all of his own power, so at this moment, he needed another source of energy. However, the energy capacity of a heavenly god who had stood at the peak of the heavenly god realm for many years was not a small amount. It might not even be enough to drain all the energy in the starry sky. In the past, I created 1,000 empty worlds and did not let them evolve into life. I stored them in my body and used them as a source of energy for recovery. This is the case for most heavenly gods. The energy level of the worlds that we create will increase according to our own strength. Therefore, the number of worlds that we use to recover our godly power basically does not change. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the two of them. I think that if I explain it this way, you can roughly understand how much energy is needed. A heavenly god needed to absorb an enormous amount of energy that was close to limitless every time they recovered. The energy in their source worlds was not enough, so they could only bring their own energy sources. Moreover, the energy in those worlds could be regenerated as long as it did not destroy the source of the world. As for the 1,000 worlds that he created, they were all destroyed. They were completely destroyed in the last 2 battles. Little White sighed bitterly and spread out his hands. Say no more. I can't do it. Forget it. Yin Nuashing turned to look at the sky outside. Well, it's fine as long as you understand. I'm not a completely heartless person. As long as there's hope, I'll still act at the right time. However, I won't sacrifice my life for that. There's still many things that I need to do in this life. I can't afford to lose my life just yet. Even if it wasn't for this reason, I won't sacrifice myself just to save so many irrelevant people in the divine realm. My life will only burn for the things that I acknowledge. For example, Little White glanced at him. Yin Nuashing, Little White was silent. He even turned his gaze away and pretended that he was looking at the sky. Little White did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the ultimate plane region, the pillars of creation that could always be seen on the horizon seemed to have merged into a black or white wall in the distance. Ordinary vision did not seem to be displayed. Only when one really flew over could one see that it was actually a huge pillar that was scattered across the ultimate plane region. The pillars of creation of the Zenith Plane region and the Taiyuan Plane region have all become unstable. The other 2 origin regions are calm for the time being. In the Divine Prefecture, some of the pillars of creation in the Western region have also shown slight changes. Yin Nuashing said as he looked at the distant sky. Didn't they change together? Could it be that the unstable protection will only be activated in these 2 origin regions? If that's the case, Little White was slightly stunned. If that was the case, then the broken pillars should be repaired soon, right? We don't have to worry about the great samsara anymore. You're too optimistic. Unfortunately, things are not like that. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He could guess what Little White was thinking. It's just the order. There is no such thing as whether a part of the energy barrier is strong or weak. It's just that the pillars of creation in these 2 origin regions are the first to make preparations. The barrier will be activated from here. After a while, you will see that the black wall on the horizon has completely turned white. At that time, it will reach a critical state. Lan Xian, I've been thinking about something since just now. At this moment, she seemed to have heard something important. She quickly raised her head and broke out in a cold sweat. The unstable ultimate defense was originally used to defend against the Great Samsara at the end of the era. Although it could not completely defend against it, it could still block most of the power so that the realm of the gods would not be annihilated. However, this time, the world light that appeared at the edge of this world brought about a threat that was almost equivalent to a part of the Great Samsara. It forced the pillars of creation to activate such a powerful defense. If this defense was really destroyed, the realm of the gods would be finished in the Great Samsara after an era. Man-made? Conspiracy theory? Hearing Little White's agitated words, Yin Nuashing could not help but narrow his eyes. Chu Yingxian seemed to have mentioned this once before. The world fragment that was crashing into the realm of the gods seemed to carry an incomprehensible energy. It had coincidentally entered the world where the realm of the gods was located and it was also coincidentally heading in this direction. In the end, it would hit right at the doorstep of the realm of the gods. Indeed, it sounded like someone had deliberately arranged this. It was too coincidental. There were countless worlds in the void. Why did it not hit other worlds but hit the realm of the gods? It sounded very suspicious. But how do you explain the god of destruction's order barrier? As far as I know, that barrier can even interfere with the cognition of people above the level of Empyrean God. Someone intended to destroy the realm of the gods. This idea sounded a little exaggerated, or was it just ridiculous? Putting all these aside, there was now a piece of evidence that could not be considered evidence. It was predicted that the realm of the gods would crash into the realm of the gods in less than a year. This was inevitable. Lon Xin was speechless. Just as he had said, the existence of the order barrier had prevented anyone who was not from the realm of the gods from perceiving and understanding the realm of the gods. The only explanation left was that a powerful being from the realm of the gods had decided to destroy this world. But would something like blowing up one's own doorstep really happen? The mist of the void appeared in many places in the Eight Elements realm. It appeared randomly and without any pattern. It may have a deeper meaning that has not been discovered. It destroyed 3,000 worlds. There are also some worlds that were not destroyed, but were occupied by the mist of the void. It can even hurt Empyrean gods. Either it is, as you said, that there is someone behind all of this. Yin Nuashing raised his head, his eyes becoming deep and profound. Or there is some abnormal change in the Eight Elements realm that we do not understand. At the end of the day, the mastermind whose existence was unknown probably did not know about the existence of the order barrier in the realm of the gods. So, was it actually planning to destroy the realm of the gods? Or was it really planning to use the hand of reincarnation to destroy the realm of the gods? Was it just to destroy the order barrier? After hearing what Lan Xiner and Chu Yingzhan said, Yin Nuashing felt a chill run down his spine. He did not know why, but he thought of them and felt a chill run down his spine. If, let's assume, there is someone behind all of this. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and squeezed hard, crushing a piece of space in front of him. Then, it is probably an existence that knows the realm of the gods like the back of its hand, knows a lot of secrets, and is even watching the realm of the gods from the shadows. To be able to reach such a level, he swallowed his saliva and narrowed his eyes. It is probably in existence on the same level as her. Even if it is not, it should not be too far off. Otherwise, it would not have been able to bypass the order barrier and throw an apocalyptic brick at the realm of the gods. Other than experts of that level, who could ignore the forbidden order barrier that she had set up back in the mythological era? The Book of Epics told him that the world fragment was formed more than 1,000 years ago, but could not be traced back to when it was formed, which was the moment when it was destroyed. There was a very powerful interference that made it impossible to deduce the strange void fog. However, no matter what the interference was, the world fragment was at least formed in this era. The world fragment's original form was very unstable and fragile. It was impossible for it to withstand the impact of the great reincarnation, even with the void fog. It was a disaster that temporarily put an end to the entire Yuan realm and emptied everything. If one wanted to survive it, they would first need to have great power. Secondly, they would need to master a special method. They would not be able to withstand the great reincarnation. Her, Xiao Bai, and Lan Xin were stunned. However, they quickly reacted and understood who the her he was talking about was. Instantly, their hair stood on end. However, after thinking carefully, they felt that something was not right. If it was really a figure of that level, then it could have directly destroyed the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing also reacted and knocked on her head. She felt that she could not understand. If it was really a figure of that level, it could have directly broken the order barrier of the realm of the gods and destroyed it. Why would it go through so much trouble to throw an enhanced version of the world fragment? Lan Xin thought for a while. Maybe it is because it is a pervert, because it is fun, seeing this world being destroyed bit by bit. There is an inexplicable sense of satisfaction or something. Yin Nuashing said, Let's stop this topic here. No matter what, we'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. We'll know the truth in the future. If there really is some inexplicable mastermind behind this, there will be a day when they can't hold it in and jump out. Lon Exeter shrugged her shoulders cutely. This topic was very dangerous. What are you guys talking about? Why is the atmosphere so serious? A voice suddenly sounded in their souls. Yin Nuashing and the other two were stunned. Then, they looked at Yin Nuashing's glabella at the same time. He directly went into his soul. That voice was Yuan Shi's voice. Good heavens, it has been 2 or 3 months. Finally, there is some response. As soon as he entered his soul world, before he could say anything, he saw a group of people running around in his soul world. Nightmare, Chu Yingzhan, and Little Moon were stirring up a huge wave of fire in the distance. Then, they jumped on it and glided over it. They were actually surfing, and they were not surfing waves but waves of fire. On the other side, Xian and Ming were pulling Yishi, Shihua, Shiyun, and Little Purple Soul to squat by the fire. They were whispering something to each other, and the 3 girls could not stop laughing. They were holding flames in their hands and making sculptures. The moment he saw this scene, Yin Nuashing knelt on the ground with a plop and murmured absent-mindedly, "This is my spiritual world. This is my spiritual world. You can't do this to me." Yuan Shi, who was surfing enthusiastically, was still wearing his white robe. When he saw Yin Nuashing come in, he quickly jumped down from the wave of fire. However, he was shocked by his gray face. When he heard his murmur, he could not help but laugh dryly. "Little star, you're here." Everyone who heard the sound from afar gasped in surprise. They quickly stopped what they were doing and waved their hands to restore the scene to its original state. Nightmare slapped the lavender sea of fire and calmed it down. Then, he walked over as if nothing had happened and grinned. "Hey, boss." Yin Nuashing's eyes were dark and malicious. He slowly glanced at everyone, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. Xian coughed dryly and quickly said, "We came out half an hour ago. We felt that your conversation was quite serious, so we didn't disturb you. What happened?" "Nothing." Yin Nuashing sighed heavily. Anyway, his soul world had already been treated as an entertainment place. He did not care about this. "We're discussing how to destroy the world. We're currently discussing where to start." The air suddenly fell silent. The dry smiles on everyone's faces stiffened. Zai glanced at them grumpily and shook her head with a sigh. She turned a page of her book as if it had nothing to do with her. Anyway, she knew, so she would not say anything. "I'm lying." Seeing everyone's pale faces, Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. When they breathed a sigh of relief, he told them what they had just discussed. "This seems to be even more serious." Yuanshi felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Xian and the others also responded. They had never heard of the realm of the gods being blown up. The first major world that had stood in the 8 elements realm for nearly 140 years was finally going to suffer a calamity. Since ancient times, the realm of the gods has suffered a calamity more than once or twice. It's just that you don't know about it. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "In the age of mythology, the first heavenly deity fought with some unknown ghost and destroyed the world of the gods. The records called it the Twilight of the Gods. I know you guys want to ridicule this name that couldn't be any more ordinary, but it was recorded as such. Moreover, it was the genuine Twilight of the Gods because only one great heavenly deity of the first heavenly deity was left alive." Without giving them time to react, Yin Nuashing continued, "At the end of the Age of Darkness, a calamity spread across the entire Great Origin Realm. With the realm of the gods as the center, the battlefield expanded infinitely and enveloped the entire Great Origin Realm. This is the second time. After that, at the end of the 68th era, and counting the numerous great reincarnations, the realm of the gods has been repeatedly tossed around for nearly 10 times. This is an unprecedented calamity." Yuanshi was very excited after hearing this. This is different from the previous calamities. In the past, there was no one who could protect the realm of the gods. But in this era, there is no one who can protect the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. The suppression of the rules of this era was too strong. He didn't even know how Feng Yu-ing and the others had advanced to the later divine level and left behind their fruits of Tao. In this era, there were too few peak experts. If that world fragment had been delayed for 1,000 years, no, 5,000 years or so, he was confident that he could pull several hundred gods to avoid this calamity. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. There were still 1,000 years before the Eight Elements realm's final struggle and final radiance of the setting sun. Currently, there were only so many later divine level experts in the realm of the gods, and all of them weren't very reliable. They were hibernating under the ground, sealing their own origins and struggling at death's door. They were of no help at all. Does Big Brother also have no way? Ming's golden May mouth fluttered her fan and asked casually. She didn't care much about this world and just mentioned it casually. Her eyes were full of indifference. Yin Nuashing sat on the big bed in the courtyard that didn't fit in. His hands were propped on his legs, and his fingers were crossed. A few strands of colorful hair hung down and covered his expression slightly. His indifferent face and hollow eyes were flickering with many complicated lights. He had already made up his mind long ago, but for some reason, he was still a little hesitant. After a while, he scratched his head and let out a long sigh. There is indeed no way now. Anyway, there's still some time. Let's talk about it later. In the worst-case scenario, I won't do anything. He clapped his hands together and squeezed them hard. Then, he let out another long sigh. Seeing his half-distressed and half-indifferent expression, Yuan-Shi rolled his eyes. He patted his thighs with both hands and stood up abruptly. He waved his hand and said, "Then you can worry about it for a while. After absorbing the Star of Fate, I feel inexplicably comfortable. I just came out to rest for a while. I guess I still need to cultivate for a while. Let me borrow your spiritual world." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Then, Nightmare also stood up casually, patted his shoulder, and rushed into the cultivation room. Xu Yingxian came over to take a look. She turned her head and flicked her long hair on his face. She snorted and said, "Don't be stubborn." Xian and Ming also hurried to her side and gave her a kiss. Then they left slowly. The group of people came out to play for a while, and then went back into the cultivation room. Everyone was in the same situation. They didn't feel enlightened, but they felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and wanted to cultivate for a while. They just came out to rest and play, and also to inform him. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and couldn't help but cover his face. These guys, what did they take him for? Chapter 1052. A month later, at the edge of the Sourcepeak region, near the Divine Tiger Mountain Villa. Oh, it's been a month. We're finally at the Sourcepeak region. In an ordinary tavern, Yin Nuashing stretched his back and let out a lazy sigh. In the past month, he had been running around the land of the Ultimate Plane region. Oh, not to save the world, but to check on the other pillars of creation. At the same time, he also asked about those who were looking for him. He didn't find any clues about the latter, but he did find out that there were more than one or two families looking for him. Moreover, this time, the entire divine realm was looking for him. If it weren't for the fact that he had a bunch of divine weapons and divine artifacts on him, he would have been pulled out from the sea of people at any time. As he stretched himself, Whitey had already buried itself in the food. Seeing that the white tiger had no intention of talking, Lanexa could not help but shake her head and look at Yin Nuashing. Is there a result? Yin Nuashing nodded. It's not good news. He was not checking on the origin pillar that was in charge of the energy hub, but the other ordinary pillars of creation. After the light element seal on the origin pillar was repaired, the light element hole on the ordinary pillars of creation had also been filled. He had expected that, so he was not there to observe. The distribution of energy and the arrangement of elements are still within the normal range for the time being. However, there is an extremely small disturbance. Ordinary people won't be able to sense it. Even the gods won't be able to sense it unless they sit there for 10 days. Yin Nuashing drank a cup of tea and muttered to himself for a moment. The distribution of the disturbance is very wide and very uniform. This is the result of direct observation with the pillars of creation, so there should not be any accidents. But at that moment, Whitey had also recovered from its hungry ghost state and wiped its mouth carelessly. But what? The degree of disorder is slowly getting stronger. In the 1 month's journey from the southernmost part of the ultimate plain region to the border between the two regions, the degree of disorder has increased by 5%. However, it is still within the safety threshold. It is just that the process seems to be accelerating. Yin Nuoxing twirled the chopsticks in her hand and pursed her lips. She paused for a moment before continuing. According to this trend, in another month, if those old monsters are still awake, they will clearly feel the disturbance of the energy of heaven and earth. After that, in another half a month, the God Emperor experts will clearly feel that something is wrong with heaven and earth. After that, it will be 10 days, 5 days, until 4 months later, everyone, all living beings in the God realm will feel the disturbance of the energy of heaven and earth. The pillar of creation absorbed most of the energy, so the energy started to become chaotic. Lonex Iner asked. She had learned a lot about the pillar of creation over the past few days. Yin Nuoxing nodded and looked faintly to the east. Now, half of the pillars of creation in the divine continents, northern wilderness, and southern plains have also changed. The speed of this horizontal change is also gradually increasing. In less than a month, all the pillars of creation in the God realm will become like this. The pillar of creation will record the subsequent events. I don't have to worry about sudden changes in the middle of the journey. Now, let's eat our fill first. Yin Nuoxing drank another mouthful of water and then stretched out her hands. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind on the dining table. You leave some for me. In the place where the pillar of creation was hidden, the white tower was illuminated brilliantly by the energy light pillars. It reflected 9 different colors and shone on every corner of heaven and earth. These 9 energy light pillars seemed to be a little thicker. Whitey looked up at the 9 energy light pillars and said, "Because more energy has condensed. When the pillar of creation completely unfolds its barrier, it will become a colorful pillar, and a layer of transparent energy film will appear in the sky." As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he finished sealing the light element with a few swishes. However, the magic circle and rune lines that were entangled together gave him a headache. This pillar of creation covered the godly Tiger Mountain Villa and the millions of mountains. It looked like the damage caused by the laws of heaven and earth had been repaired. Although when he fought with Feng, the stupid white tiger did not cause such serious damage. It was definitely the kind that made things worse and caused the distortion to become even more serious. With a few clanking sounds, the Dharma array was repaired. In the process, he accidentally detonated a piece of rune, causing him to be covered in dust. The explosion gave Little White and Lon Xian a fright. They thought that the pillar of creation was going to collapse in such a short time. All right, let's go to the next place. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand. Lon Xian, who was wiping his face, pouted and glared at him. The former laughed dryly and obediently stopped moving. Half a month later, Xingling City. This was the border of Taiyuan territory, and also the place where Yin Nuoxing's life began. He had lived in this place for a period of time. Now that he had returned, he recalled what had happened. He laughed and could not help but sigh. In the end, he did not know where that idiot had run off to. The Yu family in the eastern city of Xingling City was still empty. No one had returned for a long time. Speaking of which, I seem to have some fate with Taiyuan territory. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and floated thousands of miles above Xingling City. He could not help but sigh as he looked at the mountain range and other areas of the city. When I first woke up in the 62nd era, I was in Taiyuan territory. After 70 eras, I woke up in Taiyuan territory again. No wonder Xian Yin placed the Red Star Academy in Taiyuan territory, although it was only a branch. Yin Nuoxing sighed as he looked down at the border city with his hands on his hips. What you said just now is quite informative. Whitey sat on the edge of the fire phoenix, swinging his legs. He tilted his head and looked at him. Is there a hidden story? Yin Nuoxing nodded. Xian Yin said that because she calculated that the possibility of me appearing in Taiyuan territory was very high, she chose Taiyuan territory. However, we met in the ancient era. At that time, I was only a beginner god. I had just stepped into beginner god, and I met her in Taiyuan territory. Ah, I remember something. At that time, I felt that her attitude towards me was a little strange. Now, I can understand why. You don't have any memory of Xianin at that time? Why'd he ask? Yin Nuoxing nodded. When he was still quarter moon, he did not have any memory of Xianin. Even the first memory that appeared in this life did not exist. Then at that time, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He tried to recall and frowned. Strange, I can't remember. At that time, when I met Xianin, what happened? Too much time has passed, and I forgot? He frowned and thought for a while. Then he sighed helplessly and shook his head. I don't remember. I only remember that she left in a hurry. She said, "It's not time yet. I have to continue waiting." Then, we never met again. Many years later, when I was standing at the peak of the Empyrean God realm for a long time, I realized that the beautiful big sister that I met at that time might be a powerhouse above the Empyrean God realm. When I first realized this, I felt that it was unbelievable, but now that I think about it, Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and was silent for a while. Then he sighed. So there's a reason for everything. That's Xianin. Where is Xianin now? Lan Xian turned her head and looked at him. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. I don't know. After she left the Red Star Academy, I don't know where she went. If I were to guess now, she might not be in the realm of the gods. At that time, she didn't call me brother, but she recognized me. I don't know why. Maybe she didn't have time to recognize me at that time, or maybe there was a reason why she couldn't recognize me. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. It was when I came back in this life, when I picked up Xianin, but I didn't recognize who I was. In the end, your identity is still a mystery. Whitey rolled his eyes. Is this guy done yet? Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Back then, I also escaped from the reincarnation road. Maybe I can be pushed back a little. Maybe I am someone from the Dark Age. Who knows? But that's not important. That's right, it's not important. In this life, the part of my memory that I have the most memories of is Quarter Moon's life. That was also a complete life. Things that happened before that aren't important without memories. Yin Nuoxing exhaled lightly. Lan Xian lowered her head to size up Star Numinous City. Mei Mao turned around and looked at the gigantic pillar of creation. It was very close, just nearby. Brother Nuoxing, is that also an origin pillar? She pointed at the gigantic white pillar in front of her and asked. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. No, that's an ordinary pillar of creation that Fire Cloud Palace manages. There aren't any origin pillars nearby. A month ago, people from Nine Deities Temple had found him. Back then, they happened to observe the pillar of creation turning white. And what the elder from Nine Deities Temple wanted to talk about was precisely this matter. It was said that Fire Cloud Palace was the first to discover it. After all, this was a remote place, not very far from the periphery. It wasn't surprising for the pillar of creation to change from here. There aren't any origin pillars here? Lonexa was taken aback. Then why are we here? Oh, we're here to check on something. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment before pointing at his eyes. To take a look at these eyes. Eyes? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Little White frowned. He knew of his memories and also knew about his eyes. That pair of evil spirit eyes was obtained through cultivation from someone else. Yin Nuoxing pondered and shook his head. I can't say that something happened. The evil spirit eyes were obtained from a mystic technique I inherited from someone. He's a godly figure. Well, although it's rumored that he's a godly figure, perhaps due to the remote area, not many people believe it. They only think of him as a high-level godly figure. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his fingers. It didn't cause a stir at the level of a godly figure. If it were in the divine continent, many high-level gods would probably have swarmed over and turned the place upside down. If that were the case, I could only watch helplessly back then. Oh, what's his name again? Muingzi, right? Yeah, that's his name, but it doesn't sound like a name. It's probably a self-proclaimed godly name. Xiaobai crossed her arms. Yin Nuoxing continued. Back then, I was very foolish and naive. After being imparted with a mystic technique, I hesitated, but I didn't persist for long before cultivating it. If it were the present me, what would the present you do? Xiaobai looked at him. I would probably just walk away. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Gods and divine masters are a group of extremely powerful existences with a strong sense of purpose. I've said it many times, so I'll say it again. There may be gods or divine masters who have regrets in their hearts and are nearing the end of their lives for some reason. At this time, if they still can't come into contact with reincarnation and can't reincarnate themselves, there's no hope for them to make a comeback in the future. Therefore, they will leave behind what they have learned in their lifetime and wait for the destined person to come and take a look. At the same time, they will also take a look at this pitiful person and inherit his will or listen to his last words. Just like the god in the Celestial King Valley, the owner of the Celestial King Battle Song and the derivator of the Celestial Song of the Great Tao, he left behind his last words. These are relatively safe. The last words he left behind are also a message to those who come after him. I've tried my best in this life, and this is as far as I can go. However, if I want to continue fighting, I will have to pay the price of countless years. If you, who see this message, feel lost and confused, then take this power of mine and leave together with us. Move forward and climb higher mountains. The gods were a group of people who couldn't see through them. In their minds, those at the level of the gods were either old urchins or old urchins. They seemed to intend to play with those who came after them. Perhaps that was the happy side that they treasured. Because the road ahead was too dangerous and too unknown, the pressure was so great that it was difficult to breathe and almost suffocate. Therefore, there would be such a mischievous scene on the other side, as if they were looking for joy in the midst of suffering. I've seen many tombs of gods and gods. Those were the pioneers of the road ahead. No matter where they went, they represented a road, and we walked on another road. All of us are walking on the road. Some of us have already fallen. No one can stop, and no one is willing to stop. However, when the time comes and we have to stop, if we still can't see the scenery of the peak, we can only entrust this shallow and sad last wish to others, hoping that someone can bring their last wish to the peak that belongs to them one day. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Gods, it sounded so glorious and dazzling to others, but no one knew how much was hidden in these two words. They struggled their whole lives, sacrificed everything, and couldn't get back what they had lost. They didn't hesitate to reincarnate, just so that they could do it again in the future, just like him. Next time, they had to go further, and next time, they had to do better. They had to reincarnate thousands of times in exchange for a rebirth. This time, they couldn't stop moving forward. Their determination was exchanged for sorrow, despair, and pain. In the end, what was it for? They were walking on the road ahead, constantly trying to reach the peak that countless people looked up to. Countless times, they fell, countless times, just like the fire in the starry sky, dimming little by little. Only at the last moment, they released a light that made the world tremble. Then it was silent again. Shaking his head, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. When he saw Lan Xen, or looking at him worriedly, he knew that he was showing some concern again. Those things, those ultimate questions couldn't be solved in a day or two. Ahem. So, that Muingzi, after leaving those things behind, didn't say anything. He didn't leave behind any words. Instead, it seemed like he couldn't wait for someone to take over. At that time, although I felt that something wasn't right, I didn't think too much about it. I also didn't know about these things on a deeper level. But now, looking at it, it's really not the least bit suspicious. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched violently. But I've already cultivated to this level. If I want to destroy it, I can only gouge out my eyes. As he spoke, he pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, looking hesitant. Lan Xen saw this and cried out in alarm. She quickly pressed his hands down and shook her head vigorously at him. She shook her head so hard that it almost created a phantom. I won't really gouge them out. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Well, after that, I checked everything, including the things that I got from him. I didn't find anything unusual. Moreover, I have the eye of the ocean now. Even if my eyes are really destroyed by the rules in the future, I have a spare pair. Don't say such scary things. Lan Xen's face darkened. Yin Nuoxing poked her forehead and smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the ruins in the distance. It was still there, but it was very dilapidated. There was no one inside, and there was no sign of life. It was eerie and looked very strange. He's not here, but it's also true. It's been more than 20 years, almost 30 years. It's very strange that he's still here. Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms and looked distressed. When he first met Muingzi, he was skinny and only skin and bones. His flame of life was like a candle in the wind. But if he died just like that, Yin Nuoxing did not believe it. Perhaps he had sealed his origin and buried it, waiting for the rules to reverse. The surroundings of Xingling City seemed to be very empty. It was a lonely city. There were only mountains and forests in the distance. Jiang Yi brought Lan Xian, and the other two to walk around Xingling City. They did not find anything. Everything was normal. The ruins of the Qin clan and the Yu clan. Now, they had become even more dilapidated. In the end, they were still ruins. Did no one want to use these two places? Yin Nuoxing thought. He landed at the Yu family's place quietly and did not attract anyone's attention. Then he took out the Book of Epics and waved it in the air. He whispered, "Backtrack." A faint golden light flashed past, and a large number of mysterious characters flashed past the golden ball. They disappeared in a flash, and the speed was so fast that Lan Xian and Xiao Bai could not see them clearly. Buzz. After about 5 minutes, the characters in the golden ball stopped abruptly. Yin Nuoxing raised his head abruptly. He was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and said in a strange tone, "Ah." His expression was distorted. Lan Xian and Xiao Bai were also confused. What did he see? What's wrong? What did you see? Why did you have such a big reaction? Xiao Bai asked. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and said, "That year, the Yu family was taken away by the Yu family." Lan Xian was also confused. What did he mean by the Yu family was taken away by the Yu family? I took myself away. Yin Nuoxing quickly waved his hand and pointed to the ground. He said, "The Yu family of Xingling City. They were taken away by the Yu family of the Divine Prefecture, one of the 8 ancient families." There was silence for 2 seconds. Hey, are you sure? Although the surname of these 2 families is Yu, they're not related at all, right? Xiao Bai picked his ears and rubbed his eyes. When he saw Yin Nuoxing's serious look, he was sure that this guy was not talking nonsense. He was a little confused. Who should I ask if you ask me? Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, Yu might have been taken to the Yu family by the head of the Yu family. Could it be that he was the current head of the Yu family? No, it was not possible. Speaking of which, he had not seen many people from the Yu family. He had only seen Yuanqi's fiancée, who seemed to be called Yishao. There were also a few families that had been hidden from the world. Now, they were completely hidden from the world. Chapter 10:53. It had been a long time since they returned to Star Spirit City. At that time, the Yu family was already empty. Nothing was left behind. Using the Book of Epics, the Yu family had already been taken away by the Yu family in the Primordial Age. It might have happened when he and Yu were still in Yin City, or even earlier. Yin Nuoxing himself was not very clear about the time. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He felt that things were not that simple. The Qin family in the Primordial Age took away the Qin family in Star Spirit City. The latter was a core family of the Primordial Age. Then, the Yu family in the Primordial Age also took away the Yu family in Star Spirit City. Is there something fishy about this? Coincidence? Why do I not believe that it is a coincidence? I feel that there is something fishy about this. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his hair and murmured softly. Lan Xian and Xiao Bai listened and also looked up at the sky. This was too much of a coincidence. It was so coincidental that it made people suspicious. Could it be that this Yu family was also a branch of the Yu family in the Divine Land? Xiao Bai guessed. In the end, why did the Qin family separate from the Primordial Age? Lan Xian frowned slightly, and it has been separated for a long time. Yin Nuoxing frowned as well. Even Uncle Qin Hui and the others don't remember such a thing. The Qin family has been in Star Spirit City for a very long time, so long that such an important matter like this can be passed down. Furthermore, it's not just Uncle Qin Hui and the others. I heard from Qin, Yin, that the Qin family has actually almost forgotten about this matter as well. It was only when they were going through the family records that they accidentally discovered that there was once a bloodline that was wandering outside. Then the time span is too long. Xiaobai exclaimed, "At least it is measured in epochs. Could it be something that happened in the previous era?" Lan Exer squinted at Mei Mao and said, "What happened in the ancient times? The Yu family and the Qin family both felt that they would be exterminated. So they took the opportunity to evacuate some of their core members. Then there was a great war. The chaos lasted for a long time. After a long time, they subconsciously forgot about those who had been evacuated. Until today." Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and pondered for a while. This guess was not completely impossible. He had actually seen a lot of people being sent away because of a great war to avoid the calamity of being exterminated. Back then, when he burned down the surface of the God world, he brought many people to the 9 deity temples and the little divine lands that had just begun to recover to take refuge. However, he could not bring too many people with him. If he caused too much of a commotion, he would be noticed by those people. He could only put down the fire in advance. He did not know if he was lucky or not. At that time, there were not many people left in the God world. Most of them were protected by him, and the rest were burned to the ground. Anyway, this kind of situation where people were sent away to take refuge was not uncommon. Lan Xin, Er's guess was reasonable. However, this was actually it's useless to think about this now. Little Qin doesn't know either. When you have time to return to the Divine Lands, you can ask Little Qin's father or Yuan, Xi's fiancé. You will know. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and said, "Yes, that's right. It's useless to think about it here now. But I'm very curious. I can't wait to know what's going on." Lan Xin looked at him. Mei Mao's sparkling eyes made him curious. However, who knew? The Book of the Era did not tell him more. Those things were probably so old that time had faded away. Well, suppress your curiosity. One day, you will know. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and patted Little Qin's head. One day, these words really make me feel uneasy. Little White's eyebrows trembled. As an immortal, oh, you are not immortal yet. As an immortal, you need to learn to wait. Wait, and it will be over. Then you will know. So, don't be anxious. Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands and pointed to the west. There's still a place to go. Let's go there first. There. Little White looked in the direction he was pointing and scratched her head. Although she did not know where he was pointing, she could guess. He wanted to go to the desert where he fell. That was the beginning of this life. In the desert, the wind and sand were still blowing. Golden sunlight shone down from the sky, plating the sea of sand with a thin layer of gold. The ground in the distance was slightly distorted due to the scorching heat. The sun seemed to know this, and the heat it released was even more intense. It would not stop until the ground was scorched. Even the golden sand that was blown up by the wind carried a high temperature that could burn ordinary people. This place seems to be the same. Yin Nuoxing and the others came here. This desert changed every year. Originally, deserts did not stay the same. Now, they could not find any traces of the past. Anyway, it looked golden. This place was always changing. This place did not change. He came here again. He came here with a calm mood, but with some doubts. His colorful eyes kept looking at the desert below. Lan Xiner was beside him, holding an oil paper umbrella to block the sun. Oh, this place. Could it be that it is because of this? Yin Nuoxing muttered. Lan Xian, and Little White were confused. However, they were not in a hurry. Anyway, he would explain. Yin Nuoxing looked for a while and controlled the fire phoenix to change the location. After a long time, he returned to the original place. He nodded and said to himself, I see. No wonder there is so much spiritual energy in Xingling City, but only gave birth to a border city that is not very prosperous. The spiritual energy is not born naturally. Yin Nuoxing was still observing and wanted to take a closer look, but Xiaobai couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly asked, Explain it first. You can't explain it clearly later. The main thing is that we don't understand. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and shrugged. There is nothing to say. It is just that this place. He pointed at the yellow sand below and said, Under this yellow sand, there's something buried. The overflowing energy is evenly distributed over a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, it is very well controlled. The spiritual energy will spread into the air and then be retracted. To put it bluntly, it will only circulate in the air and then return to the ground without any damage. It cannot be used by others. Spiritual energy? Is it a kind of energy? Lonexiner asked. Something like that. It is a small branch of the energy of heaven and earth. Look at the beautiful and perfect landscapes. Those are the places where spiritual energy gathers. Those places usually give birth to many things that can be called perfect. Whether it is the landscape or life, it is all the same. However, there is such a huge amount of spiritual energy in a radius of 1,000,000 miles, but it is still a desert, Yin said. Whitey's eyes were wide open as he stared at the yellow sand below. A hot wind blew, causing tears to stream down his face. However, he still couldn't see anything. He could only ask, "Can you see what's down there?" "It is nothing." Yin scratched his head and said, "A group of deities is buried here." Lonexner and Little White said, "Ah, what the hell is a group of deities? Since when can deities be measured by a group?" "That is what it is. If you want to know more," Yin grinned and jumped down from the fire phoenix. The light in his hand flashed, and the dark ruins sword broke through the light. The purple and black light covered the infinite light in the sky. A huge amount of energy gathered. "Then we will have to find someone who is familiar with this place and ask." Boom! The nether void sword in his hand slashed down explosively, but it didn't strike the sand. Instead, it came into contact with something extremely hard. An earth-shattering boom reverberated through the heavens as a monstrous shockwave of energy blasted the surrounding sand into the air, creating a wall of sand that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Lonexiner quickly controlled the fire phoenix to dive down from the sky. They went around the layers of sand and found Yin in the middle of a huge vacuum. He was holding the dark ruins sword with both hands. He slashed at a golden longsword. When the two weapons collided, there was a shocking explosion. Lonexiner and Little White were shocked. A weapon that could withstand the power of the dark ruin sword without being damaged was not an ordinary weapon. Even the person holding the sword did not take a single step back. The two swords were releasing energy with all their might, but they were unable to do anything to their opponent. "Oh, what a rare guest. But you have just arrived, and you are already fighting. That is not very good, is it?" A giggling voice came from behind the golden longsword. It was crisp and powerful. "Stop it. If I wanted to cause trouble, I would have used all my strength. How much of this place do you think will be left?" Yin rolled his eyes and pulled back the dark ruin sword. He said confidently, "I am knocking on the door." Lonexiner was speechless. The sound of the door knocking was really loud. It almost sent half the desert flying into the sky. The man with the golden sword was also stunned. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his head, his long golden hair fluttering in the wind. His golden eyes were bright and full of expression. He looked at Yin and smiled. "Ah, you're back. Also, it should be me who is back." He was wearing a golden robe, and his golden hair was long. His entire body was golden, and he was emitting a golden light. He almost blended in with the background of the desert. Lonexiner looked at him strangely. This golden guy was very handsome. He looked like Yin and Zero, but he did not look like either of them. In the past, his identity had always been a mystery. Yin did not know. Now, it seemed that the mystery could be solved. But even if he did not say it, she could roughly guess. Anyway, he should be related to Yin in some way. But she did not know what their relationship was. "Are you here to fuse with me?" Jean Cancan shrugged and grinned. "But not now. It's not the right time yet. I found something interesting here, so I'm waiting. If you can wait until that day to fuse with me, I'll be very happy." Yin waved her hand. "I don't want to fuse with you. I'm just here to take a look." After saying that, he sighed softly and scratched his head. "After all, you were split from Zero. Well, although I don't know what happened, I did not expect that you would be split into an individual." "Ah, you can tell. Gold Can looked at him in surprise, then chuckled and said, I split from my main body when I first severed myself. The other splits are roaming around the god realm, waiting for you. Well, they were originally waiting for you to return, and they were also acting for you. They are a part of you, and a part of you that contains great power. Later, I discovered that 2 of them had made mistakes and were occupied by the darkness in their hearts. I had no choice but to seal them. If they couldn't be purified naturally, I would forcibly purify them when you were about to come into contact with them, and then wait for you to fuse with them. So, Yin Nuashing crossed her arms. If I'm not mistaken, the one in the Tana's water god temple was also split out from you, from Zero's self-decapitation, right? Then, when I was about to get there, you released him. Ah, that is correct. Gold Can nodded with a smile. The splits after the self-decapitation wandered the realm of the gods, collecting lost items that were once related to you, or looking for things that could pave the way for the future. That ice spear was found by him, and I sealed it there. Oh, by the way, that ice spear was actually a divine right weapon, but it was sealed. There's one more thing. I was worried that the splits would turn into monsters with only a mad desire for vengeance when they were taken over by the darkness in their hearts. So, I sealed them all, including the things they found. Well, as the first main body, I could sense all the remaining splits, and each of them had the power of a deity left behind, as well as a part of their soul fragments. Gold Can smiled faintly. These, as you wish, will pave the way for you, and wait for the day when you return to the Throne of Stars. Yin Nuashing heard that and shook her head. This is not what I expected. Lonex and Little White, and Gold Can were all stunned. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and patted her forehead in distress. Originally, I only had 2 plans. First, let the reflection enter the cycle of reincarnation, erase the part of the natural order in him, and finally come out in this era as Yin Nuashing. Second, let Zero look for the divine weapons that I lost in the war, the Scarlet Star Sword, the Origin Sword, and the Great Soaring Sword, and at the same time, look for the other divine swords and investigate their existence. He will wander the surface of the realm of the gods, and that's it. He will split because of his self-decapitation. In the end, he will self-decapitate because his cultivation has reached a limit, and the self-seal is ineffective, so he has to self-decapitate. It is probably because I gave him too much power on the surface, and also turned him into a time being, which is a great help to him. It can be said that he is equivalent to Quarter Moon reincarnated, and because he is a time being, he may be even more powerful. Yin Nuashing sighed in distress. There's also another aspect. That obsession may be affecting him. In any case, I did not expect that his self-decapitation would create a split body. After listening to her, Gold Can pondered for a while, and then shrugged helplessly. He sighed and said, Anyway, that's the way it is. As for why he will self-decapitate and self-decapitate, I am not too sure. Also, the main body does not know of our existence. Now, he must have been possessed by a crazy obsession, right? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded helplessly. Zero had already gone crazy, and only a crazy obsession was left, and it wanted to devour him. That is really dangerous. Gold Can nodded calmly. But I believe that you can handle it well. If you can't, then I will come out on the day when it happens. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Do you know where the Origin Sword is? Yin Nuashing asked. The Origin Sword. Gold Can scratched his head and looked towards the north. After looking for a while, he shook his head. I knew before, but I don't know now. The Origin Sword was taken by Tianling to be repaired. Now it is gone. I don't know where it went. But the last time I went to see it, I found that it was almost repaired. Maybe the next time you see it, it will be a great divine weapon, Gold Can said. Yin Nuashing was stunned. She did not expect that he would take it. Brother Nuashing, who is Tianling? Lonex and pulled his sleeve and asked softly. Yin Nuashing pointed towards the north and gazed into the distance until he saw a dark forest. An old fellow, also at the heavenly god level. However, the last time I saw him, he had become slightly weaker. It's probably because he suffered a great loss in repairing the Origin Sword. Little White searched his memory for a while and found a person. She was slightly stunned. Tian Ling. Could it be the Glories will tree? Yes, it is that old guy. Yin Nuashing nodded. Little White and Lon Xin were speechless. That tree. As for the other divine swords, the demonic blood sword is in the Blood Demon Valley in the Kuan Yuan region, and the Red Star Sword is I have already taken back the Red Star Sword, Yin Nuashing said. Golden Brilliance paused for a moment before replying. Then there's the chaotic divine seal. It might still be in the small divine land. Perhaps it's with the Dark Odd Palace that wasn't completely destroyed back then. The chaotic scepter is probably there too. The Shadow Light Sword, which is ranked 9th, might be up there. Golden Brilliance pointed at the sky. The few of them looked up and saw two suns. They were exceptionally dazzling. In the suns? Yin Nuashing was stunned. How could it be in that place? He had been searching for the 12 divine swords for most of his life. It was a great help and the most powerful divine weapon in the world. It had been like this since ancient times. Each of the 12 divine swords had the supreme power to create a world. Unfortunately, some of them were broken or lost. In the past, he could fight against more than 100 experts above the divine realm with only 4 divine swords, and that was under the condition that he could not use the divine swords with all his strength. If he could find all 12 divine swords in this life, with the help of the power of the divine body, it would definitely be a powerful trump card. And in this life, even if he had to face the things at the moment of ascending to the divine realm, he would have to collect all 12 divine swords. If he did not have these, he would not be able to step into the divine realm. In the past, even the extreme divine realm could not compete with him, let alone the moment he stepped into the divine realm. The extreme divine realm and the divine realm were two different concepts. Seeing him deep in thought, Gold Can shook his head helplessly. He could roughly guess what he was thinking. After all, they were almost the same. Ahem, the remaining 4 divine swords are probably not in the realm of the gods, probably. Anyway, I didn't find them in the realm of the gods. They might be in other places in the realm of the 8 elements, or even... He stopped talking and pursed his lips into a tight line. After a while, he said, "Who knows? Can you seal yourself now?" Yin Nuashing glanced at him. "Well, it's okay. I can split my body and seal myself to maintain the realm close to breaking through to the divine realm. If I seal myself like this, I won't be killed by the great samsara in the divine realm. I also have the best ability to move." Gold Can nodded and pointed to the bottom of the desert. "I'm different from those old monsters. They're struggling at death's door, oppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. I guess they will be like this for the rest of their lives. We are different." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "So, there's a group of gods buried below, right? How many are there?" "Not many." Gold Can counted with his fingers. "About 20. Lon Xin and Xiao Bai were already numb. Anyway, anything related to Yin Nua planet would not be simple. They just had to keep smiling and listen to the conversation. 20 is not many. Why are they piled up there?" Yin Nuashing frowned. Why did these 20 gods seal themselves together? Was it so that they could drink tea and chat when they woke up? "I'm not too sure about this. There are new tenants and old tenants in the tomb of the gods. A group of people once left. Who knows what they're doing inside?" Gold Can spread his hands exaggeratedly. "I just think that this place is a little fun. I feel that there's something inside that might be helpful to you. So I stayed here. They will probably come out when the rules of heaven and earth are reversed. They're all a group of people who are struggling to survive. Sigh, they might as well enter the samsara and have another life." As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Lon Xin, it was silent. "Don't think that everyone is like you. Not everyone can treat the samsara as their own backyard and enter whenever they want." Chapter 1054. When he descended, everything was in chaos. He could not feel the sky or the earth. His body was light as a feather, as if he was floating in the void. He had lost control of his body. Something floated past his mind in a mess of fragments. He struggled and caught something. His consciousness became faintly clear, and he saw a sea of light. The sea of light entangled the entire world. The blurry fragments of light scattered over every inch of space. The aura of fire, destruction, and death was suffocating. This space was collapsing. He was caught in the fragments of space and lost contact with the real world. His body was about to turn into nothingness. Endless energy turned into an inextinguishable flame. It was like a raging fire trapped in a cauldron, swallowing everything. The dazzling beam of light penetrated his line of sight vertically, destroying all the space in its path. It shattered and fell apart, as if everything was collapsing. He was caught in the gap between the world and space. He saw thousands of star clusters collapsing. They were like pieces of paper blown away by the wind, disappearing into the void. The world of light fell one by one, and the purple crystal barrier melted into dregs. A huge hole was opened in the world. The huge white light began to disintegrate. The figures covered by the blurry shadows also began to disappear. They were like melted ice, and they disappeared in the truest sense. Nothing was left. In a collapsing world, a huge ball of light suddenly exploded. It broke through the bindings of the void like a flaming comet. It glided across the distance and disappeared in a flash. The whole world suddenly flashed, and everything disappeared. Chaotic information rushed into his mind. It was not any words or images. It was just some messy and meaningless information. There was no value in it, and it was completely undecipherable. "Brother, Nuwa Xing," he heard a distant shout. It was urgent and affectionate. What kind of voice was it? It seemed to be from the future and the past in his mind. It was gradually getting further and further away. "Brother Nuwa Xing, I heard a very weak call, but I couldn't catch it. Where's this place?" The voice seemed to resound in the empty valley, carrying an echo. Someone was calling him. He heard it and wanted to respond, but he couldn't. "Who is it?" He wanted to respond. It was a very unfamiliar voice. It was unfamiliar, but it was affectionate. Who was calling him? Was this the feeling when one's consciousness disappeared? It was like floating in the sea. Even one's consciousness was light. "Idiot! Wake up!" A loud shout caused him to open his eyes abruptly. The destruction that filled his eyes and the light of the fallen world disappeared. What appeared in his eyes was a deep blue sky that was clear and transparent. The first rays of dawn seemed to have just receded. The two stars were lazily casting down two rays of light in a perfunctory manner. Then they lowered their own brightness as if they were about to fall asleep. Two anxious faces appeared beside him. Two pairs of eyes stared at him. When they saw him open his eyes, they heaved a sigh of relief. "You finally woke up. You fainted all of a sudden and scared us to death." Lonix and patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. "Fainted?" Yin Nuashing sat up in a daze. At this moment, she was sitting on a patch of grass. She pressed her palm against a patch of soft green grass. In the distance, there was a lake that was comparable to an ocean. A huge white pillar stood tall, and there were 10 energy light pillars spiraling around the huge pillar. What happened? Yin Nuashing shook her head in a daze. Half a month ago, she left the desert and continued the boring journey. Today was no exception. She had just repaired the pillar of creation, and then she lost consciousness. What happened just now? Really, what happened? Lonix and jade-like hand had just touched his palm. Suddenly, she screamed in pain and withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Wisps of black smoke floated out. Her white, jade-like hand seemed to have been scorched by flames. That intense pain caused her hand to tremble slightly, and the expression on her face changed slightly. When Yin Nuashing heard the scream, she came back to her senses. She took a closer look and saw Lon Exon looking at the black patch on her palm in shock. She immediately understood what had happened. With a thought, a mark quietly appeared on her body from her soul. Finally, it solidified in the middle of her spine. There was also a flash of black light on her body. Then, she held Lon Exon jade-like hand and lowered her head. She kissed her palm gently. The black burn mark suddenly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, it disappeared and her jade-like hand returned to its original jade-like appearance. Hey, Xiao Bai's expression changed slightly. That wasn't very good, was it? If I'm not wrong, that was probably the power of the chaotic elements. Did it erode her? Lan Exen? Or looked at her hand curiously. When she heard this, she was shocked again. The chaotic elements went out of control? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. It's not a big deal. I've already dealt with it. It's fine. Oh, seeing that you don't trust me, I'd better explain a little. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Bai and Lan Exen looking at her suspiciously. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said softly, when we were in the Jiesu mystic realm, I told you that the chaotic elements would distort my life form and cause me to change into a state of chaos. Lan Exen, and Xiao Bai nodded. They still remembered that Yun Nuoxing had joked that he didn't know what he had become. Although he still had the appearance of a human, he was no longer a human on the inside. It's probably because I've changed to a certain extent. It's the perfect life form that allows the chaotic elements to flow freely in my body. When Exine touched me, it was equivalent to touching a ball of dense chaotic elements. She was injured. However, it's just a small matter. It's not a big deal. Yun Nuoxing said. What about you? What about you? Xiao Bai frowned. This guy's life form had already started to change. There's nothing to do. I just used a charm to calm down the chaotic elements. You see, I had no problem touching you just now. As she said that, Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and stroked Lan Exine-er's long hair. Then, she flicked her finger on Xiao Bai's face. After she verified it, she said softly, when the change in my life form reaches a certain extent, it will stop. At that time, the chaotic elements will stabilize my life form. I'm now in a half-elemental, half-material life form. It's very strange. I fainted just now, probably because my life form had suddenly changed to a certain extent. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her bangs with her fingers. She pondered for a moment and recalled the scene she saw when she was unconscious. It was probably the battle during the great turmoil of the Dark Age. The battle that turned the entirety Yuan realm upside down seemed to be a continuation of what she saw last time. There were bits and pieces of the latter part, but most of them were meaningless fragments of chaos. Looks like I have to study this thing when I have time. Eternal nightmare or something. It doesn't sound right. Could it be that I'm really from the Dark Age? I actually participated in that battle. Then, I died on the spot and fell into the cycle of reincarnation. I returned to the realm of the gods at the beginning of the 62nd era, or something. Yun Nuoxing thought to herself. She suddenly felt that this guess was actually quite possible. Patting her head, Yun Nuoxing looked at the pillar of creation in the sky. She pondered for a moment and counted with her fingers. She realized that this was already the 10th pillar of creation in the Sourcepeak region. The remaining 2 were in the large region in the northeast. Brother Nuoxing, don't you plan to go to the Ghost Forest? Lan Exine looked at him and asked. In the most central region of the Ghost Forest, in a myriad dragon mountain, Celestial Glaze was still waiting for him. It had been so many years. Now that she had regained her memories, he should go and take a look. I know, I have to make a trip there. However, I have to find the things that Celestial Glaze entrusted to me. She's making preparations on her side. I can't go empty-handed, Yun Nuoxing said. There seems to be something in the northeastern region of the Sourcepeak region, right? Little White suddenly grinned. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes and nod helplessly. At the beginning of the 69th era, he activated the guardian formation of the realm of the gods and sacrificed the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to burn the realm of the gods. Countless lives in the realms of the gods perished there. Countless gods and celestial gods were reduced to ashes. Not even a speck of dust was left. Tens of thousands of souls cried and wailed. It was like an eternal abyss. Who knew how many people had been buried there? The sacrifice spark didn't extinguish immediately. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't know where it had gone. After searching for a while, she had no choice but to give up. In this life, she had obtained a treasure map from Xianin. It was said that the location of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was marked on it. It was in the northeastern region of the Sourcepeak region, which was a little close to the border of the Qinyuan region. Originally, she had come with this goal in mind. I can only hope that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus hasn't recovered to its complete state. Otherwise, I can only pray that the soul imprint I left on it hasn't been destroyed. Yin Nuashing sighed. Fortunately, such a high-level divine item doesn't have a naturally formed spiritual intelligence. If it did, I might not have sacrificed it back then. Moreover, it's unlikely that I'll be able to take it back in this life. There's no chance at all. Are you afraid of being hated? Little White asked. Yin Nuashing nodded. However, I had no other choice back then. The power of the Guardian formation was actually enough. I'm just worried that if it didn't burn completely, and if it was blocked, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is a divine flame formed by the rules of the world. It's not a flame that exists in a physical state. It's not a flame, but an extremely tyrannical power of rules. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he spread out the treasure map. He glanced at the northeastern region of the Source Peak region and decided on the route in 3 seconds. He nodded and waved his hand. Then let's go. We didn't find many divine swords. It's not bad if we can find the divine flame. Speaking of which, when will your tiger roar of 10,000 thunderflame mature? Yin Nuashing glanced at Little White and wrinkled his nose. Don't tell me you'll have to transform many times before you can spit it out like foam. How did you know that this thing would be on me? Little White was shocked. The 16th ranked tiger roar of 10,000 thunderflame was a divine item that combined the power of divine flame and devil thunder. It was quite mysterious. Even in the ancient antiquity age, no one knew where this thing existed. There were no records, and no one had ever obtained it. They only knew that it was the product of the combination of the two. Just the ranking alone was unknown. Well, although not many people in the ancient antiquity age knew about it, Yin Nuashing glanced at him with a subtle expression and grinned. Little White smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't hide anything from this guy. That's right, this thing grew on his body. It was the same as the true phoenix fire of the phoenix. They were both carried by him. However, unlike Feng, who could wield her flames as if they were her arms, he couldn't use his flames yet. The form wasn't mature yet. Well, be patient. It's not mature yet. I can't even use it myself right now. Little White waved his hand. Although it's ranked 16th, one rank lower than the true Phoenix's flame, its power is about the same. However, if I use these two flames to fight against her, I'll probably lose. He was quite carefree. Anyway, everyone already knew that he was suppressed by the true Phoenix with one hand. There was nothing to hide. Well, after all, Feng Er's innate talent in controlling flames is very strong. Of course, you won't be able to defeat Feng, if you use it like this. Yin Nuashing said and reached out to pinch his white ears. Then, when will it mature? Give me a specific time, and I won't worry about it. Oh, it's either the Demon Emperor realm or the Demon God realm. Little White's ears twitched a few times. The true Phoenix is about the same. However, she can use her flame now. I haven't been able to use my life Thunderfire yet. After 3 minutes, Lan Xian came to her senses. She tapped her palm lightly and moved closer to Yin Nuashing. Their faces were less than 2 inches apart. Brother Nuashing, what about Little Qing and Little Xian? What about them? Each of them has their own special means. The power of the 4 gods is balanced. It can only be said that their power is similar. It's just that they specialize in different areas. Yin Nuashing said and rolled up the treasure map. She waved her hand and commanded the fire phoenix to fly toward the east. Half a month later, Yin Nuashing and the others, who were originally in the northeast area of Taiyuan Domain, repaired another origin pillar. They were about to go to the location of the last origin pillar. However, when they were resting on the way, they heard some news that they were very concerned about. Moreover, it seemed that it was related to something big. Yin Nuashing didn't know if it was related to something big. However, he was a little concerned about what the messenger said. After thinking for a while, he left the temporary teleportation portal on the spot and brought Lan Xian and Little White to Xingming City. They landed outside Xingming City and hurriedly entered the city. There were people who were even more hurried than them. The cultivators who were flying in the sky were flustered and sweaty. They were flying toward the teleportation portal area. Many people were doing the same. It was as if they were carrying something important and were rushing back home. The streets were also slightly chaotic. In Xingming City, most of the people were cultivators. Only a small number of ordinary families were present. Moreover, all of them were gathered in one area. The streets were in a mess. People were in a hurry. Chaotic noises could be heard from all directions. People were pushing and shoving each other. However, no one cared about this. The people who were bumped into and the people who bumped into them didn't have time to look back to see who the other person was. They walked quickly and tidied their clothes casually. Their expressions were extremely solemn, as if they wished they could grow 2 more legs or fly away. Something big is wrong. A group of people has already disappeared. Aren't there more people who are more powerful to investigate this matter? Who has the guts to do that? Hurry up and report this matter. If there's nothing important, let's go back. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be chaotic. In the center of the city, the supreme martial artists of the first generation on the supreme list of Taiyuan domain have gathered there. It seems that there's some big news. Maybe they know something. To hell with the supreme martial artists. Not long ago, 3 supreme martial artists of the first generation died and were replaced by other supreme martial artists. Who knew that the new supreme martial artists would die yesterday before they could even warm up their seats? Those were 3 divine realm deities. Yin Nuoxing frowned after being pushed twice. She held Lan Xian, and Little White in her arms. Then, her body swayed, and they appeared in the empty sky. It was better not to fly up. As soon as they flew up, they saw a large number of people rushing toward the center of Xingming City crazily. They didn't even bother to hide their auras. There were middle-level and high-level deities among them. Why is the atmosphere so solemn? What on earth has happened? Little White, who was being held by Yun Nuoxing, shook a little. After a while, she remembered that she had broken free from Yun Nuoxing's hands. She looked around, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. It seems that Xingming City has never been so chaotic before. If there is panic and a riot in the 8 great central holy cities, it is most likely that something big has happened. These 8 great central holy cities are the places where all the information is gathered. The information is circulated the fastest. Yin Nuoxing said. She didn't say anything else and flew toward the center of Xingming City. They had rushed back in a hurry because they had received the news in the remote place. The person who had sent the news was shouting like a madman. However, he couldn't say anything clearly. So, they had no choice but to rush to Xingming City. For this reason, they even used a scroll of teleportation array. After all, the distance was not as simple as a few billion miles. Even if they tore the void and rushed over, it would take some time. It would be faster to teleport directly. When they were flying toward the center of Xingming City, Yin Nuoxing stopped a person and asked him about it. In the end, that person was also confused. However, his expression was solemn. He said that he had heard that something big had happened in the north. Probably many people from the surrounding regions are rushing here. I also used the teleportation array from a faraway place. I don't know if the person who sent the news is dead or alive. That person said, "What on earth happened?" Yin Nuoxing asked quickly. Many people died. Black clouds. A black area. In the north. I don't know where the north is. A supreme master of a generation came back alive with news. Let's go take a look. That person said quickly. His speed increased a little. Yin Nuoxing and the other 2 looked at each other blankly. Half a month ago, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly seem as if the sky was about to change? Black clouds in the north. Little White scratched her head in confusion. She felt that something was wrong. She couldn't put her finger on it. Could it be the demon race? Lan Xian's voice was slightly serious. Apart from the dark element, only the demon race had the power of the dark element. In the entire divine world, there was only one person who had the power of the dark element. He was right next to her. Yin Nuoxing frowned. If that was really the case, he couldn't think of any motive. During the Taiyuan Grand Meeting several years ago, the 2 letters should have agreed on a period of peace. Why would they start a unilateral war at this time? No matter how he looked at it, it was a little rash. The divine world was definitely not without experts. It was also not completely unmatched. Although the divine world had suffered a crushing defeat in the past, the demon race had definitely suffered more losses than the divine world in every big battle. Unless they are plotting something. Didn't you say last time that the demon race had come prepared this time? Little White tilted her head and looked at him. Ah, yes. The combination of the astrolabe and the Book of Epics allowed us to deduce a part of the situation. But I don't know the details. Yin Nuashing nodded. Then, he frowned again. Who knew what they were plotting? Many powerful figures swooped down from countless directions and gathered in the center of Xingming City. Even the high-level gods couldn't maintain their usual calm appearance. Yin Nuashing even saw the elders of the 9 divine temples standing there. There were also people from other big forces. They were all permanent residents of Xingming City or the businesses of their families. Not only here, but also in other central holy cities. While they were talking, they arrived at the center of Xingming City. There used to be a group of huge palaces here. Now, it had become an empty space. Instead, it was replaced by a huge square that was engraved with talismans. Xingming Square, the sole building of Xingming City. It is said that the core of this city is this square, Little White said. Even this thing was brought out. It seemed like the problem was really not small. At this time, groups of experts had already gathered in the square. The ones sitting at the bottom were all low-level gods. Those who were weaker surrounded the periphery and didn't dare to come in. Just as he arrived, Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Then, he became slightly vigilant. He felt that there was an unusual fluctuation of energy with an extremely ominous aura. Chapter 1055. Seeing Yin Nuashing stop abruptly, Lan Exant also stopped and looked at him in confusion. She saw him squinting his eyes and looking around. However, she didn't have such good senses like him. Most of the time, when he suddenly felt something, it would take a while for them to react. What's wrong? Whitey stopped beside him and swept its eyes across the surroundings, pausing especially at the center of the plaza. The Darkstar Plaza was filled with a sea of people. Everyone's expressions were not very calm. Everyone was talking at once, and it was very chaotic. If one did not concentrate, it would be very difficult to hear a complete sentence. Ah, strange aura. Something interesting. Yin Nuashing suddenly smiled. His squinted eyes flashed with blue light. He looked around the square and secretly locked onto some places, but he didn't show any abnormalities. Lan Exant, and Whitey looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't know what this guy had found. Yin Nuashing didn't explain. He clenched his hand in his sleeve, and the 9-colored token of the 9 shrines appeared in his hand. He squeezed it gently, and an extremely subtle fluctuation of energy quietly spread out. The energy in this place was chaotic, and such a weak fluctuation could be easily ignored or even not sensed by anyone. However, it could be accurately transmitted to some people. In the middle of the Darkstar Square, the people from a few great powers were gathered together. They surrounded a few young people and were listening to what they were saying. Suddenly, the expression of one of them changed. However, no one noticed it in an instant. He lifted his head and calmly glanced at the crowd. He faintly said, "I'm sorry. I will take my leave first. You can continue with your discussion." The people of the major forces were surprised, but he didn't explain anything and just rushed to the edge of the square. They were confused and didn't know why the elder of the 9 shrines left at this time. "Ignore him for now. You can continue with your discussion." One of them waved his hand and said to the young people. That elder wasn't the only one who secretly made a move. Many people who were gathered at the edge or seemed to be standing at random had their expressions change. Then, they quickly walked toward the corner of the plaza without batting an eyelid. Hidden in their sleeves and pockets, there was a token that emitted a faint light, guiding them to the side of the person who issued the call. The elder who came out from the center swept past the crowd and arrived at the edge of the crowd. The light from the token gradually dimmed. He raised his head and saw a girl with long, colorful hair in front of him. He was stunned when he saw her. As an Emperor God expert of the 9 Divine Palace, and a member of the upper echelon who was stationed in Star Underworld City, he naturally knew that there was a young home master in the Nine Divine Palace whom he had never met before. He had once thought about how the young home master would look like when she appeared in front of him. All right, it was just an ordinary meeting. Furthermore, he had used the token of the Divine Palace to summon him. He knew the characteristics of the young home master, so he was able to recognize her. Yin Oshing turned to look at this god emperor elder who rushed over the fastest. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His appearance was handsome, and his attire was appropriate. He looked like a gentleman. He thought for a moment and softly sent a voice transmission to greet him. Elder, seeing that the other party didn't come over and his eyes flashed slightly as though he was planning something, that elder's expression turned solemn. He nodded without leaving a trace. After that, he turned around and moved slightly to the side. He also transmitted back, Young Home Master, the people from the Nine Divine Palace stationed in Star Underworld City have answered the call. My name is Jin Shi, a middle-stage god emperor. There are dozens of middle and high-level gods in the Star Underworld City. They are all at your command. Yin Nuoshing nodded. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. A piece of information was transmitted from his soul into the mind of Jin Shi before quietly dissipating. The latter hurriedly glanced at it, causing his body to tremble slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you. It's not good for me to show myself at this moment. I'll observe the situation in the dark. Your combat power should be sufficient. If you can react in time, you might be fine. Yin Nuoshing said softly. He brought Lan Xian, and Little White to the side. After that, he spoke again. Pay attention to those three supreme beings who came back alive. Amen. I've finished my matter. Now let's talk about the information you've gathered. We've just arrived here, so we don't know what happened yet. Jin Shi pondered for a moment before slowly walking towards the center of the square. His voice was also transmitted out. The information was brought back by those three supreme beings of the Origin generation. They discovered traces of a fierce battle in the North Ice world. Just as they were about to go over to take a look, they were engulfed by a black whirlwind. That black whirlwind seemed to have huge strength. It annihilated most of them in an instant, leaving less than 10 of them alive. After that, they encountered black glaciers and black ice mountains. There was an extremely strange energy spreading across the ice field. The ice field of the 10,000 years frozen Earth will not have any abnormal changes for tens of thousands of years, unless it's caused by someone. Yin Nuoshing replied. He looked at those people who were talking excitedly and running around, narrowing his eyes slightly. A supreme elder of the Heaven Wasteland Palace went there. It said that he was an emperor god expert, but he also died there. The black clouds in the North Ice world have begun to spread. I'm afraid that the Pure Land will be occupied by that strange energy. Damn it, isn't there anyone who's stronger going there to investigate? They don't even know what's going on there. Even an Emperor God expert died there. Who dares to investigate? Unless those sleeping existences wake up? That's too difficult. There were many noisy voices in his ears. Yin Nuoshing tried his best to distinguish them. At the same time, he listened to Elder Jin Shi's information and frowned slightly. She roughly knew the cause of the incident, but that wasn't the most important thing. The death of a few juniors wasn't enough to attract so much attention. More importantly, there was a strange change in the North Ice world. A group of high-level gods had died there. They were all swept into the black whirlwind. Their corpses were all gone, and only a pool of black blood was left. It emitted a corrosive power and burned a hole in the ice field. Many people were extremely fearful. Even Divine Lord experts could be killed there. It was almost a forbidden land for life. However, there were also some who were more daring. After understanding the situation here, they flew towards a teleportation gate area, as if they wanted to personally take a look. Yin Nuoshing tilted her head and said to Lan Xian and Elder Jin Shi, I could take a look there directly. It's not a big commotion. Do you want to take a look? Elder Jin Shi pondered for a while and glanced at those places casually. After a minute of silence, he said, It would be great if young master could take a look. I'm also very curious about that place. However, it will take some time to go back and forth. I just got the news not long ago. If the commotion hadn't spread to Xingming City, I would have known about it even later. Oh, then I'll take a look. Yin Nuoxing nodded. The Book of Epics went into her head. Her eyes were filled with rainbow colors, sea blue, and gold. She turned half a circle and looked toward the north. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her vision suddenly traversed countless distances. From the center of the Sourcepeak region, she saw an entire starry sky. She was stunned. It seemed that her vision had penetrated too far. She almost went through the world barrier and saw the void. After adjusting for a few minutes, Yin Nuoxing blinked a few times and finally saw the ice blue. She looked around but didn't see the black thing that everyone was talking about. She couldn't help but frown. She stared for a while to make sure that she couldn't see anything strange in her vision. Then, she slowly scanned her surroundings. After scanning for a while, she didn't see any black clouds or black glaciers. Instead, she saw a small town standing on the bank of the Source Ice River. It was far away from the North Ice World on the other side. After crossing this river, she would reach the North Ice World. That small town wasn't very big. It was just a small town on the edge of the Sourcepeak region. Usually, it was cold and cheerless, and there were very few visitors. However, at that moment, it was unusually lively. An unusual number of people had gathered there. From afar, more people were rushing over. There were many powerful experts. It has been 6 days since this incident happened. It is said that a group of extremely powerful gods died. Now, there are so many people gathered here. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Of course, she didn't think that this was a group of people with the same interests gathering for a meal. Thinking of what she had heard just now, these people who had gathered here were most likely planning to go to the North Ice World to take a look at the black glaciers and black icebergs. They were a group of people who didn't care about their lives. Oh, a group of gods who didn't care about their lives. I did feel a strange power, but where is it? Yin Nuoxing gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to turn her gaze away, she seemed to hear some conversation. It was voices coming from the small town. The people of the Dark Ice Valley seemed to have brought the eternal weapon. It was probably left behind by their ancestor. They're serious this time. They have put in so much effort. 2 groups of their people died in there. It was an unexpected disaster. Originally, the Black Dead Zone was near the west of the North Ice World. The people of the Dark Ice Valley were exploring the mysterious area near the center of the North Ice World. Who knew that the Black Dead Zone, which had never moved before, would suddenly appear in front of that group of people and be wiped out? There was even a god of hell leading the team. Later, they sent another group of people, but there was no news of them. Their soul tablets were all blown up. Even the Taoist elder of the Dark Ice Valley has come out. That is a god emperor expert who wields the eternal weapon. Perhaps he might be able to uncover the true face of that strange area. Yin Nuoxing frowned. The other party had even brought out the eternal weapon. It seemed they were really furious. He did not spend much effort in finding that group of people from the Dark Ice Valley. The leading old man was a middle-stage god emperor. He could not see anything on the surface, and neither did he see any god weapon aura. But rhythm. Yin Nuoxing softly murmured in her heart. Her eyes changed slightly. She could see a lump of blue aura emitting from the body of that old man. It was the energy of the god weapon he brought along. It was hidden in the spatial container. But with the fluctuation of the Book of Epic and the soul acceptance godly body, she could only see it. Rank 12 eternal weapon. It is a standard deity weapon. It should be an armor. Its aura is more inclined towards defense. Yin Nuoxing glanced twice before shifting her gaze away. They are well prepared. It's just that I wonder what the situation will be like. They're taking action. That saves me from waiting. Yin Nuoxing squinted her eyes. Within that small town, a group of people took the lead to rush out. That old man from the Dark Ice Valley exchanged glances with that group of people. He nodded lightly before following their footsteps. They crossed the Origin Ice River one after another and headed towards the North Ice World. They have set off. I wonder what the outcome will be this time. The people in the small town watched as the 2 groups of people rushed towards the North Ice World. They widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Their breathing turned heavy. Previously, a large number of people had died. This time, As soon as they entered the North Ice world, the first group of people took out a heavy shield. It was 2 meters tall and could hide a person behind it. The golden shield was as dazzling as the sun, emitting a scorching light. That kind of temperature made the people following behind sweat slightly. The pure ice below reflected the dazzling light and actually melted a little. The golden brilliance and flames illuminated the surroundings like a corona. The faint deity spirit aura it emitted made many people feel suffocated. Faint deity spirit aura is a little stronger than rank 12. It is close to the edge of a God's Park weapon. Yin Nuoxing blinked. Her eyes were burning because of the dazzling sunlight. Roar! A metallic sound was heard. It was like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It reverberated between heaven and earth. The crisp sound contained a great pressure that shook people's souls. Plop! In the small town, even though they were far away, some people's faces turned pale and they knelt down on the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was suppressing them. They had to crawl on the ground to reduce the pressure on their bodies. It was also a rank 12 eternal weapon, but the additional faint deity spirit aura from the golden shield was enough to shake people's souls. It made people feel reverent and even wanted to kneel down and worship it. The old man from the Black Ice Valley took out an ice blue armor. The armor automatically separated and covered his body. The ice blue aura almost froze the air. The iceberg rumbled and shook as the aura descended, as if something was about to burst out. The 2 people holding the eternal weapons became extremely majestic. Their auras covered the heavens and the earth. Their figures seemed to be reflected in the sky. They were incomparably huge, as if deities had appeared in the world. Monstrous auras swirled around them. Their eyes were filled with disdain. The 2 people looked at each other and waved their hands. Only the 2 of them dashed out. The people from the Black Ice Valley and the other group of people cupped their fists and shouted at them. Then, they quickly retreated from the North Ice realm. That place was not a place that could be used to make up the number of people. Only the most powerful people could go there. If others stepped into that place, they would only turn into ashes. Yin Nuoxing's gaze followed the 2 of them. His pupils constricted slightly. The 2 rhombus-shaped eyes rotated weakly as he stared at the 2 of them. The 2 eternal divine weapons could not block the prying eyes of the Book of Epics. They could not even detect them. Wong! The huge golden shield let out a tremor that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Flames burst out and rushed into the clouds. A terrifying pressure swept across the vast ice field, shattering the icebergs in the distance. They turned into huge ice stones that rolled on the glacial land. That kind of power could even slightly shake the barrier of the primordial realm. It was obviously a defensive eternal weapon, but it released an extremely powerful offensive power. That unique power was the power of deities contained in the weapon. Although it was very weak, it was enough to shake the entire world. The power of deities was absolute. They would only be suppressed by more powerful deities. Those who were not deities would never be able to break through it. They were a group of lawless life forms. They would not be bound by any rules. Their power was also this strong. The 2 emperor gods looked solemn. They seemed to have reached the pinnacle of their lives. Their mental states were excellent. Divine light shone from their eyes. Thunder and lightning bloomed. They were like deities descending to the mortal world. They knew how dangerous it was to enter a place that was rumored to be a forbidden area. However, they rushed over resolutely. They did not even look back as they rushed towards the depths of the North Ice world. Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. These 2 people seemed to know the place. No, they didn't know the place. It seemed to be the space in that place is changing. It's a slight change. Every slight change is too small. It's so small that I would miss it if I didn't pay attention. Yin Nuoxing's expression was solemn. The space that the Book of Epics saw had a slight distortion. It was a distortion that covered the entire region. As long as one was within the range of the distortion, no matter which direction one walked in, one's direction would be changed by the slight distortion. Even emperor gods would not be able to detect it unless they were wielding an eternal weapon that was related to space. That direction seems to be towards the ice world's divine realm. What are those people doing at my tomb? That's not right. The ice world's divine realm is right in the center of the North Ice world. They seem to be going around the edge of the divine realm. Yin Nuashing muttered. This was definitely not a natural movement. Someone was definitely controlling something behind the scenes. Well, even if the door to the ice world's divine realm is open, you won't be able to enter. He was not worried that his tomb would be pried open. Even if that place was forcefully torn open, no one would be able to enter. From the beginning to the end, only he was allowed to enter and bring a few people with him. He looked around for about 10 minutes. The sky was filled with wind and snow, and the snow clouds were thick. It was a world sealed in ice. It was deathly silent. The sky was slightly dark. The wind and snow there seemed to be even thicker, covering the sky and earth until it changed color. It was as if an eternal night had descended. Then, his entire vision turned black. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, disappearing without any warning. Yin Nuashing widened his eyes and was slightly stunned. There was some kind of barrier that covered a region. Nothing could be seen or heard. This was the Book of Epic's weakness. There was no way to break it. Its other functions were too powerful, but it could not bypass this kind of barrier that was tainted with the power of rules. He hurriedly retreated a distance. Then he saw a huge black tornado that encompassed an area of tens of thousands of miles. The black wind blades sliced the space into pieces. The black brilliance dyed the area of hundreds of thousands of miles dark. It even covered the glaciers and icebergs with a layer of black film. It was as if an eternal night had descended. That place was filled with the aura of absolute death. He only had time to see that the corona was struggling like a dying star. The flames were released to the most dazzling extent. That was the most dazzling scene before a star fell. In the end, it could not escape the fate of death. Boom! A sound that shook the earth resounded as the crimson light pierced through the silence of the eternal night. The monstrous fiery light was like an ocean of flames that could destroy the world as it descended from the sky, forcefully crushing the black tornado. The impact of the pure energy turned the land within a radius of millions of miles into a vacuum zone, shattering space and time. That was the fire of doomsday, about to burn everything in the world to ashes. Amidst the blazing flames, two divine lights pierced through the sea of flames. That huge shield had shrunk to the size of a wash basin. It was wrapped in a dim, ice-blue armor as it flew into the distance. Both of them had become extremely dim. They emitted a slight buzzing sound, as if they were mourning for something. They are dead. 2 more Emperor gods have died. In the small town, the people of the mysterious Ice Valley and another group of people cried out miserably. Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere was a little bleak. The cold at the border could penetrate into the bone. Even the wind and snow were a little bleak. The 2 eternal divine weapons flew out quickly and were caught by 2 groups of people. They were badly damaged. There were many scratches on their surfaces. No one knew how long it would take for them to recover. That damn place. Everyone cursed angrily. Yin Nuashing slowly withdrew his gaze. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lan Exen holding an oil paper umbrella. She seemed to be shielding him from the strange gazes. However, the atmosphere in the square was so solemn that not many people were willing to take the time to look at them. Yin Nuashing revealed a strange smile. Thanks to the huge golden shield, it and the icy blue armor had released all of their energy and shattered the black tornado. At that moment, the monstrous flames were as dazzling as an exploding sun. At that moment, he saw something. There were several shadows that were dragged out by the monstrous flames. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, he clearly saw them. Chapter 1056. That strange black land seemed to have been created by someone. It mercilessly took the lives of experts. Everyone who entered turned into a pool of black blood and disappeared. Even their screams could not be heard. This was what Yanua had seen. Unsurprisingly, the Black Storm had a powerful ability to disturb the rules, preventing him from seeing what was happening inside. It would even sweep the people inside and send them flying in other directions. If not for the two eternal divine weapons forcibly tearing the storm apart, he might not have been able to detect what was happening inside. However, the storm only disappeared for a short moment. He only had time to see a few figures that were extremely conspicuous under the illumination of the fire. Then, the storm closed again, leaving behind a pitch-black area. The glaciers, icebergs, and snow clouds had all turned inky black. The violent black whirlwind continued to blow, as if it was going to sweep the ice field apart. Its range was still expanding. What happened in the North Ice world quickly spread to Xingming City. At this time, there were many people and a lot of eyes staring at that place. The news came back very quickly. It was as simple as taking out a jade slip to send a message. The news shocked everyone. Even an Emperor God expert with an eternal divine weapon had died inside. Nothing was left of him. In the end, only the eternal divine weapon had escaped. That place was actually so dangerous. A man-made danger zone. It's not a natural formation at all. It's someone's doing. Yun Nuoxing sent a message softly. The ice worlds at both ends would not have any abnormal changes for millions of years. It was the most stable region. There was a reason for that, but there was no need to talk too much about it. Elder Jin Shi had already returned to the center of the square. He listened to the three young Supremes talking about many things clearly and logically. They even knew exactly where they came out. He was puzzled. That black whirlwind had a strong disturbance of the power of laws. All kinds of senses would be lost if one was swept into it. Those man-made danger zones were still spreading wildly. Moreover, the young Hall Master had said that, unless it's intentional, otherwise, even God Emperors wouldn't be able to survive after being sucked in. Otherwise, they would have a true divine, spiritual weapon to protect themselves. Yun Nuoxing's voice sounded in his mind, causing Jin Shi's frown to deepen. He looked at the three of them with deep eyes. They were young, confident, heroic, and calm. Except for one who was a little talkative, they looked just like three youths. They could not hide the frivolity of youth on their faces, and the light in their eyes was slightly evil. It was only because of the young Hall Master's words that he felt suspicious and sensed a slight unnaturalness. The other people who were gathered here did not think so much. They were all thinking about the faraway northernmost land. Oh, so many people gathered here to talk nonsense? Just for this trivial matter? Yin Nuoxing muttered. It was just a group of people who had died. There shouldn't be so many people gathered here. Fairy, there's something you don't know. Right now, many people are guessing whether the North Ice Realm will become a great forbidden area in the God Realm. The reason why they've gathered here is purely because of this matter, someone said from the side. News had come back that 7 storm zones have been discovered in the North Ice Realm. When the black wind blew on a person's body, it could reduce their life force and life essence by almost half. The wounds cut by the wind would bleed black pus and eventually rot. The 7 storm zones were still expanding. It looked like they were going to swallow up the entire North Ice Realm. Heroes come from the young. Even God Emperors can't escape from that black land, but you 3 managed to escape. Jin Shi suddenly smiled faintly and looked at the 3 of them with admiration. He kept nodding as if he was very satisfied. I wonder if the 3 of you are willing to join the 9 Deities Temple? If you join the 9 Deities Temple, we will definitely nurture you. It is not impossible for you to become a god in the future. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all shocked. The 9 Deities Temple, which usually did not accept many disciples and only occasionally accepted a batch of disciples who passed the standard of quality, also threw out an olive branch. It seemed that these 3 young people were really deeply favored by the 9 Deities Temple. Also, with such achievements and the testimony of bystanders, it could not be faked. Although they were only in the realm of gods, they were able to escape from the place of death where even God Emperors would fall. The 3 of them were slightly startled. One of them smiled faintly. It was a peaceful smile. His handsome face carried a hint of gentleness. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. He said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, the 3 of us already have a master. I'm afraid we will have to disappoint you." Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Jin Shi smiled amiably and kept nodding. He asked casually, "Where did you 3 come from? We might even know a sect that can produce such a disciple." It's just a small hidden sect. How could the nine deities temple pay any attention to us? The person smiled and shook his head. Heroes don't ask where they come from. However, it's fine if you don't want to say your master. What are your names? Someone asked with a smile. The sovereign list had been changing too quickly recently. It seemed like the children of some big shots had appeared. Some had even replaced the sovereign list. They didn't recognize the three in front of them. They had only heard that they were on the sovereign list of the Taiyuan domain. Chang Yuan. The weak-looking young man grinned innocently. Jin Shi squinted at the young man, who called himself Chang Yuan. The other two didn't say anything. They stood there calmly and looked at Chang Yuan. It seemed like they had something to say. At that moment, Yin Nuoxing transmitted a message to him. His expression changed slightly. He looked at Chang Yuan, who was still talking to the great elders of the other forces. He suddenly smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect little brother Chang Yuan to be a matrix master. Chang Yuan's expression changed abruptly. A moment later, he smiled calmly and nodded. I know a little, but such a profound trajectory and such a huge structure. This must be a divine rank heaven taboo supermatrix. It has an extremely powerful killing aura. Moreover, it must have been hidden under our noses. It must have taken a lot of effort. Do you want to set off fireworks in Xingming City? Jin Qi grinned. His words made the surroundings quiet down. Who exactly are you? Even the name Chang Yuan is fake, isn't it? Jin Qi said with a fake smile. Chang Yuan was probably the name of Chang Yuan realm. Anyone who knew of its existence probably wouldn't dare use such a name. I'm not anyone special. Chang Yuan grinned innocently. He calmly took a small step back, showing his shiny teeth. I'm just a soul ferryman. Ferryman, 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 ferryman to another world. Everyone was shocked. Then their gazes became serious. Who is this guy? He actually dared to speak like this in front of several great god emperors. Even if there really was a divine rank heaven taboo formation, it definitely couldn't stop these great god emperors. He didn't hide his voice, so everyone in the surroundings heard him. Suddenly, the expressions of those who were still discussing froze. They turned around with strange gazes, only to see that among the three young people, two of them had very cruel smiles on their faces. They were full of evil. Interesting. It seems like there's something unexpected about today's matter. One of them couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't take Jin Qi seriously at all. Even if he knew there was a divine rank heaven taboo formation, he wasn't afraid. Brother Jin, did you see something? Oh, there's an array hidden underground. A large part of it has already been formed. It has an extremely powerful offensive power. If it's activated, the consequences would be unimaginable. These words weren't said by Jin Qi instead. It was said by another great god emperor. After being reminded by Jin Qi, he used a huge amount of energy to scan the surroundings. After that, he saw a high energy reaction coming from the underground of Star Underworld City. However, he wasn't anxious. He had the demeanor of an expert. He even pointed out how to improve the array without fear. Old man Wan Hua is still so proficient in arrays. The others couldn't help but praise. The others also had a relaxed look. They couldn't be blamed for this. As great god emperors, especially those who have been famous for a long time, they didn't put three heavenly gods and a heaven taboo formation in their eyes. This array isn't complete yet. It has huge flaws and can be easily broken. Old man Wan Hua pointed at several places and chuckled. Oh, is that so? Chang Yuan smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Then why does an elder track just bombard the area around the core of the array? It can be broken in an instant. Old man Wan Hua, the flaws you see are all traps. Jin Qi lightly shouted. Following that, his energy suddenly surged out. The explosive power of a great god emperor startled everyone in the square. Oh, Chang Yuan finally lost his composure. His expression became gloomy as he stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud rumble, a huge black array that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide suddenly emerged from the ground, covering more than half of Star Underworld City. Heaven and earth suddenly became as dark as ink. The two stars were covered by dark clouds, and the earth was plunged into darkness. The entire Star Underworld city was covered in darkness. Billowing black fog rose from the ground and spread in all directions in an instant. The earth trembled violently, as if 1,000 volcanoes were rumbling. A terrifying, murderous aura gushed out from the ground, and a power that contained a taste of madness swept out in an instant. Wong! The moment the black array appeared, the entire Star Underworld city lit up with an extremely bright light. It was like the sun in the night sky. A huge amount of energy surged. A layer of transparent light spanned several 100,000 kilometers, enveloping the entire Star Underworld city. It even isolated the central square. The huge layer of light illuminated the black clouds, causing them to emit a dazzling golden light. Oomph! The blood-transforming spirit-devouring array is not so easy to block. Very soon, your city will become a desolate city of the dead. Chang Yuan said coldly. Several great god emperors frowned slightly. With a wave of their hands, a huge amount of energy that could shake the entire city rapidly condensed and rushed toward Chang Yuan and the other two. Following that, two great god emperors rushed out and arrived in front of the black array in a flash. Hearing Jin Shi's words, they shouted in unison. Their hands were filled with a huge amount of energy as they tore at the array. Pung pung pung. Chang Yuan and the other two flashed and disappeared into a black energy barrier. The tsunami-like energy slammed against the barrier, creating a series of crashing sounds. A light flashed, and the vast amount of energy was directly swallowed up. The black fog billowed and rushed in all directions. However, just as it was about to pass through the barrier covering Star Underworld City Square, it suddenly encountered a strong resistance and was bounced back. Moreover, it had almost completely disappeared. Chang Yuan was shocked. How could Star Underworld City's defensive array block the blood-transforming spirit-devouring array? As long as it was not an energy barrier that contained absolute power of laws, it would not be able to block his array. Unless Star Underworld City and the other Saint Cities activated their strongest defenses from the start. Clearly, this was not the case. Looks like your array is not as effective as I thought. Old man Wanhua smiled faintly. His beard that reached his waist trembled. He raised the walking stick in his hand and gently stomped it on the ground. Honglong! The entire ground began to shake violently. The black magic formation shook violently. The large number of talisman symbols engraved on the magic formation suddenly dimmed. Many of them were extinguished. The patterns on the magic formation also dimmed down. Even so, having you two is enough. Chang Yuan coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out a scroll, tearing it in half. Then his hand seals changed, and the entire black array shook. As he moved, the two beside him also shouted and made hand seals. Their bodies also changed. Originally, they were all dressed in green, but at this time, they were wearing long robes. Their long black hair and robes were flowing with demonic energy. The whites of their eyes also turned black, and traces of black auras spread out from their bodies. Orthodox Demon Shi, you are from the demon race. Old man Wanhua glanced at the three with a little surprise. The walking stick in his hand fell again, shattering large numbers of runes and patterns. The surrounding people were shocked when they heard this. Those three were actually from the demon race. Honglong, a monstrous, murderous aura condensed, almost freezing the world. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged everywhere, and the power of the elements was violent. The energy light almost made the world brighter than during the day. The world was boiling in an instant. Countless people showed angry faces and stared fiercely at Chang Yuan and the other two. You demon race people broke into our holy city. Do you want to start a war with us? A group of people screamed in fear. They had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. They wanted to rush out of the Dark Star Square, but this place was sealed. They couldn't use any method to rush out. They were trapped in a trap, and it was difficult to advance or retreat. Oh, Chang Yuan smiled faintly. No longer had the cold smile from before. He seemed to have been prepared. At this time, he waved his hand, and an endless dark light soared into the sky with a loud bang, covering the whole square. A huge and violent energy whirlwind madly rotated, and everyone felt a taste of annihilation. Pung, pung, pung. Flowers of blood bloomed in the air, turning into black pus and blood flowing on the ground. Not even bones were left. In this strange killing array, even mid-level gods were as fragile as a piece of paper. The terrifying energy made everyone's heart palpitate. The raging winds condensed into dense black wind blades, sweeping in all directions. Every time a wind blade swept past, a person would be cut in half. Their bodies would turn into pus and blood and fall to the ground. Their souls and bodies would be completely wiped out. Pong! A heavenly god exploded into a cloud of blood on the spot. The low banging sound made everyone's scalp tingle. The strange power of this array killed people without leaving a trace. Suppress your own bloodline and soul. The blood-devouring array will use these two as a guide to destroy you from the inside out. If you don't want to die, hurry up and suppress it. As panic spread, Old Man Wanawa's face trembled, and he shouted. This array, according to the records, was a very powerful array in the demon race. Even if it was used to deal with people stronger than it, it had obvious effects. Upon hearing this cry, the remaining people hurriedly suppressed their bloodline and soul, which had been in a turmoil since the beginning. After which, they raised a powerful energy barrier. Those dense wind blades slammed onto the barrier, emitting waves of loud sounds. However, this measure did reduce the number of sudden explosions into a bloody fog. The few god emperors' faces were ugly. They thought it was just a small hedgehog, but they didn't expect it to cause such a big trouble. It was laughable that they were too arrogant just now. This array indeed couldn't deal with them, but it could deal with the people here. Boom! The black storm gathered the energy of the entire heaven and earth, and the scale was unprecedentedly huge. It shook the barrier of Xingming City until it rippled. The violent energy swept across, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of people disappeared. Jin Shi and the others saw it, and their faces turned green. In an instant, almost a third of the people were gone. In the Dark Star City, most of the experts did not go to the Dark Star Square. At this time, when they saw the huge black storm that swept over, they all fell silent. That kind of black energy contained a crazy taste that disturbed people's minds. The aura of the orthodox demon Qi. An old man whispered, and the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyes shone with divine light, but the barrier of Xingming City blocked the inside and outside. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. In the black clouds, thick bolts of black lightning fell, striking the light barrier, but they were burned to ashes by the golden energy. It seemed that there was no danger in Xingming City for a while. The sky was filled with violent black whirlwinds and wind blades. In a short period of time, it actually suppressed everyone. Old Man Wanhua and the other god emperors were trying to break the array. The two god emperors roared angrily again and raised their strength. Monstrous energy covered the sky and the earth as it smashed down. However, Chang Yuan and the other two were unaffected. The black energy barrier blocked all the attacks and was unable to be penetrated. Pung pung. This tortoise shell is really hard. The two god emperors felt a chill in their hearts. If this continued, it wouldn't be good. The two of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and released their divine essence to the peak. They used all their strength to smash the black barrier. Chang Yuan sneered, and his eyes faintly looked in another direction. In the black storm, there was a slightly calmer place. The people in this place were cleaned up immediately, and the ground was covered with pus and blood. At this time, 10 people in black robes surrounded this place. Their hands were moving slowly, and their mouths were muttering incantations. Black demon runes emerged from the void and imprinted themselves in the space, causing the space to fluctuate. The pus and blood seemed to be boiling and bubbling, and a fishy smell pervaded the air. Young Temple Master is right. You guys are actually taking advantage of this period of time to play tricks. In other words, the commotion caused by Chang Yuan's high-profile actions is just a bait? Jin Shi's faint laughter quietly echoed, and the 10 people were stunned, but they didn't stop. Their hands moved faster, but it was obvious that they were a little disorderly. Jin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Figures from the 9 temples descended, and they were all experts of the 9 temples. Kill all the demon race. Kill without mercy. You demon race seem to have prepared something. Then come. These years have been too peaceful. The day of the demon world's descent is approaching, and as expected, there are people who can't hold back. Very well, I'll start with you, and extract your souls to fill the ice world's eye.